I am an orphan, and I can only earn tuition fees by working part-time. I work as a security guard in this luxurious community, with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Many rich second-generation classmates live here, and every time they see me, they will sneer with contempt. But I have gotten used to it. Some people are born in Rome, and some people are born to be cattle and horses. This is reality, unfair, but it cannot be changed. That day, I was standing guard as usual, but I didn't expect screams and commotions to suddenly break out in the neighborhood. Then, a middle-aged man covered in blood rushed towards me, screaming wildly, just like a zombie in a movie. Without saying a word, I took out the baton from my waist and beat him to death. Then I prepared to hide in the villa. As soon as I entered the villa, I saw Zhao Ming attacking Tang Mengting. Tang Mengting was the monitor and the most beautiful girl in our class, and Zhao Ming was the study committee member. They both looked down on me. I rushed over without hesitation, kicked Zhao Ming away, and then hit him on the head with a baton. Tang Mengting pointed at me in horror and said I had killed someone. I told her coldly that her boyfriend was no longer a human being, and if he had bitten her just now, she would have immediately turned into a zombie. Then I quickly closed and locked all the doors and windows of the villa. Tang Mengting realized that she was afraid at this time. She took my arm and asked me to protect her. She also said that I was paid by them and I had to rush to the front when encountering danger. I sneered and asked her who told her that security guards could keep a place safe. Do I have to risk my life for a salary of 3,000 yuan? They used to laugh at me as a watchdog, but now they expect me to protect them. I went to the refrigerator and found only 2 bottles of milk. I frowned and asked why they didn't have any food at home. Tang Mengting trembled and said that they didn't know how to cook and usually went out for a big meal. I shook my head and told her that if she didn't have food, she would die. There were zombies everywhere outside and it was basically impossible to rush out. If we had no food and only drank water, we would starve to death in 7 days at most. Just when I was at a loss what to do, a mechanical voice suddenly came from my mind, ding. The end of the world has been detected, and the global human population has decreased sharply. The host has been bound to the system of many children and many blessings. Just save the beautiful girl and make her agree to be you. Women will be rewarded by the system. For the continuation of human civilization, please host more children. System of many children and many blessings. As long as the other party agrees to be my woman, can I become stronger? I was stunned for a moment, and then I was pleasantly surprised. Originally, I planned to use Tang Mengting as a food reserve, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. With systematic support, survival should not be a problem. However, this aloof class beauty used to look down on me so much and took the lead in isolating me. Her boyfriend Zhao Ming even led others to beat me many times. I think she might not accept me as my woman now. Even if I had saved her just now, she would not have any change towards me and would only want me to protect her. I shook my head and decided to ignore all this for now and solve the food problem first. I took all the milk out of the refrigerator, but Tang Mengting was not happy and rushed over to grab it, saying that all the food was hers. I slapped her in the face and knocked her to the ground. She was stunned and said in shock that I dared to hit her, and threatened to have the school expel me. I said to her condescendingly, "Everyone in the school has turned into zombies, why are you still talking about school? It's the end of the world now, and it's hard to say whether she can survive for 3 days, and she's still thinking about her position as class monitor." I also questioned her why she was unreasonable when she bullied me before, and why her boyfriend was unreasonable when he brought people to beat me up. Tang Mengting was speechless and could only sit on the floor and sob. I was too lazy to pay attention to her. I took the food and found a room to lie down. I locked the door and let her starve outside. I was tired and hungry that day. I lay on the soft bed and fell asleep quickly. The next day, at about 10 o'clock, I woke up hungry. I got up and drank a bottle of milk, then went out to wash up. Tang Mengting heard the noise and came out. Her face was no longer swollen and she was beautiful again. She covered her stomach and looked at me eagerly, saying that they were wrong about what happened before, apologized to me, and begged me to give her something to eat. She hadn't eaten for a day and a night, and felt that her stomach was about to burst with hunger. I sneered, "Do you know you're wrong now?" She quickly said that she really knew she was wrong, and she would never look down on the poor again, nor would she dare to say anything bad about me. I said, "Okay, bring a bowl, I can give her some milk." She quickly ran to the kitchen to get a bowl, and I really poured the milk into the bowl and put it on the table. She looked at me in confusion, and I smiled and said, "Kneel down and beg me." She immediately showed an angry look on her face and said that I was going too far. I asked her in return. I used to be paid 3,000 yuan a month, but she treated me like a dog. Now that I'm giving her life-saving food, can't I treat her like a dog? As I was about to pick up the bowl, she got anxious and said, "Wait a minute." She didn't say she wouldn't kneel, and then she immediately knelt on the ground. Seeing the arrogant class beauty who used to look down on me kneeling down to beg me like a dog, I couldn't help but sneer. Haha, is it great to be rich? When the end of the world comes, no matter how rich you were before, you still have to kneel down and beg for food, right? After Tang Mengting finished the food in her bowl, she was still not satisfied. She asked me to give her more food with a look of eagerness, saying that she could still eat while lying down like she did just now. I shook my head and said that there was no more food, and the bottle of milk just now was the last food. I was going to go out to find food and let her stay in the room and starve to death. She was anxious and said that she wanted to go with me to find food and asked me to protect her. She had already done what I asked, so wasn't that enough? I looked her up and down, thinking that as the most beautiful girl in the class, she was indeed beautiful and had a good figure. Who in the class didn't want to hold her under him? When she saw my eyes, she reacted, took a few steps back, covered her chest with her hands, and said it was impossible. I was just a security guard. Her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, was a super rich second generation. She didn't let Zhao Ming succeed easily. They had been dating for half a year and had only been holding hands at most. How could she agree to me? I sneered and said, "You think I am a security guard and I am not worthy of her, right? Okay, then she will starve to death here, and when the zombies come in, we will see if they will not eat her just because she is a rich lady." She heard what I said and got scared. Thinking of the scene where Zhao Ming turned into a zombie and ate the toilet crazily, she shuddered all over. She gritted her teeth and said okay, accepting my request and agreeing to be my woman. I received a system prompt that I had successfully obtained a novice reward, including the ability to predict the future, the ability to be immune to viruses, 20 points added to all basic attributes, and genetic enhancement. I checked the reward description and was very excited. The ability to predict the future can simulate the future within an hour, 3 times a day, which allows me to foresee danger in advance and become stronger. The ability to be immune to viruses can make me immune to common zombie viruses, and I will not be infected if bitten, which is a life-saving skill in the end times. Genetic enhancement allows me to make the subject pregnant at once every time, and the subject is not limited to ordinary humans, which makes me very curious. I checked my attribute panel and found that my basic attributes had reached 70 points, which was 40% stronger than the average adult male. Now I should be able to fight 3 alone. Ordinary zombies are no match for me. I just need to avoid being besieged. I looked at Tang Mengting curled up on the bed, feeling wronged. To be honest, I was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this was her first time. I told her, "Okay, get up quickly and get ready to go out and find food. Don't pretend to be wronged." Didn't she scream happily just now? She got up with a dull look in her eyes and followed me, walking with some difficulty. Before setting off, I deduced the future direction and saw that the journey would be smooth and we would be able to successfully obtain food, so we went out with our backpacks on. The villa was very quiet. There were no zombies outside the door, only a few skeletons and a foul smell. After looking around, I went straight to the mini fire station. I knew there was a fire axe there, which was a good weapon. After I got the fire axe, I went to the convenience store in the community. It was the only food store in the villa area. There was a lot of food in it. If I could search for a backpack, it would at least last a week. We came to a convenience store. There were several zombies wandering outside the store, and there were corpses on the ground. I rushed over with a fire axe and killed 3 zombies in a few strokes. Tang Mengting was stunned. She didn't expect that I could chop zombies so fiercely, even more fiercely than in bed. She originally felt very wronged by me, but now seeing how strong I am, she doesn't feel so wronged. After all, in the end times, holding on to me as a thigh, there is hope of survival. I reminded her not to just stand there and go search for food. The sound of fighting here might attract more zombies, so we had to hurry. We walked into the convenience store. There was a zombie at the counter. It was the convenience store owner. After I recognized him, I killed him with an axe, then started stuffing food into my backpack, and reminded Tang Mengting to only take high-calorie, filling, and easy-to-carry food. A minute later, we had stuffed our backpacks full and were ready to leave when zombies from a distance surrounded us. There were more than a dozen of them. I shouted to run quickly because I couldn't handle so many zombies. Tang Mengting was so scared that she ran quickly. We ran into the nearest villa and closed the door while being chased by the zombies. The zombies couldn't see us and stopped chasing us. The owner of the villa also turned into a zombie, and I killed him. Tang Mengting asked me in confusion why I didn't just hide in the convenience store, so that there would be endless food. I told her that there were other survivors in the villa area, and the convenience store was the only place with food. They would come sooner or later, and if we stayed inside, we might be discovered and killed by other survivors. I poured out the food from my backpack and told Tang Mengting that the food would be distributed uniformly and rationed every day. The battle just now attracted zombies, and it would be more dangerous to find food next time, so we must eat sparingly. She nodded, and now she didn't dare to have any complaints with me. You sure reference picture. Lu Yang went upstairs, opened the window, and observed the zombies outside. They stood aimlessly outside the villa, waiting for the next prey to appear. These zombies clearly saw Tang Mengting and I hiding in the villa, but they didn't continue to attack the villa, which shows that their intelligence is very low. As long as they don't hear the sound and appear in their field of vision, they will not attack. Zombies have low IQs, which is good news. While Lu Yang was observing the zombies, he noticed some movement in the villa building opposite from the corner of his eye and shifted his gaze over there. He found that it was a very beautiful girl who was waving at him from the window. Beautiful survivor. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. Although the distance was a bit far and the other person's specific appearance could not be seen clearly, it was vaguely possible to see that this survivor had delicate features and fair skin, and must be a stunning beauty. When the girl saw that Lu Yang had discovered her, a happy expression immediately appeared on her face. Then she turned and left the window. When she appeared again, she was holding a large drawing board in her hand. "Oh, you're an art student. What do you want to do? Draw for me." Lu Yang touched his chin and became interested in this beautiful art student. Soon, the drawing board turned around. Lu Yang also saw clearly what was on the drawing board. It was 3 words, "I'm so hungry." Poochie. I wondered what she wanted to do, going through so much effort just to say this. Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I'm hungry too," Lu Yang said to the beautiful woman opposite him with exaggerated mouth shapes. The girl began to write on the drawing board again. "I just saw you got the food, can you give me some?" I didn't expect she found out. It seems like she saw me going to the convenience store to get food just now. However, Lu Yang shook his head at the other party and answered the other party's question with his mouth, "No." Wow. A pitiful crying face emoticon appeared on the drawing board. Ha ha ha. This girl is quite interesting. Lu Yang was amused by the emoticons drawn by the other party. He gestured, pointed at the other person, then pointed at his own room, and said with his mouth, "If you can come here, I'll give you food." Seeing Lu Yang's words, the girl instantly perked up. She leaned her head out of the window to look at the situation outside and found that all the zombies were surrounding the door of Lu Yang's villa. It is impossible to enter Lu Yang's villa through the door. But windows are okay. Since the villa area is inhabited by rich people, there won't be any stealing or thieving. No one will install anti-theft windows, as such things will greatly affect the appearance of the villa. You can climb directly into the first floor of Lu Yang's villa through the side window on the first floor. As long as Lu Yang opens the window in advance. There are no zombies between the 2 villas. As long as you can quietly get close to the window, you can enter Lu Yang's villa. After seeing this route, the beautiful woman immediately started writing on the drawing board again. "Open the window on the first floor and I'll go in through it." When Lu Yang saw this, he stuck his head out and took a closer look. I found that both villas had windows on the first floor, and the windows were about 50 meters apart. And there were no zombies blocking the route between these two windows. If you keep quiet, you won't alarm the zombies in front of the villa. This girl is very smart and she made the decision so quickly, which shows that she is a very calm and decisive person. It is indeed rare for a girl to have such decisive judgment. Lu Yang went down to the first floor and stood next to the window, waved to the other party through the glass. The girl saw that Lu Yang was ready and came downstairs in an instant. Tang Mengting looked at Lu Yang standing in front of the window and asked in confusion, "Lu Yang, what are you doing?" "Waiting to welcome a runaway lamb," Lu Yang said with a smile without turning his head. It has to be said that Lu Yang found this art girl's behavior somewhat interesting. It is truly admirable that a girl can make such a decisive decision in the end times instead of waiting to die in the house. Take Tang Mengting for example, she would never do such a thing. After hearing what Lu Yang said, Tang Mengting also leaned over to look out the window and found a girl running towards her. The two villas were 50 meters apart. It only took a few seconds for the girl to run to Lu Yang's window. Lu Yang opened the window instantly, and the girl climbed in through the window. Then Lu Yang closed the window. After entering Lu Yang's villa, Lu Yang finally saw the girl's appearance clearly. What an exquisite look! This beauty is much prettier than Tang Mengting. She has a pair of big eyes that look pure and bright, a high nose bridge, and looks a bit like a mixed race. She is tall and plump, not only has an angelic face, but also has a devilish figure. She is simply a top-notch beauty. Tang Mengting also recognized the other person instantly, and said with eyes wide open in disbelief, "Aren't you the goddess of class 2, and also one of the 4 school beauties, the art school belle He Yushi?" He Yushi is an art student, and she is also one of the 4 campus beauties. She is the object of pursuit of countless male students in school. The number of boys who sent her love letters and confessed their love to her exceeds 4 digits. If Tang Mengting has dozens of liquors, then He Yushi has at least hundreds of liquors in school. "Thank you, my 2 classmates." "Yes, I am He Yushi, thank you for recognizing me." He Yushi kept patting her plump chest and breathing heavily. Although the distance was not very far, only a few dozen meters, she was so nervous and scared that she had used up all her strength, bursting out with unprecedented power, and ran at the fastest speed. Just a few dozen meters seemed to have drained all her strength and she was exhausted. After recovering for a while, she said, "I'm so tired and thirsty. I'll drink some water first." After saying that, she walked straight to the kitchen, put her mouth to the faucet, and started drinking water. She didn't look like a goddess at all. Lu Yang looked at the other person's behavior and found it interesting. He had also heard of the names of the 4 school beauties, including He Yushi, in school before. But he was poor and had low self-esteem at that time, so he didn't dare to think too much, so he didn't care about whether they were school beauties or not. At most, I can just take a look from a distance. At the same time, Lu Yang also heard that He Yushi was very aloof and had very high standards. So far, no one could catch up with her, not even those top-rich second generations could win her over. The male students in the school made her seem even more mysterious, like a goddess from heaven who could only be admired from afar and not touched. Being able to speak a word to a school beauty like He Yushi seemed like a great blessing from heaven. But now Lu Yang thinks that these rumors are all false. He Yushi looks carefree, doesn't care much about her image, and is very decisive in doing things. She is not as cautious and timid as other girls. Her tone of voice, personality, etc. seem to be very approachable, and she is not as sacred as the legend says. After drinking the water, He Yushi came to Lu Yang and Tang Mengting, tidied her hair, took a deep breath, looked at Lu Yang, and stretched out her white and smooth hand. "Hello, security classmate. I'm He Yushi. Nice to meet you. I remember you. I think your name is Lu Yang. People in school say that you saved yourself 30 years of detours by becoming a security guard while you were still studying. You're a celebrity." Looking at the other person's cunning and smiling expression, Lu Yang knew that the other person was trying to get closer to them, so he made a joke. He also extended his hand and shook it with the other person, and after shaking hands, he held onto the other person's hand tightly. "I didn't expect that even Goddess He Yushi, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, has heard of my name. It's really my honor." Feeling the smoothness of the other person's skin, Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as smooth as jade, pure and flawless, is this the feeling of the goddess's skin? If I had been able to shake hands with my goddess before the zombie outbreak, I could have boasted about her in school from my freshman year to graduation. And whoever shakes He Yusher's hand might not be willing to wash his hands for a whole year. He Yusher felt a little embarrassed when Lu Yang held her hand. Her pretty face turned red and she quickly pulled it back. Then she said with a smile on her face, "Since we are all alumni and have heard of each other's names, we can be considered friends, right? Friend, can you give me some food?" Lu Yang showed an expression of understanding. This beautiful schoolgirl tried to get close to me as soon as she arrived, and finally revealed her ultimate purpose. Want food? But Lu Yang's food is not so good. He shook his head. No, there is a food shortage in the apocalypse. Every bit of food can save lives. How can we just give it to others? Even if you are the school beauty, you can't do that. Oh, good brother, please be kind, I'm really hungry. If you don't give me food, I feel like I'm going to starve to death. You can't bear to watch me starve to death, right? He Yusher said to Lu Yang in a coquettish tone. Her ability to act coquettishly has never failed before. Even the coolest male god can't stand her calling him good brother. However, Lu Yang refused to budge. No, this is a matter of life and death. It's no use for you to act like a spoiled brat to me. Then tell me what you want to give me food. He Yusher asked pitifully. It's very simple. Take a shower first, and then come to my room and I'll tell you. Lu Yang had a wicked smile on his face. He scanned He Yusher from top to bottom. Not only does she have the peerless beauty of a mixed-race goddess, but she also has a devilish figure, a pair of long legs, straight and white, a waist that is less than a hand's width, and an extremely incredible waist-to-hip ratio. This perfect body. It is obviously a practical weapon at first glance. If it were before the outbreak of the apocalypse, anyone who could have had a taste of He Yusher's beauty would probably have smoke coming out of their ancestral graves. After hearing what Lu Yang said, He Yusher's face suddenly showed an incredible look. This guy actually said this kind of thing so naturally. He is so shameless. Ah, this is not too good, right? It's only the first day we met, and didn't you share food with her? He Yusher pointed at Tang Mengting and said. Because she became my woman yesterday. Lu Yang said calmly. Ah. He Yusher looked shocked. Tang Mengting is the monitor of Class 1 and the most beautiful overtime worker. How could she compromise so quickly and become the woman of this young security guard? He Yusher was a little bit unbelievable. I'll wait for you in the room, you think about it carefully. After Lu Yang said that, he went back upstairs and lay on the bed to rest. Lying on the bed, Lu Yang began to deduce the future. Half an hour later, He Yusher knocked on his door. As expected, he's here. A happy look appeared on Lu Yang's face. He felt excited when he thought of He Yusher's mixed-race goddess-like appearance and her perfect figure. It feels like there is a ball of blood in my heart that is burning continuously. Please come in. Lu Yang calmed his breathing, suppressed the evil fire in his heart, and said to the outside of the door. He Yusher pushed the door open gently, still with a nervous look on her face. It was obvious that she had just taken a shower. Her long, straight black hair, still wet, was draped over her fair shoulders. Looks very tempting. She said to Lu Yang, hesitantly, classmate Lu Yang, can we discuss this? We are all classmates in the same university. Don't be so unyielding. How about you give me food and I will draw for you? My paintings are very beautiful. I can draw a portrait for you, and make you handsome. He Yusher was really hungry. But she felt it was not worth it to cater to Lu Yang just for a little food. In the past, I was called a goddess. Many outstanding men wanted to date me, but I refused. Among them are many super academic masters, super handsome guys, top rich second generations, etc. He Yusher rejected them all. Now she has to commit herself to a small security guard, which she really cannot accept. That won't do. You are so beautiful. You are one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school and a goddess that everyone looks up to. Any normal man would want to possess you. If I don't have this idea, am I still a man? Unless I am a eunuch, I won't have that idea. Lu Yang said with a smile. But behavior without emotion is soulless. He Yushur said seriously. Lu Yang touched his chin and said, "What you said makes sense." Yeah, you think so too, right? So, why don't you accept my condition of drawing for you? He Yushur's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing what Lu Yang said. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang continued. Then why don't you just develop some feelings for me right now? She was speechless. She never expected Lu Yang to be so shameless and to have such twisted logic. Can feelings be cultivated in a short period of time? And it's really hard for me to have feelings for a security guard. Isn't this embarrassing? He Yushur was about to collapse. Looking at the other person's expression, Lu Yang pinched his throat and said in a female voice. But it's really hard for me to develop feelings for a little security guard. Huh. He Yushur widened her eyes. Lu Yang continued with an exaggerated expression. In the past, I didn't agree to so many rich second generations, handsome guys, and top students. How could I agree to a security guard? Huh. He Yushur was stunned. She said to Lu Yang in shock. Can you read my mind? How can you know what I'm thinking? Lu Yang smiled proudly. Not only can I read minds, I can also see through things. On the left side of your chest, there is a light red birthmark shaped like a heart. Ah. He Yushur widened her eyes, showing an expression as if she had seen a ghost, and then quickly covered her chest with her hands. He Yushur looked at Lu Yang as if she had seen a ghost. She could never imagine why Lu Yang knew what was in her mind and why he knew the birthmark on her body. The location of the birthmark is very private, so no one knows about it except He Yushur's parents. How did Lu Yang know? Looking at the other person's confused expression, Lu Yang's face was full of pride. Before He Yushur came to this room, he had already deduced what would happen in the future. In that deduction, he forced He Yushur to do something indescribable in this room, and after it was over, He Yushur completely surrendered. The two of them chatted a lot, and he got a lot of information from it. Now that this information is thrown out, the other party will naturally think that he has the ability to read minds. The ability to predict the future, in addition to being able to avoid future dangers, is also very useful for picking up girls. With a proud and confident look on his face, he said to He Yushur, I have killed several zombies since yesterday. I can even read your thoughts and see through your personal secrets. Do you still think I'm just an ordinary person? He Yushur was still in shock. After listening to Lu Yang's words, her opinion of Lu Yang did change. Lu Yang showed great bravery on the first day of the zombie outbreak, confronting the zombies face to face. On the second day, he became the first person to go to the convenience store to search for food, which shows that he is braver than other survivors and has more ideas and plans. Now he can not only see through his own thoughts, but even see through the secrets of his own body. All of this shows that although Lu Yang was just a small security guard before, but in the end times, he is definitely a very excellent and reliable man. Much more useful than those so-called academic masters and the so-called rich second generation. Even He Yushur couldn't help but look at Lu Yang with admiration. Women all admire strong men. And Lu Yang's current performance is that of a true strong man. If you think so. It's not that hard to accept. Her heart was shaken. Now it's just the finishing touch. Lu Yang certainly understood this. Is there any ability more powerful than mind reading and X-ray vision? How many secrets does this guy have? It was as if this little security guard was a mystery waiting for her to uncover, and every word he said aroused new expectations in her. She is becoming more and more interested in Lu Yang. Lu Yang said, Do you agree to be your girlfriend now? The other party nodded. Lu Yang received a system prompt. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have succeeded in getting the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. You have obtained a new ability, ice control. Seeing this prompt, Lu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Is this the awakening of the ice attribute ability? Lu Yang had watched a lot of movies before, and even among the mutants in the movie, Iceman was an extremely powerful being. Therefore, this ice attribute ability must be at least an A-level ability. He quickly looked at the instructions. Ice control, level 1, the host can condense water into ice and control the ice to attack the enemy. Lu Yang tried this ability. He moved his mind slightly, and the moisture in the air instantly condensed into an ice needle. Then he fired the ice needles. Bang! A deep hole suddenly appeared on the wall next to the window. Lu Yang was surprised to see this scene. What a powerful force! It can even make a deep hole in a concrete wall. If it hits a person's head, wouldn't it explode directly? He continued to try. He discovered that at this moment, he could only condense 5 ice needles at most. His mental power was exhausted. Then there will be a 15-minute cooldown period. It's equivalent to having 5 bullets each time, and the reload time is 15 minutes. It seems that this skill can't be used infinitely, and can only be used at critical moments. But even with a 15-minute reload time, it's already very powerful. A 100% hit rate headshot skill is very useful whether it's against zombies or other humans. After reading the skill description, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his attention to Yusher, who was lying next to him. He decided to reward her well. An hour later, the storm subsided. Holding this beautiful school beauty, Lu Yang's heart was filled with satisfaction. In peacetime, being able to talk to Yusher, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, is a luxury for all boys. But now, this goddess in the eyes of others is lying in his arms like a kitten. Lu Yang felt that this feeling was so good. He could even wake up laughing in his dreams. Today is the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Lu Yang checked the remaining food. There are still 15 bottles of 250 milliliters milk left, 70 20-gram sausages, 12 loaves of bread, and 8 vacuum-packed chicken legs. If they eat sparingly, this food should be enough for the 3 of them for 7 days. But Lu Yang is a person with a strong sense of crisis. Although the food can last for 7 days, he must hurry up and continue to collect food. Otherwise, the longer you wait, the hungrier the other survivors get, and the more likely they are to venture into the convenience store. This convenience store is the source of all food for the entire community. If you don't go early, someone else might get there first. However, if you want to continue collecting food, the dozen or so zombies at the door are obstacles that must be dealt with first. Lu Yang stood on the window on the 3rd floor, looking down at the zombies outside. His mind moved slightly, and an ice needle instantly condensed in the air. Then he aimed at a zombie's head and fired instantly. However, the zombies were fine. Lu Yang's eyes widened. Although this ice needle attack is powerful, the attack distance is too short. This zombie should be only 20 meters away from me, but I can't attack it. Lu Yang came to a conclusion. With his current mental strength and the 1st level of freezing ability, his ice needle attack range is about 10 meters. He cannot control it at a longer distance. Unlike bullets, ice needles are too light. After losing their control power, their inertial kinetic energy cannot cause damage. It seems that this skill is not invincible. I can only take the risk of opening the door and attack secretly through the crack. Lu Yang shook his head. Fortunately, the zombies have relatively low IQs, so if you open a crack in the door and attack secretly, maybe they won't notice. Lu Yang did some calculations. He has a maximum of 5 ice needles at a time and can kill 5 zombies. Each reload takes 15 minutes. There are 15 zombies outside, which means you need to reload twice more. It took half an hour. This means that it only takes half an hour to kill all the zombies outside, and then you can safely go to the convenience store to collect food. After calculating the time, Lu Yang began the deduction. During the deduction, he came to the back of the villa's gate, opened the door a crack, and secretly observed the outside. The zombies haven't discovered him yet, so they are still wandering outside the gate with nothing to do. Lu Yang fired an ice needle without hesitation. Snap! The ice needle accurately hit a zombie and exploded into countless ice crystals inside its head. Instant headshot. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang became excited. The power of this ice needle is exactly as Lu Yang thought. Then he fired the 2nd ice needle, and then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 5 zombies fell to the ground, all killed by headshots. The other zombies watched their companion fall to the ground but had no idea what was happening. They just stood there and did nothing. The zombies' IQ is really low. At this time, Lu Yang also fell into a 15-minute cooling period. He hid behind the door with a smug look on his face. With this freezing ability, I can deal with zombies more safely and more efficiently. There is no need to engage in close combat anymore. Otherwise, even if my attributes have been enhanced, I may not be able to escape and skate if I have to deal with a dozen zombies at the same time. Moreover, when in close combat, zombies will be very excited when they see living people, and will roar, which will attract more zombies. Using ice needles to sneak attack can kill them silently. Just when Liu Yang fell into the cooling down period and was preparing to fight again after recovering his mental strength. In a villa not far from the convenience store, a woman suddenly sneaked out. It was obvious that on the third day of the apocalypse, the woman was already too hungry to bear it. Get ready to try your luck. He saw that there were no zombies at the door of the convenience store, so he crouched down and slowly walked over. However, when she was halfway there and about to approach the door of the convenience store, the zombie at the door of Liu Yang's villa suddenly spotted her, roared, and rushed over. The other zombies heard the sound and rushed over as well. This frightened the woman. Ah! The woman screamed, then turned around and prepared to escape back to the villa. It's a pity that a woman who has been hungry for 3 days, how could she possibly outrun the crazy zombies? Soon she was caught up by the first zombie, knocked to the ground, and then bitten continuously. The miserable cries spread throughout the community. In the distance, countless zombies were attracted. The woman was soon eaten up, leaving only a skeleton. At the entrance of the convenience store, dozens of zombies gathered. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang couldn't help but curse. This stupid woman. In this situation, she actually yelled and attracted so many zombies that even I didn't dare to look for food. Originally, there were only 15 zombies at the door of Liu Yang's villa, and he had killed 5 of them. As long as he waited another half an hour, the other zombies would also be killed, and he could go looking for food smoothly. Now that woman has attracted dozens of zombies to the door of the convenience store. Liu Yang's ice needle skill only has an attack range of 10 meters. He was hiding in the villa and couldn't hit the zombies far away at the door of the convenience store. This means he can't hide in the dark and kill zombies. If you want to kill those dozens of zombies, you can only go out and fight them head-on. This was too risky. Facing dozens of zombies at the same time, even Liu Yang didn't have a 100% chance of winning. Once he was besieged by zombies, he would most likely be killed. It's all that stupid woman's fault. Liu Yang finished this deduction. Start the second deduction directly. In the second simulation, Liu Yang hid behind the door. After killing 5 zombies, he did not continue to wait for the cooling time. Instead, he rushed out with the fire axe in hand. At this time, his strength and speed had been improved, and he also had the skill of being immune to the zombie virus. Even if he faced 10 zombies, as long as he used a roaming style of play, his chances of winning were still very high. It doesn't matter if he gets slightly injured, he won't turn into a zombie anyway. So he picked up the fire axe and chopped at the zombies like a god of war. In less than a minute, he killed 10 zombies. However, the sound of fighting here might still attract zombies from far away, so Liu Yang immediately rushed towards the woman who wanted to go to the convenience store to find food. The woman was so frightened when she saw a strong man with black blood all over his body rushing towards her with an axe in his hand that she froze in place. She asked Liu Yang tremblingly, "Who are you and what do you want to do?" "I'm your father. Come with me now, you stupid woman," Liu Yang said viciously. "If I wasn't afraid that a woman like you would scream and attract zombies, would I have to fight those 10 zombies in close combat? I'm covered in stinky zombie blood, so disgusting." After being scolded by Liu Yang, the woman dared not speak any words and was directly pulled by Liu Yang back to his villa. At the same time, the sound here attracted another 20 zombies, who surrounded the door of Liu Yang's villa. The second deduction was successful. At least that woman didn't ruin everything. However, it eventually attracted 20 zombies to surround the door, making the next trip more difficult. But it's still easier to deal with than 50 zombies surrounding the door of a convenience store. So Liu Yang started to act according to the second process. When he successfully brought the woman back to the villa, as soon as she entered the villa, she shook off Liu Yang's hand instantly. "Take your dirty hands off. They're so disgusting." She kept wiping the zombie blood stuck on her wrists. There was even an expression of disgust on his face. Liu Yang sneered, you still dare to complain about it being dirty. Do you know that if I hadn't saved you, you would have been eaten alive by zombies and turned into a pile of bones, without even a piece of meat on your body? Who are you kidding? I don't believe you. If you hadn't dragged me away, I would have found food in the convenience store. What do you want to do, you perverted security guard? I remember you. Every time I walked through the gate, you would look at me with lustful eyes. Don't think I don't know. You are the lowest loserman, the most despicable. Maybe you secretly fantasize about me at night and masturbate. Humph! The woman yelled, with an expression of disgust on her face. Listening to the other person's words and seeing his condescending attitude, Lu Yang finally remembered who this person was. Isn't this the third-tier female star named Su Xiao who lives in Building 12? Every time he passed by the door, Lu Yang would take the initiative to greet the owner and say hello to the owner. This was the company's regulation. However, every time he greeted this female star, the other party would show a look of disgust on her face and snort with contempt. Lu Yang admitted. This female star is indeed beautiful. In terms of appearance, she is even as good as he you sure. At the same time, she is more mature and charming than he you sure, and has a superior temperament. At the same time, it can be seen that her expression, demeanor, smile, and even her walking posture must have been the result of special practice. Those should be compulsory courses for female stars. The aura and charming figure of a female star are something that female students never have. When he meets a beautiful woman, Lu Yang sometimes does look at her a few more times, but it is definitely not to the extent of being obscene. But didn't I expect that in the heart of this female star, I was so vulgar? But Lu Yang doesn't care no matter how the other party sees him. This is the end of the world, not a peaceful era. So what if she's a female celebrity? Don't female celebrities feel hungry? What? You don't dare to speak because of what I said? You disgusting security guard. Hurry up and give me something to eat. I am an owner of the community. Is this how you, a stinky security guard, treat owners? Said female star Su Xiao aggressively. Lu Yang frowned and said coldly. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? I saved you, and you're not grateful to me, but you look disgusted with me. Now you ask me for food, and you're commanding me. Who do you think you are? I am your god. Your salary is paid by our owner, don't you understand? Is there water in your brain? A stinky security guard dares to talk back. Su Xiao didn't expect Lu Yang to dare to talk back. He became even more angry and pointed at Lu Yang's nose and started scolding him. Hee hee. Tang Mingting, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and sneered. She understood what would happen to Lydia Su next. Because she has experienced it. As expected. Snap. A crisp sound. Lu Yang didn't waste any words. The next second, he slapped Lydia Su in the face and knocked her to the ground. Lydia Su's face suddenly turned red and swollen. The sneer on Tang Mingting's face became even more intense. At the same time, she was somewhat confused. What's going on? Why do I feel so good when I see others getting beaten up like me? Ah. You hit me. How dare you hit me? How dare you, a stinky security guard, hit me? Don't you know who I am? I am the owner of this community, I am a celebrity, I have millions of fans, how dare you hit me? Lydia Su screamed wildly, the burning pain on her face made her tears flow. She never thought that the security guard in the same community would dare to hit her. As a female star, she is surrounded by stars wherever she goes and is admired by countless fans. Those male fans are even willing to spend thousands of dollars just to take a photo with them. The appearance fee for any random announcement is hundreds of thousands. Wherever you go, aren't you looked up to like a goddess? She is used to being arrogant. But who could have thought that a stinky security guard would dare to hit him? Female star. It's the end of the world now, who cares if you're a star or not? What's wrong with the security guard, huh? Since I saved you, you better obey me now, otherwise I'll throw you out. There are 20 zombies outside waiting to eat your flesh. Hearing Lu Yang say this, a vicious expression appeared on his face. Lydia Su suddenly became frightened. When she and Lu Yang fled back to the villa, she saw how terrifying the chasing zombies were. If I were really caught by them, my flesh would be eaten clean piece by piece. At that time, it would be truly a matter of life rather than death. Then at least give me some food. I'm almost starving. I can give you money. How much do you want? 100,000, 200,000. I can give you either. Money is not a problem for me. Su Xiao accepted the reality. It is obviously impossible to use one's status to oppress this young security guard. Then the only option is bribery. 200,000 yuan. Even if the security guard works for 10 years, he may not be able to save 200,000 yuan. Su Xiao felt that this was already a huge sum of money for a security guard. Haha, money is not a problem for me. It's the end of the world now. What's the use of money? You can't even buy a loaf of bread. It's just a pile of waste paper. My lady star, don't you understand the situation? If you continue to be so thoughtless, you will die easily. Lu Yang said with a sneer. Hearing this, the female star Su Xiao completely collapsed. Wow. I don't want to die anymore. I'm so hungry. If I wasn't hungry, I wouldn't have risked leaving the villa. I really can't stand it anymore. It's all my assistant's fault. He said I've gained some weight recently and wouldn't look good on camera, so he asked me to lose weight. I didn't eat anything the day before the zombie outbreak, so I was a whole day hungrier than others. Woohoo. I'm really starving. How can you give me food? You don't want money, that's okay. When the disaster is over, I can introduce you to a director and make you a star. How about you act as a hero in a movie? Lu Yang shook his head. Don't be silly. More than 70% of the world's population has turned into zombies. How can this disaster possibly pass? It's the end of the world now. Don't you understand? If you want food, take a shower, wash yourself clean, and then come to my room to find me. You are a star, this should be normal. You should understand, right? Celebrities, you should be used to the unspoken rules, right? No matter how beautiful a star is, if she wants to become a leading lady, she has to work tirelessly and climb into the bed of one big director after another before she can become a superstar that everyone is paying attention to. This Su Xiao must have slept with many big directors before, right? So what's wrong with climbing onto the bed of a security guard like me? This star is very beautiful. Although Lu Yang has had girlfriends who were class beauties and school beauties, he has never had a girlfriend who is a star. He also wanted to experience the joy of being a great director. Let's take a look at what are the differences between these stars and ordinary girls. Ah. Su Xiao was stunned, then reacted and immediately showed an angry expression. You want to take advantage of me? How is that possible? I'm a celebrity, and you're just a security guard. In the past, I wouldn't even look at you. Would I sell my body for a little bit of food? Don't even think about it. Lu Yang sneered. Haha, then you are really good. I look forward to your performance, you can figure it out here. But I will only give you this chance tonight, after tonight even if you beg me to have sex with you, I won't. Then you won't be able to get any food. Every woman says this, but in the end doesn't she just knock on her own door obediently? Lu Yang was not surprised that this female star looked down on him, a security guard. But he believes that the female star will eventually give in soon. Afterwards, Lu Yang ignored this so-called star and went to the dining table with Tang Mengting and He Yushi, took out the food and started distributing it. Each person had a sausage, a bottle of milk and a piece of bread. This was their lunch today. As food is scarce now, we have to eat sparingly. However, although there was not much food, Tang Mengting and He Yushi showed expressions of great anticipation on their faces. When they carefully opened the bread package and took a bite of the soft bread, a look of satisfaction appeared on their faces. Delicious. It's really delicious. In the end times, even ordinary bread seems to be a rare delicacy in the world. The aroma of bread also floated into Su Xiao's nose through the air. She couldn't help but sniff. SSSS. It smells so good. I want to eat it so much. Gulp gulp. Her stomach couldn't help but growl. As a female star, her daily diet is strictly controlled and planned. Especially since she recently took on a new drama, she is controlling her weight and dieting. This caused her to be hungrier than everyone else and have less fat reserves. Now she smelled the aroma of bread and felt that she could no longer hold back. The pain in my stomach was unbearable, as if countless ants were biting me. She looked at the people who were eating with longing eyes, but found that no one was paying attention to her. Such a big star was actually left out in the cold. Su Xiao couldn't accept such a gap all of a sudden. He felt aggrieved and his eyes turned red in an instant. Lu Yang ignored the star, who was secretly crying. After finishing his meal, he started to deduce again. This was his last chance to deduce today. We must make good use of this opportunity and go looking for food after the deduction is successful. Otherwise, if the deduction fails again, he will not be able to find food for the whole day. Lu Yang is a cautious person. Without deduction, he would never leave the villa. After all, now that he has the system, he will reach the top sooner or later and become a super strongman. There are several beautiful women around me, and I haven't enjoyed them yet. What if an accident happens and the baby dies in the cradle? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? The deduction begins. Lu Yang came to the door of the villa again, secretly opened a crack in the door, and then used ice needles to kill 5 zombies. After a 15-minute cooldown, he killed another 5. After all 20 zombies were killed, 45 minutes had passed. Since the deduction can only predict the future for 1 hour, Lu Yang only has 15 minutes left. He must complete the food collection and return to the villa within 15 minutes. Of course, the convenience store is very close to the villa. Normally, as long as nothing unexpected happens, 15 minutes is definitely enough, and it may even take less than 5 minutes. Lu Yang rushed out of the villa, crouched down, and rushed to the convenience store as fast as he could. There were no accidents along the way and he entered the convenience store smoothly. However, after entering the convenience store, Lu Yang found something wrong. Obviously, there was less food in the convenience store. He and Tang Mengting had been to the convenience store once before. The shelves were full of food and no one had been there. Lu Yang remembered how much food they had taken. There is much less food now, which means other survivors have also come to the convenience store. Thinking of this, Lu Yang frowned instantly. It seems that driven by hunger, some people have already ventured out to look for food. This convenience store may be visited by more and more survivors in the future. We must find a way to get more food. Lu Yang immediately began to stuff the food from the shelves into his backpack. This time what he took was still easy to hold and high in calories. After a minute of collecting, Lu Yang's backpack was already stuffed full and the zipper could hardly be closed. Only then did he go out. After walking more than 10 meters away from the convenience store, he turned around, picked up a stone on the ground, and smashed it at the glass of the convenience store. Bang! The sharp sound instantly attracted the zombies in the distance. 3 zombies ran over and rushed towards the convenience store. Only then did Lu Yang return to his villa with satisfaction. With 3 zombies watching over the store, other survivors might not dare to go in and get food. The 3 zombies are not difficult to deal with. With Lu Yang's current strength, he can kill them easily. So this is making it more difficult for other survivors. All the food in the convenience store is mine. If you want to take it, you have to defeat those 3 zombies first. Lu Yang thought to himself. After successfully obtaining the food, Lu Yang ended this deduction. Then start taking action according to the deduced process. After he finished searching for food in the convenience store and entered the villa, he dumped out all the food from his backpack. When Yusher and others saw him pouring out so much food, their eyes suddenly lit up. Yusher widened her eyes and asked Lu Yang. Ah. Lu Yang, are you looking for food again? Aren't there a dozen zombies outside the door? How did you get out? Can't we just kill them all and get out? Lu Yang said as a matter of course. Kill them. There are more than a dozen zombies. Tang Mengting and Yusher both widened their eyes. Even the female star Su Xiao next to them began to show an incredible look. Is it difficult? Lu Yang said with certainty, then ignored the girl's surprised and admiring looks and began to count the food. After counting, she said to the crowd. This time I collected a total of 12 loaves of bread, 58 sausages, and 21 packs of beef jerky. From now on, I can give you 2 a pack of beef jerky every time you eat. Wow. I can have extra meals. That's great. He Yusher's face showed a happy and surprised look. Thank you, Lu Yang, you are so nice to us. Tang Mengting said happily. She used to be the arrogant class monitor who looked down on Lu Yang everywhere, but now she finds that Lu Yang is completely different from what she had imagined before. He is a super strong man with a meticulous mind and a brave mentality. He is definitely an outstanding man in the end times. Therefore, her contempt gradually turned into admiration and worship. Su Xiao in the distance was looking at this side with a complicated expression. There is still a constant struggle in my heart. Do I really have to submit to this little security guard? No. He's just a security guard. I'm a big star. But if I continue to be hungry like this, I will starve to death sooner or later. Well. What should I do? Woo woo woo. Lydia Su started sobbing again, covering her mouth. Female star reference pictures. After counting the quantity of supplies, Lu Yang put all the supplies back into his room again. Then he took a shower and began to rest. I played it 3 times today. I even had a close fight with 10 zombies to save a worthless female star. Lu Yang was made a little tired. Lying on the bed, Lu Yang soon fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already dark. Just then he heard a knock on the door. Hearing this voice, Lu Yang couldn't help but sneer. A cool female star. That's all. It's only been a few hours and you're already too hungry to bear it. Please come in. Lu Yang said to the outside of the door. Actress Su Xiao slowly pushed the door open and walked in. Her eyes were red and it was obvious that she had been crying for a long time. As soon as Su Xiao saw Lu Yang lying on the bed, tears welled up in her eyes again. She is 25 years old this year and has been in the entertainment industry for 7 years. She has an extraordinary appearance, even comparable to that of top-tier popular stars. The reason why she has only been filming some low-cost TV dramas so far and has not become a first-line female star is because she refuses to give in and has not been able to accept the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry so far. Whether it is acting skills, appearance, or figure, she has reached the standards of first-line female stars, and even surpassed many first-line female stars. But what's the use of that? If she refuses to climb into the director's bed, you will never have a chance to make a name for yourself. It would be good enough if you can be a third-tier star and play some supporting roles. But Su Xiao refused to compromise. She believed that she would be able to succeed with her own strength, it was just a matter of time. Who says that in the big melting pot of the entertainment industry, there won't be a pure white lotus? She, Su Xiao, wants to be the only one. However, she withstood so much pressure and the temptation of the entertainment industry and did not climb into the director's bed. But now, he could not bear the hunger anymore and had to knock on the door of Lu Yang, the security guard. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Seeing the other person crying, Lu Yang frowned immediately. Said to this female star. What's wrong? Are you here to mourn? If you haven't thought it through, just keep thinking. You just need to understand that there is no free lunch in the world. Become my woman, and I will give you food to eat. This is normal. Otherwise, why would I share my precious food with a stranger? After hearing what Lu Yang said, Lydia Su didn't dare to cry anymore. I know, I've thought it through, that's why I knocked on the door and came in, but... Su Xiao choked up. But I still feel a little unwilling. I have worked hard in the entertainment industry for so many years to become a star, but now I have to commit myself to a security guard who only earns 3,000 yuan a month. How could she accept such a gap all of a sudden? Lu Yang looked at the other person's beautiful appearance and proud figure, especially the unique temperament of a female star, and couldn't help licking his lips. Although Su Xiao is only a third-tier star, he also has millions of fans. I don't know how many men regard her as an idol. If they could spend a night with her, they would be willing to die. At this time, the star took the initiative to open his door, and Lu Yang naturally became excited. Don't just talk anymore, come here quickly, I will give you something to eat after this is over. And as long as you become my woman, food will not be a problem in the future. Lu Yang said confidently. At this time, he possessed powerful supernatural powers and basic attributes that were superior to those of a strong man. I can't say how awesome you'll be in the apocalypse, but at least there will never be a shortage of food. And his strength will continue to increase. It's only a matter of time before you reach the peak of your life. Okay, I understand. I agree to be your woman. Su Xiao gritted her teeth and finally made a decision in her heart. Lu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully made the other party agree to be your woman and obtained a new superpower, dark space. Since the host has succeeded for 3 consecutive days, he has been awarded the title of master. As a reward, all attribute points will be increased by 30 points, and all ability levels will be increased by 1 level. After receiving this reminder, Lu Yang was very excited. Not only did he gain new superpowers, he even gained the title of Master of Diversification, increased his attribute points, and raised his superpower level. This is so cool. Lu Yang quickly checked his attributes. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Physical strength, 100. Spirit, 100. Possessing superpowers, 1. Future prediction level 2, 2. Virus immunity level 2, 3. Ice control level 2, 4. Dark space level 2. Seeing this attribute panel, Lu Yang was extremely excited. The basic attributes have reached 100 points, which is exactly twice that of ordinary people. In particular, the increase in strength and speed gave Lu Yang even more powerful abilities when fighting zombies. Now his speed is twice that of an average person. It takes an average person about 12 seconds to run 100 meters, but now Lu Yang only needs 6 seconds. This speed is much faster than the world record. Not to mention zombies can't catch up with him, even the sprint champion can't catch up with him. The improvement of strength is even more important. Even without weapons, with Lu Yang's current strength, he could knock a zombie away with 1 punch. The level of the superpowers has been upgraded and the enhancements are probably quite a lot, so Lu Yang quickly checked the descriptions of each superpower. Future deduction, level 2, you can deduce the future within 2 hours, 4 times a day. Very good, the deduction time has doubled and the number has also increased once, which gives Lu Yang more opportunities to trial and error. Virus immunity, level 2, you are immune to the virus of level 2 zombies. Lu Yang was stunned when he saw this. Level 2 zombie. What is that? Could it be that zombies can upgrade? Finally he shook his head and put these doubts behind him. Then he looked at the third skill. Ice control, level 2. You can condense water into ice faster and control the ice to attack the enemy. Lu Yang shook his head after seeing this explanation. There was no special effect, except that the ability to make ice became faster. He tried it. He found that he could only have 5 ice needles originally, but now after upgrading to level 2, the number has reached 10. And the speed of condensing ice needles is faster. This means that his magazine now has 10 bullets. And the control distance has been strengthened, and now the attack control has reached 20 meters. After discovering how strong it was, Lu Yang was filled with surprise. It seems that the upgrade of this freezing skill is the most important. Not only has the number of bullets been doubled, but the attack distance has also been doubled. This skill has the biggest improvement. Then Lu Yang looked at the last skill. It is also the latest one. Dark space, level 2. You have a 20 by 20 by 20 meter cube space inside your body. You can take anything you want and put it there. This skill is so powerful. This is a spatial power. Even among superpowers, he is probably a top-level existence. Lu Yang quickly took out a sausage and tried it. He moved his mind slightly, and the sausage in his hand disappeared instantly and entered the dark space. Then, he moved his mind again, and the sausage appeared in his hand again. Seeing that this ability was so powerful and convenient, Lu Yang immediately became happy. So powerful. With this ability, I no longer need to carry a backpack when I go to collect food, and I can collect all the food in the convenience store at once. Lu Yang never thought that if he succeeded in branching out for 3 consecutive days, he would receive an extra reward. Is this a reward for myself for getting a triple kill? So if I get 4 or 5 kills, will there be any rewards? What if you get 7 kills in a row and become a god? Will the reward be greater? Thinking of this, Lu Yang suddenly became excited. It seems that this is the system encouraging me to branch out more. It would be best if I could branch out successfully once a day, and keep it up. If I want to kill all the way, I can only keep searching for female survivors. Lu Yang made up his mind. He will go out tomorrow. In addition to looting all the food in the convenience store, he will also check to see if there are other women in the villa area and rescue them. After all, having children with the female survivors is the fastest way to become stronger. Lu Yang withdrew his thoughts. Lu Yang wants to reward the female star. More than an hour later, Lu Yang showed a satisfied smile. At this time, the female star, Lydia Su, was lying on the bed with a blank expression on her face. She had been hungry for several days, and now she had been tormented by Lu Yang for so long that she was almost exhausted. Seeing the other person's expression, Lu Yang quickly took out a bottle of milk and a piece of bread and handed them to him, saying, "Eat something. I'm really worried that you'll die in your bed." "Oh, thank you. Thank you." Su Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened up when he saw the food, and there seemed to be light in his originally empty eyes. He picked up the bread and started eating it quickly. "Slow down, no one is going to snatch the food from you, and if you follow me, you'll have more than enough food to eat." Lu Yang found it a little funny as he watched the other person wolfing down the food. After eating, Su Zhao also recovered some strength. So the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Holding a beautiful female star in his arms, Lu Yang's heart was filled with satisfaction. In the past, this kind of female star would not even look at me for a second, but now she took the initiative to climb onto my bed and lay quietly in my arms. I finally experienced what it feels like to be a great director. It feels so great. The next day, Lu Yang woke up refreshed. Today he decided to go to that convenience store and pick up all the food. Because he has awakened his spatial ability, even if all the food is taken away, it will not be enough to fill his dark space. After washing up, Lu Yang came to the dining table with food. At this moment, Tang Mengting and others had already gathered around the table. Lu Yang has the right to distribute food. No matter how hungry everyone is, they cannot eat in advance and can only wait for Lu Yang to distribute food. This time Lu Yang gave each person a bottle of milk, 2 sausages, a loaf of bread and a bag of beef jerky. Seeing this, He Yusher was immediately surprised. "Ah! Another sausage. We have more and more food to eat. Lu Yang, you are so awesome and generous." Tang Mengting also showed a grateful expression. Yes, you added another sausage for us, Lu Yang, you are so kind. Eat. I told you, if you follow me, food will never be a problem. There will be endless food in the future. Lu Yang said confidently. He will soon buy out all the food in the convenience store. After buying all the food, he will no longer have to save on food and can just eat as much as he wants. Yeah, thank you. It really makes me feel at ease following you. He Yusher nodded quickly. Tang Mengting and Su Zhao also showed expressions of gratitude. After finishing his meal, Lu Yang began today's simulation. He planned to search for supplies thoroughly, empty the entire convenience store, and then begin searching for survivors. Female survivors can be brought back, but as for male survivors, just drive them out of this community. The deduction begins. Lu Yang used ice needles to kill the 20 zombies at the door in just 15 minutes. After all, he now has 10 rounds in his magazine, so he only needs to reload once to kill 20 zombies. After killing the zombies, Lu Yang rushed directly to the convenience store with a fire axe. Lu Yang was a little surprised when he arrived at the convenience store. The 3 zombies he attracted last time have been killed. And every zombie's skull was smashed through, which also looked like the work of a fire axe. Lu Yang frowned. They came here to get food. When they saw the 3 zombies guarding here, they didn't give up. It's obvious that they have strength and courage. They should be 1 or more adult males. This made Officer Lu Yang listen. These are his competitors. At the same time, Lu Yang was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, I acquired the ability of dark space early, otherwise, the convenience store would have been emptied out. He entered the convenience store and immediately began to collect resources. The backpack he used to carry had limited space and couldn't hold much stuff. I could only choose some nutritious foods that could easily fill my stomach, but now it's different. He can pack everything in the entire convenience store. Bread, milk, sausages, mineral water. Take them all away. Snacks, candies, cigarettes, and famous liquors. Take them all away. Pots, pans, and daily necessities. Take them all away. Rice, noodles, cooking oil. Take them all away. Knives, pots, and kitchen utensils. Pack them all away. Is this a condom? I don't want this. Soon Lu Yang cleaned out all the items in the convenience store and then prepared to leave. Who knew that as soon as I went out, 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, suddenly came towards me. Each of them carried a large backpack on their back. At the same time, the man in the lead was holding a fire axe like Lu Yang's. When those people saw Lu Yang, they immediately showed surprised expressions. Lu Yang. Are you still alive? Are you here looking for food too? Lu Yang was also a little surprised after seeing the other person clearly. It turned out to be their security captain Zhang Zhenfeng, with 2 other security guards and a beautiful female owner. I came here to search for food, but everything inside had been emptied out, and I didn't find anything to eat. Lu Yang said casually. He didn't want these people to know that he was the one who looted everything in the convenience store. Otherwise, these people would definitely be jealous. Although Lu Yang said he was not afraid of them, it would be best to avoid causing trouble. However, even though Lu Yang said this, the security guards did not believe it. Security Captain Zhang Zhenfeng entered the convenience store and took a look, and found that it was indeed empty. An expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. At the same time, a pair of eyes stared at Lu Yang. The convenience store was emptied. When we came to get food yesterday, there were still so many things in here. How could it be gone all of a sudden? Come on, tell me, was it you who did this? Boy, I'm your leader, you'd better not lie to me. Security Captain Zhang Zhenfeng is not well educated, but he has been the security captain in this community for 5 years. He disliked Lu Yang when Lu Yang came here to work part-time before. Working as a security guard at such a young age was obviously a person with no future. Moreover, he was not very good at talking and was not reliable in his work. He always felt that Lu Yang was unreliable. He even often complained that the human resources department of the community didn't know how to recruit people and instead hired a little brat. The most important thing is that Lu Yang is still a college student at Tunghai University. The security team leader Zhang Zhenfeng is just a junior high school graduate. What he despises most are those with academic qualifications. Zhang Zhenfeng was very upset that he had a higher education, was more handsome, and was younger than him. Even when communicating with other security guards, he often looked down on Lu Yang and called Lu Yang an idiot. He often boasted, so what if he's a college student? He still has to work as a security guard, and he still has to work for a junior high school student like me. If I tell him to go east, does he dare to go west? The other security guards also echoed, that's right. College students are useless. What's the point of studying? Don't you still have to look at our brother Feng's mood? That kid is quite honest. He doesn't dare to talk back when our brother Feng tells him to do something. Otherwise, we would have to beat him up together. Lu Yang had heard these words with his own ears. In the past, in order to keep his job, he didn't take it seriously and could only pretend not to care. Now that the end of the world has come, this job is of no use. This Zhang Zhenfeng actually dared to talk to him in the same way as before. Lu Yang immediately frowned. He said to everyone in a cold voice, if you don't believe it, that's your problem. Anyway, the food in the convenience store just disappeared. You can look for it however you want. Just don't bother me. Hearing this, Zhang Zhenfeng's expression changed immediately. How dare this little security guard talk to me like that? Is he tired of living? I am the captain of the security team and I have the final say in the security team. It can be said that the entire community is under his jurisdiction. Especially now that the apocalypse has broken out, he has reunited with a few brothers and found his former favorite owner, Xiao Dan. Seeing that his relationship with Xiao Dan is developing rapidly, he might be able to hit a home run soon. Unexpectedly, the appearance of Lu Yang not only made the food in the convenience store disappear, but he even dared to talk back to me in front of Xiao Dan. Isn't this a loss of face for yourself? If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I survive in front of Xiao Dan in the future? So Zhang Jinfeng immediately showed an angry look, stepped forward and pointed at Lu Yang and said, "Kid, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by leave you alone? I'm the head of the security team, your leader. Can't I take care of you? Besides, there was so much food here yesterday, but it disappeared today. And you show up here again, who else could have done this if not you? Take me to your place to have a look. If I don't see the food, then it's fine. But if I find out that you took the food and lied to us, I'll make you pay." After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yang burst into laughter. He looked at the other person with an expression like he was looking at a fool and said, "Zhang Jinfeng, are you out of your mind? Who do you really think you are? You used to have a little power and acted cool every day, but now that the apocalypse has broken out, you still think you're a leader. I warn you not to bother me again, otherwise, you'll die without knowing how you died." Hearing Lu Yang say this, Zhang Jinfeng couldn't believe his ears. The little security guard who used to be submissive and kept his head down all day long and didn't dare to talk back, now dared to scold him. Especially, he scolded himself in front of the female owner, Xiao Dan. He couldn't help it and yelled at Lu Yang. "Lu Yang, how can you talk to me like that? Even if a disaster breaks out, we still have to protect the owners. Hurry up and get the food out. Let's just forget about this. Otherwise, I will never let you go." The other two security guards also shouted, "Lu Yang, what do you mean? How can you talk to our brother Zhang like that? Do you want to die? Why didn't I realize that you were such a rebellious person before? Now that the apocalypse has broken out, you still dare to act so arrogantly. Do you believe that even if we kill you, no one will collect your body for us?" Lu Yang sneered and said, "Haha, owner. The apocalypse has broken out and almost everyone is dead, and you are still here, owner. Have you been a dog for too long that you can't stand up from your knees? Everyone in the security team knows that you are the owner Chen Dan's bootlicker. It would have been fine if you had licked her before the peace, but now that the apocalypse has broken out, you are still licking her. You can't even get this woman with such a good opportunity, what use are you? You're a waste. Women are not meant to be licked, do you understand? If there is a woman you don't want to play with, and you still lick her in the end of the world, you licker will not die a good death. Still want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so?" I heard that Lu Yang even started to insult Chen Dan. Zhang Jinfeng immediately showed an angry look and cursed. "You! If I don't kill you today, I'm not named Zhang." He rushed towards Lu Yang with a fire axe. Then he just rushed out a few steps. Bang! With a loud bang, his head exploded instantly, bursting out countless blood mist. Lu Yang directly shot him in the head with an ice needle. Since he wants to die, Lu Yang will help him. Zhang Jinfeng's body fell down instantly. Ah! The owner, Chen Dan, screamed instantly when he saw this bloody scene. The other two security guards were also stunned. "Brother Zhang. What's wrong with you? What is going on?" They didn't see what Lu Yang did at all, because the ice needles were very small and transparent, almost invisible in the air. They didn't even notice the ice needles shot by Lu Yang. With just one look from the other side, their captain Zhang Jinfeng was shot in the head. The two security guards were stunned instantly. Pointing at Lu Yang, he asked tremblingly, "You, what did you do? Do you need to know?" Lu Yang gave another look, and the two security guards were killed instantly. These security guards look down on me when they are working and often target me, but they act like lapdogs to the owners, typical bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. It seems as if my monthly salary of 3,000 yuan is really a gift from the owner. Don't they know that they earn their wages through hard work and don't have to look at anyone's mood? Lu Yang had no sympathy for them. At this time, the owner, Chen Dan, was completely frightened. He squatted on the ground, holding his head, and his whole body was shaking. "Hey, get up, stop squatting on the ground pretending to be dead." Xiaodan was even more shocked when she heard Lu Yang's voice. The 3 security guards died instantly. This little security guard kills without blinking an eye. She was afraid that she would be the next to die. So she kept begging Lu Yang for mercy. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. I can be your woman, I'll do whatever you ask me to do, I'll absolutely obey you." In Qin Dan's opinion, Lu Yang was a big devil who killed people without blinking an eye. He killed 3 security guards without hesitation, and all of them were shot in the head. It was extremely cruel. She doesn't want to be shot in the head. She would do anything as long as she could survive. Lu Yang looked at the other party speechlessly. How come this woman is so conscious? I haven't even started to hint at him yet, but he's already said he wants to be my woman. This kid is teachable. Lu Yang said to her, "Get up and follow me. I won't kill you. You didn't provoke me." "Ah. You don't want to kill me? Then where do you want to take me?" Xiaodan showed a look of fear on his face. This security guard named Lu Yang is definitely a ruthless guy. Without saying a word, he killed the 3 strong men. Moreover, the method used was unknown and he just shot her in the head. The means were extremely cruel and brutal. Xiaodan was extremely scared. "Don't worry, I'll take you to a safe place. Didn't you say you wanted to be my woman? Now it's your turn to show yourself." After saying that, Lu Yang directly pulled Qin Dan and walked towards the villa. Lu Yang followed the deduced process and successfully brought back the owner Qin Dan. In the past, the security captain Zhang Zhenfeng liked to say, "I am a security guard. I go to work to get off work, I love to eat bear biscuits, and I like the owner Xiaodan." Now he can't eat the bear biscuits because his head has exploded and his mouth is hanging on the tree. The owner Xiaodan was also taken away by Lu Yang. "I will take care of your wife, so don't worry." When Qin Dan arrived at Lu Yang's dormitory, an expression of fear appeared on his face. Watching 3 men being shot in the head in front of him, Qin Dan has not yet recovered from the shock. The 3 women in the villa, Tang Mengting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao, all had different expressions on their faces when they saw Lu Yang brought back another female survivor. Especially the big star Su Xiao, a look of contempt immediately appeared on his face. The other 2 people came to the villa before her, and she couldn't do anything about them. "After all, I am the 3rd one. But what does this 4th one mean?" She immediately said to Lu Yang unhappily, "I thought you went out to look for food, but you brought back a woman. Is there only women in your mind? We already have 3 women here, all of them are stunning beauties, isn't that enough for you to vent? Are you a teddy? There wasn't much food to begin with, and you brought back another mouth. Do you want us to starve to death?" She really couldn't accept the arrogance and self-confidence of the star. He had just spent a night of tenderness with her last night, but today he brought back a new woman. It was as if I failed to satisfy him last night. "I'm a big star, how can I not satisfy you?" So she couldn't help but speak directly to Lu Yang. Tang Mengting also frowned and said, "That's right, you already have the 3 of us, but you still bring other women back. What do you want to do? Do you think about that all day long? Men really think with their lower body. It would be fine if they didn't hurry up to find food for us, but they also found another person to share the food with. Wouldn't we starve to death faster?" They were already unhappy when they saw Lu Yang return empty-handed without finding any food, and they were even more unhappy when he brought back another woman to share their food. One more person means one more mouth to feed, which means one more portion of food. Food was already in short supply, so wouldn't it be even more scarce now that there's one more person to feed? He Yushi looked at the 2 people speaking to Lu Yang in this tone, and she sneered in her heart. It seems that these 2 people still don't understand the current situation. If they left Lu Yang, they would surely die. If Lu Yang left them, they would not suffer much loss and could simply find a new woman. Therefore, to Lu Yang, women like them are completely dispensable. However, they are dispensable and do not have a clear understanding of their position. How dare you talk to Lu Yang like this? Both of these women have very low IQ and EQ. A look of relief appeared on He Yushi's face. If Lu Yang was surrounded by such mentally retarded women, he would definitely be able to succeed. Even won Lu Yang's exclusive favor. Sure enough, just as he Yusher had imagined, after Lu Yang heard what Su Xiao and Tang Mingting said, he frowned and swept his cold eyes across their faces. Immediately following. Bang. Bang. He slapped each of them on the face. Amid the shocked and frightened gazes of the two, Lu Yang said coldly. Who gave you the right to talk to me like this? You don't really think that you can become the mistress here just by climbing into my bed, do you? Giving you food is just my kindness to you, not a way for you to take advantage of me. You have a problem with me. Okay, get out of here right now, I won't stop you. Looking at Lu Yang's cold eyes, Tang Mingting and Su Xiao realized that they had said the wrong thing. Yes, they thought that after having sex with Lu Yang, they would become the hostess here. This idea is completely wrong. They are just a burden that can only survive by clinging to Lu Yang's thigh. The only effect they could bring to Lu Yang was to vent his desires. Apart from that, they were just gluttons who could only eat white rice and were of no help to Lu Yang. In other words, even if Lu Yang lost them, it would not be a big loss, and he could just find new women. But if they lose Lu Yang's protection, they will soon starve to death, or even be eaten by zombies. After realizing this, Tang Mingting looked at He Yusher. Among the three people, only He Yusher was not beaten. At this moment, a look of pride that was difficult to conceal appeared on He Yusher's face. When Tang Mingting saw this smug look, she reacted instantly. It has to be this school beauty. No matter in appearance or IQ, I am crushed by this school beauty. At this time, Lu Yang also saw He Yusher and asked the school beauty, why don't you say a few words? Me. He Yusher pointed at herself in surprise, then smiled sweetly and said slyly, I'm free tonight. Oh. Do you have any objection to me bringing back a new woman? Lu Yang asked He Yusher curiously. What objection can I have? This safe villa is yours, the food is yours, everything here is yours. Isn't it your freedom to bring back anyone you want? He Yusher said as a matter of course. She never thought of herself as Lu Yang's girlfriend from the beginning, and she never thought that she could monopolize Lu Yang. In the last days, what's the point of talking about love? Everything is just an exchange of interests. These women are just Lu Yang's vassals, don't even think about becoming mistresses. He Yusher is very smart and she has already understood this. Seeing He Yu's answer, even Lu Yang was a little surprised. He said to He Yusher, you are such a smart schoolgirl. Smart? Even if I'm so smart, I still got tricked by you, huh? He Yusher pouted her cherry lips and said unhappily. Ha ha ha. That means I'm smarter than you. Lu Yang laughed and touched the school beauty's head. I have to say that communicating with smart people makes people happy both physically and mentally. For example, He Yusher is far ahead of the other three women in terms of both emotional intelligence and IQ. At this time, Lu Yang began to speak to the newly brought back female owner Chin Dan. You don't have to be so scared. I won't hurt you. You didn't provoke me. I killed those 3 security guards just because they wanted to kill me. So I will protect your safety and provide you with food. All you need to do is submit to me and be my woman. No problem. I will definitely listen to you and do whatever you tell me to do. As long as you don't kill me. The female owner, Xiao Dan, said quickly. Chen Dan reference picture. After taking a shower. The female owner Xiao Dan came to Lu Yang's room, at which moment Lu Yang had been waiting for a long time. The reason why Xiao Dan was able to have Zhang Jingfeng as her bootlicker at that time was because he was very handsome, had a perfect figure, and was said to be a ballet teacher. Lu Yang became very excited when he thought of the other person's graceful figure. And that idiot Zhang Jingfeng licked her for so long but still couldn't win the beauty. It took less than a day for Xiao Dan to come to me on her own initiative. This just shows that those who bootlick the dog will not have a good death. Especially in the end times, those who still act as bootlickers are simply the most idiot of idiots. Xiao Dan was very nervous at this time. Lu Yang looked at the other person and found it a little funny. Why are you so nervous? Have you ever had a boyfriend before? But I didn't expect the other party to nod directly. Yeah, I really have never had a boyfriend, and I don't know how this kind of thing is done. What? Is this true? How old are you and you've never had a boyfriend? Lu Yang was a little incredulous. The female owner, Xiao Dan, is fair-skinned, tall, and has the temperament of a dance teacher. She is very charming. Those who learn to dance have a special charm in their walking posture. Such a beautiful woman, even the security captain Zhang Zhenfeng is bewitched and willing to be a bootlicker. How could she have never had a boyfriend? It's true. I've been busy with my dance career these years and have no time to have a boyfriend. Besides, I don't like ordinary men. I have never met a man who makes my heart beat, said the owner Xiao Dan shyly. Hey, you are very lucky. You met me today. It just so happens that I am not an ordinary man. And when you met me, your heart should have beaten very fast, right? Does it count as heartthrob? Lu Yang smiled wickedly and made a joke. Chen Dan recalled the scene when he first saw Lu Yang killing someone. The heart rate was at least over 250. Not to mention my heart was beating fast, my heart was about to jump out of my chest. She was also amused by Lu Yang's words. Seeing the other party's look, Lu Yang showed a satisfied expression. That's right. Don't be too nervous. Although you've never had a boyfriend, I have many girlfriends. I'm very experienced and I can teach you. I'm especially experienced with women like you who have never had a boyfriend. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. So do you agree to be my woman? Having said that, Lu Yang placed his hand directly on Chen Dan's body, stroking her gently to ease her nervous mood. Yeah, Chen Dan nodded. Lu Yang received a system prompt. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to agree to be your woman. Obtained system reward, all basic attributes are enhanced by 10. Got another reward. Lu Yang was very happy. Although the reward obtained this time is not a superpower, nor an increase in the superpower level, it is a direct increase of 10 points in all attributes. This reward is not bad either. Originally, Lu Yang's 4 basic attributes have reached 100 points, and now adding 10 points will make it 110 points. It has exceeded the average person by 120%. Even without using his superpowers, he could easily fight against 30 or 50 strong men. Dealing with ordinary zombies is no problem at all. The speed at which this attribute is improving is really too fast. It seems that saving more female survivors is the right choice. Tomorrow, we will continue to search for survivors. Lu Yang gained a lot today. Not only did he put all the food in the convenience store into his own dark space, he also got the survivor Chen Dan. It increased all his basic attributes by another 10 points. Lu Yang is already very satisfied. He plans to take a break and continue the action tomorrow. Before resting, he glanced at Chen Dan who was lying next to him. At this moment, Chen Dan stared at the ceiling with empty eyes. Looking at the other person's appearance, Lu Yang felt a sense of accomplishment. He took out some food and handed it to the other person. Hey, eat something and recover your strength. I'm going to take a nap first. When Chen Dan saw the food, he regained some energy and quickly started eating. After eating everything, Chen Dan looked at the sleeping Lu Yang with mixed feelings in his heart. She never imagined that her first man would be a security guard. But this security guard is completely different from the others. He was so decisive and powerful that even at the end of the world, he was able to collect so much food. He was even merciless when facing his enemies and would kill them without mercy. Putting aside his identity as a security guard, it seems that following him is not that difficult to accept. Well, in that case, I have made up my mind to follow him from now on. As she thought about it, Xiao Dan, the female owner, slowly fell asleep. When the two woke up, it was already dark. Lu Yang climbed up and stretched his waist. I feel a little hungry and get ready to eat. At this time, the owner Xiao Dan also woke up. The two went out together. Tang Mengting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao had been waiting for them on the first floor. All the food was distributed by Lu Yang, and they had no dinner until Lu Yang woke up. See Lu Yang coming downstairs. He Yushi quickly smiled and greeted him. Lu Yang, are you awake? We are very hungry, is it time for dinner? Well, I overslept. Sorry. Lu Yang said with a smile. He Yusher had an evil look on her face and joked with Lu Yang, "You seem to have gotten stronger. You made love for even longer than you did with me. Is there anything special about this female owner? Is she more exciting to you than me?" Upon hearing this, the owner Xiao Dan's pretty face immediately turned red. She lowered her head, and she was so shy that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Lu Yang knew that he Yusher and the others heard the noise on the first floor. But he didn't care. Instead, he touched he Yusher's head and said with a smug look on his face, "I'm a ballet teacher, what's so special about her? I can use my shoulders to press my knees down and use them as pillows. What's wrong? Are you feeling a little jealous? Don't worry, next time I do that with you, I'll try to last 2 hours. Ah. I almost died in bed last time. You still have 2 hours. Forget it, forget it." He Yusher quickly ran away. Thinking back to the fear she felt when Lu Yang dominated her that night, she still felt a little chilly. It was no use begging for mercy at that time. Watching her run away, Lu Yang smiled. Then we started taking out the food and preparing for today's dinner. This time, Lu Yang took out a bag of noodles, a bag of rice, a bucket of cooking oil, as well as chicken essence, MSG, salt and other ingredients, and even some fresh vegetables. He collected all these from convenience stores. Everyone was shocked to see Lu Yang taking out so many things. "Lu Yang, where did you get those things from? Do you have a place on your body to hide those things?" There was a look of disbelief on the faces of he Yusher and the others. It was obvious that when Lu Yang came back, he only brought back a female owner and did not take anything with him. Why can he take out so many things now? Besides, where did he take it out from? He had no place on his body to put these things, especially the bag of rice, which was at least 100 kilograms. He couldn't even put it in. This is amazing. Of course there is. As for where it is hidden, you don't have to wonder. He smiled and asked the girls again. "Can anyone cook?" Tang Mengting and he Yusher shook their heads. Like Lu Yang, they are all freshmen, and they are all rich girls, spoiled and brought up in very good families. How could they know how to cook? Lydia Su also shook his head. As a star, even if she is only a third-tier star, cooking has nothing to do with her. Her assistant usually takes care of the food. Not to mention that he couldn't cook, Lydia Su had never even been into the kitchen. At this time, Chen Den nodded, "I can cook, but I don't know if it suits everyone's appetite." He Yusher's eyes suddenly lit up, "Wow. Sister Xiaodan, you can actually cook. This is too good. We have been in the apocalypse for so many days, eating fast food like bread and sausages every day, and our mouths are almost dry. It's great that you can cook. No matter how it turns out, we'll like it. At least it's better than sausage bread, right?" That's right, that's right. Sister Xiaodan, we can help you. Just tell us what you need us to do." Tang Mengting also said quickly. Even the big star Su Xiao said, "I can also try to help, although I may not be very good at it. Things like sausage, bread, and vacuum-packed chicken legs are fine to eat as snacks, but if you eat them as main meals every day, the saltiness will make you choke to death." They had already gotten tired of it after eating it for a few days. If you can really eat fresh rice, it will be delicious no matter what dish you pair it with. Okay, let's get started. Sister Yusher, you go wash the vegetables. Su Xiao and Meng Ting, you two just cut the vegetables. I'll make fried noodles for you today. Chen Dan said to the other 3 women. Yes. Okay. Everyone nodded, then rolled up their sleeves and started working. Originally, due to the outbreak of the apocalypse, there were zombies everywhere outside, and they could only stay in this villa, which was quite boring. All they did every day was play landlord. Now being able to help with cooking is a way to pass the time, and this is also the first time for the 3 of them to cook. They were all a little curious and a little excited. Soon the kitchen was busy and in order. Then Su Xiao started to fry the noodles. The aroma of fried noodles drifted into the living room through the kitchen. Lu Yang couldn't help but sniff. SSS. It smells so good. Today is already the 5th day since the apocalypse. It's so satisfying to be able to eat cooked food after a long time. No more packaged foods like sausages and vacuum-packed chicken legs. If you eat too much of that kind of food, your mouth will taste like preservatives. Soon, Chen Dan came out with the first bowl of fried noodles. He brought it to Lu Yang. He said with a flattering smile. Lu Yang, try it. Yeah, okay. Lu Yang picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. The feeling of deliciousness immediately made his eyes widen. He didn't expect that the first meal he had in the end times would be so delicious. Lu Yang praised Chen Dan. It tastes really good, Chen Dan. You used to be not only a dance teacher but also a chef, right? No, I just like cooking. I'll make something else for you tomorrow. Chen Dan lowered her head in embarrassment after being praised by Lu Yang. Seeing how much Lu Yang enjoyed the noodles she cooked, she suddenly felt that she was not so useless and seemed to be still useful. You can cook other dishes. That's great. From now on, food issues will be left to you. Lu Yang said happily. In this era, girls are spoiled. It is not easy to find a girl who likes to cook. This Chen Dan is not only beautiful and flexible, but she can also cook. She has countless advantages in one person. No wonder Zhang Zhenfeng was so obsessed with her. It's a pity that I am the one who has won the beauty. If Zhang Zhenfeng knew about this, would he be so angry that he would burst into tears? Su Xiao, He Yushi, and Tang Mengting, the three girls, were eating fried noodles with expressions of enjoyment on their faces. They have eaten so much vacuum-packed food and packaged food that they have long been fed up with the taste of preservatives. In peacetime, these rich ladies would not even look at a bowl of ordinary fried noodles. They would never eat these unhealthy street snacks that are high in oil and salt. But now, this ordinary bowl of fried noodles tasted better than any delicious food they had ever eaten before. The three beautiful girls couldn't help but praise it. It's delicious, so delicious. I didn't expect to be able to eat hot fried noodles in the end times. I'm so touched. This bowl of fried noodles is so delicious. Thank you, Sister Xiaodan. Wow, this is exactly what my mother smells like. I'm almost moved to tears. Seeing that everyone enjoyed the noodles he cooked so much, Chen Dan also showed a happy expression on his face. It's great that everyone likes it. This way I can show that I am still useful. It's not all bad. After everyone finished eating the noodles, He Yushi and others rushed to wash the dishes and clean the place. After all, Chen Dan cooked the noodles for them, and they would feel a little embarrassed if they didn't do anything. At the same time, everyone has their own ideas in mind. The female owner, Chen Dan, was the fourth person to come to this villa, but as soon as she arrived here, she cooked a delicious dish that even Lu Yang praised. Actually, she is the most useful woman here. Instead, all of these new seniors were outdone, which made them feel a sense of crisis. If we continue like this, won't we become useless old things? It seems that we need to think of some ways and make some contributions. Soon they finished washing the dishes and clearing the table. Lu Yang also sat there contentedly, digesting the food in his stomach, then looked at everyone and said, "Now that you've had enough to eat and drink, you can rest. Who's going to rest upstairs with me tonight? Is there anyone willing to volunteer?" Lu Yang's room is upstairs, and the rooms of the four women are downstairs. The next day, when Lu Yang woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He looked at the time and it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. He Yushi was still lying next to him, sleeping soundly. Looking at her perfect figure and lovely face, Lu Yang couldn't help but pinch her flawless, white, and slightly chubby cheeks and said, "Hey, Yushi, wake up." He Yushi let out a low moan with her eyes closed. She was extremely tired and naturally didn't get enough sleep. She said in a vague tone, "I haven't gotten enough sleep yet. I don't want to get up. Last night almost exhausted me to death. Please let me sleep a little longer." Ha ha ha. What you said is so funny. Lu Yang was amused by this beautiful schoolgirl. What he had to do today was to search the entire community as much as possible, rescue the survivors, and kill the zombies. If possible, it would be best to clear out the entire community and turn it into a safe zone. As long as the gate is closed, the zombies outside will not be able to get in. At that time, everyone in the community will be able to move freely. And this place will become your first safe base. So the deduction began. This time, Liu Yang began to actively search the entire community. There are 45 villas and 10 high-rise residential buildings in the community. Among them, 45 villas can be said to be sparsely populated, so there will not be many survivors or zombies. But if there are 10 high-rise residential buildings, there are at least several hundred households, with at least 1,000 residents. At least 700 people turned into zombies. Even if the others were still alive, many of them would probably have been eaten by zombies. The chance of being infected with the virus and turning into a zombie is too high. More than 2/3. That is to say, 2 of the 3 people in a family may turn into zombies, and the remaining one is considered a normal person. It is impossible for him to fight 2 zombies alone, right? The end result is just being eaten. Therefore, there are probably not many survivors in high-rise residential buildings. Therefore, Liu Yang set his main target on the villa. A villa has 4 floors. Even if 2 people in a family of 3 turn into zombies, as long as they are not on the same floor, the people upstairs will not be eaten, and the possibility of survivors will be higher. Therefore, Liu Yang's decision was to search for the survivors in the villa area, and then directly lock the doors of the high-rise residential buildings to trap all the zombies inside. Liu Yang started searching from the first villa. His deduction this time was not for the purpose of directly rescuing people, but to see which villa had survivors and which villa had zombies, and count them all first. Then, when the formal action comes, the goal will be clear and it will be much more efficient. There is no one in the first villa. At the same time, the door of the villa was open. It was obvious that the door was not closed when the apocalypse broke out, or after the zombie outbreak. The survivors of the villa opened the door and escaped. So the villa was empty. There were no zombies, no survivors, no food, nothing. Liu Yang came to building 2. There were 2 zombies in the second villa, and there was also a gnawed corpse on the ground. Obviously, there were originally 3 people living in this villa, but 2 of them turned into zombies, and the remaining one was eaten by the 2 zombies. The body looked like a little girl. I'm afraid her parents turned into zombies, but she didn't. However, she was eventually eaten to death by her parents. Looking at this scene, Liu Yang was somewhat moved. Parents are supposed to love their children the most and protect them the most, but once they turn into zombies, they immediately lose all their humanity and will even bite their own children to death. So this virus simply turns people into monsters without any thoughts or emotions. The moment they were infected with the virus, they were actually dead. Liu Yang picked up the fire axe and killed the 2 zombies, a man and a woman. Helped them get relief. Then, Liu Yang started to enter the next building. There were still no survivors in the third villa, and no zombies were encountered. Then Liu Yang began to check the 4th building. There were no zombies or survivors in building 4 either. However, when he was heading towards building 5, he encountered 2 zombies on the way. Liu Yang used ice needles without hesitation and killed them. At this moment, he didn't want to engage in close combat with the zombies again, as the noise would attract other zombies. There were no survivors in the 5th villa, so Liu Yang came to the 6th villa. The door of the 6th villa was closed, obviously locked from the inside. This caught Liu Yang's attention, and he flipped over and climbed directly over the 3-meter-high wall. As soon as he entered the wall, Liu Yang smelled a strong smell of blood. This bloody smell is the smell of fresh human blood, which is different from the stench of zombies. Liu Yang frowned. Could it be that there are zombies in here? Just ate a human. He continued walking inside. The bodies of 2 zombies, a man and a woman, appeared in front of him. The heads of the 2 zombies were smashed flat. It looked like they were smashed with a blunt object, and the blood on the zombies' heads had dried up. It was obvious that the 2 zombies had been dead for a long time, and they were probably killed as soon as the apocalypse broke out. Liu Yang continued to walk inside and noticed some movement in the kitchen, so he slowly moved closer. When he looked inside, the scene inside shocked him instantly. 2 men were hacking at a woman with kitchen knives. At this time, the woman was pressed to the ground, her hands and feet were tied, blood was all over the floor, and she could only make weak cries for help. He actually chopped up living human flesh. Even a ruthless person like Liu Yang was surprised by such an act. The woman kept shaking her head and begging for mercy. Help! Help! Don't kill me, ah. It hurts. Don't cut me. I did whatever you told me to do these days. Why did you treat me like this? The two young men had crazy expressions on their faces. Don't scream. Just bear with it for a while. We've been messing with you for so many days and you've sucked away so much of our energy. Isn't it time for you to give us something back? That's right. We haven't eaten for a few days and we are almost fainting from hunger. Since you are my woman, of course I can do whatever I want to you. The man spoke frantically, without stopping his hands. Ah, the woman screamed. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang finally couldn't bear it anymore. He held up the fire axe and said to the two men, Hey, what are you doing? Hearing Lu Yang's voice, the two men were startled and quickly turned back to look at Lu Yang warily. One of them said to Lu Yang, When did you come in? You are the security guard at the door, and also Lu Yang, a student of our school, right? The other man showed a vicious expression on his face and said, Boy, I advise you to mind your own business and get out of here, or I'll kill you too. Don't think that we're from the same school and I'll be lenient with you. Oh. You guys seem so awesome that you killed me too. I remember you. You are Li Zihao and Zhou Zixuan, the rich second generation from class 3, right? Lu Yang narrowed his eyes full of coldness. Li Zihao seemed to feel the murderous look on Lu Yang's face. The originally vicious expression has now turned into fear. Zhou Zixuan quickly said, Lu Yang, we are all from the same school and classmates. Harmony brings wealth. How about I give you some? As he said this, he pointed to the dying girl on the ground. In his opinion, this girl was his woman before, and now she is also an object that he can control. And he never considered these women as his girlfriends. Just some playthings. They were originally 3 men and 3 women holding a large-scale party in this villa. When the end of the world came, 1 man and 2 women turned into zombies. They finally killed the zombies, but they had no food to eat, and they didn't dare to go out to look for food. They could only focus on women. Now that Lu Yang has discovered this activity, and seeing that threats fail, they plan to give Lu Yang some of their money in order to get rid of this young security guard. After all, they had been hungry for several days and were very weak. However, Lu Yang looked refreshed and strong. They thought that even if they had 2 people together, they would not be Lu Yang's match. The 2 rich second generations understood that they were probably no match for Lu Yang with their own strength, so they immediately resorted to a tactic of trying to please him. Lu Yang looked at the dying woman lying on the ground, then looked at the 2 rich second generations with flattering smiles on their faces, and said with some regret, What a pity, such a beautiful woman is wasted by you guys. This is a great object for branching out. It's a pity that these rich second generations have no sympathy for women at all. They actually ate it as food. Seeing Lu Yang's regretful expression, the 2 rich second generations seemed to have thought of something and quickly said in a flattering way, Dude, are you interested in her? It's okay. She's just a toy of mine. She's still alive. How about we leave here first and you can take her while she's hot? Hearing this, the woman's already dying eyes suddenly became even more desperate. I'm about to die, but these people are not thinking about saving me or letting me go, but are thinking about taking advantage of the situation. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. At this moment, the woman only wanted to die. All she felt in this world was pain. Living 1 more second would be a very painful torture for her. When Lu Yang heard what the 2 rich second generations said, he was also a little surprised. Originally he thought he was a naturally cold-hearted person. The world did not treat him well, so he would not treat the world well. He felt that he was indifferent enough to ordinary people. But he didn't expect that these rich second generations were even worse than himself. It is obvious that God has allowed them to live in a wealthy family and enjoy happiness that many people will never be able to enjoy, but they seem to have no respect for life at all. To these rich second generations, other people are just toys, objects that can be dismantled, discarded, or even tortured at will. Although Lu Yang is cold-blooded, he has not yet reached the point of having such a bad taste. He said to the 2 coldly, To be honest, you really don't deserve to live in this world, so I'm here to give you a ride. The two rich second generations' faces changed when they heard this, but before they could fight back, Lu Yang's fire axe had already hit someone on the head. Another man picked up a kitchen knife and wanted to chop Lu Yang, but just as he raised the knife, his head suddenly exploded. The fire axe killed one, the ice needle killed one, and Lu Yang killed two enemies in less than 2 seconds. He looked at the dying woman. When the woman saw Lu Yang kill two rich second generations, she thought Lu Yang was a good man, and suddenly a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Although she had been desperate at the beginning, but now, the two demons killed by Lu Yang. He seemed like a savior in front of her. The woman seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said in a weak tone, save me, please, save me." Lu Yang looked at the other person, his eyes were calm and expressionless. He said, "Your legs have been removed. With the medical conditions in the apocalypse, you simply cannot survive. You are just barely lingering on. From now on, you can only feel your life slipping away bit by bit. I can't do anything about it, so all I can do is send you on your way and let you die without pain." After hearing Lu Yang's words and looking at his cold expression, the woman regained her senses. Yes. Without a leg, a lot of blood was lost. Even in peacetime, if you were sent to the hospital a little later, you would die. Not to mention after the apocalypse. How could it be possible to save him? She closed her eyes. Lu Yang shot an ice needle and ended the miserable life of this miserable woman. After doing all this, Lu Yang began to search for the next villa. Lu Yang killed a lot of zombies along the way. However, no survivors were found in the villa. It wasn't until the last villa that Lu Yang noticed something was wrong. A zombie was in the villa, constantly attacking the door of a bedroom. This aroused Lu Yang's curiosity. Logically speaking, zombies would stop attacking and just wander around aimlessly when they couldn't see any survivors. But this zombie seemed very purposeful and determined. It kept attacking the door, even though its head was dented. It was still banging its head against the door. Could it be that the zombies now have begun to develop intelligence? Lu Yang was holding an axe. He shouted at the other party. "Hello." The zombie heard the sound and turned around instantly. A ferocious expression suddenly appeared on his face, which was covered with black blood. Then he rushed directly towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang quickly hid in a room and closed the door. Sure enough, the zombie started banging against his door. Lu Yang also came to the final conclusion. It seems that the zombies have become more aggressive, and it's not because of anything special about the door. It's the 6th day of the zombie outbreak, and the zombies' desire to attack has increased so much. If this continues, the zombies might evolve into intelligence. After the experiment, Lu Yang opened the door and killed the zombie with an axe. Then he walked towards the door that had been attacked by zombies. Open slowly. There were actually 2 female survivors inside. When they saw Lu Yang opening the door and coming in, the 2 women's weak and pale faces immediately showed expressions of surprise. Then he looked at Lu Yang with hope on his face and asked, "You are the security guard at the door. Are you here to save us? Is the apocalypse over?" Lu Yang shook his head. "No, the apocalypse is not over, and I am no longer a security guard. I am only here to search for survivors. You can tell me, I can provide you with food, and all you have to do is submit to me." After hearing Lu Yang's words, the light of hope on the 2 girls' faces dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Turn out to be. The disaster is not over yet. This security guard is not here just to rescue people but to make us surrender. The 2 women hesitated for a moment, but the hesitation lasted less than a second. Because of another sentence Lu Yang said, they were even more excited. That means Lu Yang can provide food. They haven't eaten for 5 days. As long as there is food, what does submission matter? So they resolutely chose to go with Lu Yang. After rescuing the last 2 survivors, Lu Yang ended the search for survivors. As for high-rise residential buildings, Lu Yang did not plan to go in and look for them. The people in high-rise residential buildings are too densely populated, and they live in families. Unlike the villa areas, which are mostly inhabited by young rich second generations and families, if one of them turns into a zombie, the rest will hardly be spared, and their chances of survival are too small. Lu Yang simply planned to seal the door and let the zombies fend for themselves inside. the deduction is over. Lu Yang took action. According to the deduced process, Lu Yang successfully brought back 2 girls. When he returned to the villa with 2 new female survivors, Tang Mengting, Su Xiao and others finally stopped daring to express their opinions. Just whispering. Tang Mengting said to He Yushi, "Am I seeing things?" One of those 2 people seems to be Zhao Lina, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus. He Yushi nodded, "Yes, it's Zhao Lina." As one of the 4 school beauties, He Yushi naturally knew who the other 3 were. The one Lu Yang rescued this time was the top student and school beauty Zhao Lina. Tang Mengting showed a wicked smile and said to He Yushi, "How about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether Zhao Lina will be slapped by Lu Yang." Among all the women here, Tang Mengting was slapped 3 times by Lu Yang, the most. She has always been brooding over this matter. Now she hoped that Zhao Lina would remain as aloof as she was before the disaster, and then be defeated by Lu Yang. He Yushi's face changed, and she quickly shook her head, "Bet. I won't bet with you." After being tricked by Lu Yang once, He Yushi has been afraid of gambling. She added, "Although I won't bet with you, I can draw a conclusion first. Zhao Lina will not be beaten. As a top student and school beauty, she is not that stupid. I don't believe it. She should be beaten at least once, right? Zhao Lina used to always rank first in the grade in school. She is so cold and aloof. How many rich second generations have chased her but all failed? I don't believe she will give in just like that. At least she should be slapped by Lu Yang." Tang Mengting said confidently. Lu Yang ignored the whispers of the girls and said directly to Zhao Lina and her best friend Zhou Qiuping, "Go take a shower. If you want food, you can come to my room later." The 2 of them lowered their heads and didn't say anything, just nodded, then began to find an empty room to settle down and then went to take a shower. After taking a shower, they lay on the bed. Zhou Qiuping showed a look of dissatisfaction on her face. "You are just a small security guard, why are you so arrogant? He used to be paid by us, but now he dares to boss us around and even wants us to submit to him. It's really infuriating. Forget it, don't say anything. Be careful not to be overheard." Zhao Lina persuaded Zhou Qiuping. "I heard it, so what's the big deal?" Zhou Qiuping curled her lips, her face full of disdain. "Oh, so in that case, you still want to go back to being trapped in the bedroom, starving to the point of wanting to eat shit?" Zhao Lina asked back. Hearing this, Zhou Qiuping shuddered. They were trapped in that bedroom for 5 full days. Starting from the 3rd day, the zombie kept banging on the door for 2 whole days. They had no food and couldn't sleep well for those 2 days. It is a double torture of body and mind. She shuddered at the memory of that feeling. "See, are you scared? If we hadn't come to this villa, do you think we could have a good night's sleep? Although he is a security guard, now we have to abandon all our previous careers and identities. Because now is the end of the world, it is different from before, you and I are no longer rich girls, we don't even have a home, how can we talk about being rich? You have to understand this." Zhao Lina said calmly. Zhao Lina was trapped for so many days, and her mind was constantly thinking every day. While trapped in the room, she was thinking about how to escape, where to escape to, and how to survive. Finally came to a conclusion. Even if they escaped from the room, it would be difficult for these 2 weak women to survive. If you encounter a survivor with bad intentions, you may be raped, killed, or even eaten as food. Zhao Lina had already prepared for the worst. Now Lu Yang didn't seem to be forcing them. This has far exceeded Zhao Lina's expectations. In the end times, without any moral laws, what can a strong man do to a weak woman? It is not difficult to imagine. After hearing what Zhao Lina said, Zhou Qiuping showed an even more helpless look on his face. "I know this, but I just can't understand it. Just a few days ago, we were living the life of a rich lady, with everything provided for us, and we were popular in school. Even I have dozens of suitors, not to mention that you have thousands of suitors. If you want something, you can just post it on your moments and there will be a bunch of lickers to give it to you. But now, alas. The gap is really too big." Zhou Qiuping couldn't figure it out. Her family conditions, appearance, and even academic performance are not as good as Zhao Lina's. But even so, he still has dozens of suitors, and the satisfaction he feels every day surrounded by those bootlickers is simply indescribable. Now he is threatened by a small security guard to submit to him. It was really hard for her to accept it, and it was normal for her to feel some complaints in her heart. But what I can't understand the most is that Zhao Lina's situation is obviously even worse than mine, so why does she seem so calm and not complaining at all? Lina, do you really want to give in like this? In the past, a rich second generation gave you a sports car worth millions, but you didn't agree. Now you want to agree to a little security guard. Zhou Chuping looked at Zhao Lina in confusion. That was in the past. It's different now. I used to have my own plans for my life and my own ideals to achieve. Naturally, I would not be shaken by those rich second generations. Giving gifts, bags, and sports cars are all unnecessary material things. They are of no help to my ideals and plans, so I naturally will not be moved by them. But now, if we don't have food, we will die. This is a very real problem. And once we die, everything will be gone. From the perspective of living things, no matter how lowly an organism is, even a bacterium, it does not want to die. Everything an organism does is to survive. I am no different. We must survive first, and then we can talk about ideals and the future. Zhao Lina said calmly. Zhou Chuping was surprised after hearing what Zhao Lina said. This realization was beyond her imagination. Finally, she shook her head and said to Zhao Lina sincerely, Lina, I really admire you. No matter what time it is, you can always keep a calm mind and not let your emotions control your thinking. Maybe this is what a truly excellent person is. She admired Zhao Lina's calmness. Maybe this is the rationality that a female science student possesses, which transcends ordinary people. Your emotions are just what an ordinary person should have. Don't take it too seriously. You will figure it out after you stay hungry for another night. I'll go find him first. Zhao Lina comforted Zhou Chuping. But why did this word of comfort sound so awkward to Zhou Chuping? Will you be able to figure it out if you stay hungry for another night? Well, can I choose not to be hungry? But before she could say anything, Zhao Lina had already left the room. Went up to the second floor. Zhou Chuping opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Looks like I'm going to go hungry tonight. Zhao Lina has already gotten there first. This best friend of mine who is a top student is always one step ahead of me in everything. Upstairs, Lu Yang was lying on the bed resting. The entire villa area was cleared out today, which made him very tired. But it was all worth it because we rescued 2 female survivors. Soon, there was a knock on his door. Oh. You figured it out so quickly. It seems hunger really can sober people up. I just don't know which one of the 2 people it is. Come in. Lu Yang called out to the door. When he saw the person pushing the door open, his eyes suddenly lit up. So beautiful. It's so beautiful. Lu Yang never thought that the survivor he rescued would turn out to be so beautiful. In terms of appearance and figure, she was even as beautiful as he used her. Lu Yang looked at the other person and felt that he looked familiar. Take a closer look. Finally I remembered who it was. He said to her in surprise, You are the one known as the school belle, Zhao what? It's Zhao Lina. The school beauty said in a low voice with a red face. Oh, yes. It's Zhao Lina, I remember you. Not only are you very beautiful, but you also often rank first in your grade. Students in the school often praise you to the sky. They say you are the most difficult girl to pursue in the whole school. I didn't expect that the person I saved was you. Zhao Lina reference picture. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Lina has more suitors in school than Yusher and other 3 school beauties. It's not because she is more beautiful than other school beauties, but because of her status as a top student and school belle. A super academic master who always ranks first in her grade, is very beautiful and has a great figure. How many rich second generations want to pursue her in order to prove their excellence and to prove that they have more face than other rich second generations? Rich people usually want to prove something when they lack it. Although those second-generation rich people come from wealthy families, basically every one of them is very poor at studying. After all, rich people always play lavishly. Their minds are focused on playing. How can they study well? But the worse their grades are, the more they want a girlfriend with good grades. Just imagine. If you can get the top school beauty Zhao Lina, not only will you be one of the top 4 school beauties, but you will also be the top student in your grade. With these 2 titles, wouldn't I feel more proud when I take them out? Just like some people say, you can't go to college, but you can become a college student. I may not be the first in my grade, but I can get to the top of my grade. Isn't that the same? Therefore, Zhao Lina became the goddess with the most pursuers in the school, no doubt about it. Even the other 3 campus beauties can't compare to her. But now, the top student in the grade, the school beauty, actually took the initiative to open her door and came to her room. This feeling made Lu Yang very excited. Those rich second generation looked down on me, a small security guard. But now, I, a small security guard, have slept with 2 school beauties who are so hard for you to get. Not only is there he you sure, there is even the most difficult to pursue Zhao Lina. This made Lu Yang very excited. Come on, let me see what's the difference between you, a top student and school beauty, and other women. Lu Yang said, patting his bed. When Zhao Lina heard what Lu Yang said, her pretty face suddenly turned red. This guy. How shameless. He actually said that kind of thing so naturally. So shy. She sat down on the bed slowly and said to Lu Yang. Lu Yang, I need food. You know, I've been hungry for a few days and now I don't have any strength. Give me some food first. I can serve you better after I'm full. This is Zhao Lina's little trick. After arriving at the villa, she discovered that there were several women around Lu Yang. Given the scarce resources in Doomsday, it is not an easy task to feed so many women. The reason why she made this request to eat something before doing anything was that she wanted to secretly see how much food Lu Yang had while he was taking the food. If Lu Yang gave her enough food, she really wouldn't mind submitting to Lu Yang. But if Lu Yang doesn't have much food, even if he surrendered to Lu Yang, he might not live long. What's the point of living a few more days? Then there is no need for her to sell her body. Lu Yang was also a little surprised when he heard the other party's request. This is the first time a woman asked to eat before having sex. But of course Lu Yang would not refuse. Haven't you heard what those academic beauties said, that eating is just to restore your strength so that you can serve yourself better, and in the end, aren't you the one who feels happy? He moved his mind slightly and took out a bottle of milk and a piece of bread from the dark space. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lina was completely shocked. How did you do that? Oh my God. Do you know magic? Can you conjure food out of thin air? No, that doesn't conform to the law of conservation of mass. As a top student, Zhao Lina believes in science very much. What Lu Yang showed cannot be explained by science at all. How on earth did this guy do it? Could it be that he really knows magic? Really? Even for a top student like you, it's hard to imagine the principle behind this, right? Indeed, if we apply the laws of physics, this is impossible, but I just like to break the rules. Lu Yang looked at the other party's shocked expression and said with some pride. Dark space is a spatial power. Of course, it is difficult to explain using ordinary laws of physics. Then, Zhao Lina seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She asked Lu Yang. Do you mean you have the special abilities seen in the movies, or you are a mutant, or you have superpowers? Yeah, you can say that. Lu Yang nodded. Hearing that Lu Yang really admitted it, the light in Zhao Lina's eyes became even brighter. That's great. It's really great. Don't worry, I will serve you well from now on, and I will be your woman from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do, and you just need to protect me well. Zhao Lina said happily. If Lu Yang was just an ordinary survivor, then the chances of surviving even if following Lu Yang would not be very high. But if Lu Yang was a person with superpowers, it would be different. Even if you have such powerful superpowers in the end times, you can still thrive. As long as you hold on to this thigh, you don't have to worry about your safety at all. You, the top student and school beauty, are really quick to react. Isn't it said that you are very cool? How come you are not cool at all now? Lu Yang asked curiously. Coldness is only for those stupid rich second-generation people. They don't have any ability, but they just rely on their family's money and think that every girl has to date them. Bah. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself and see what you look like? I, Zhao Lina, am not only extremely beautiful but also a top student. The man I'm looking for may not be the best in the world, but he should at least be the best in a certain field, right? If those second-generation rich were the richest people in the world, I would consider it, but unfortunately, they can only pretend to be cool in our city, and they are still far from the real top rich people. Zhao Lina said while chewing bread, her mouth puffed up, looking very cute. Lu Yang asked, "What about me?" "But you are the strongest man in the world. You are a person with superpowers. Maybe you are the only person with superpowers in the world. Doesn't that mean you are the best in the world? Being a poor student was just your past identity. Don't feel inferior. You are now a noble superpower. Not to mention being an ordinary girl, you are even worthy of being a queen," Zhao Lina said admiringly. Listening to the other person's words and looking at his eyes full of admiration, Lu Yang touched his chin embarrassedly. No one has ever praised himself like this. I feel a little embarrassed for praising you so much. This top student and school beauty is indeed different from others. He speaks very fluently and every word he says is the truth. Lu Yang likes beauties who love to tell the truth the most. Tonight, I must have an in-depth communication with her. This school beauty not only has good academic performance, but is also extremely beautiful. The skin on her face is as white and delicate as a porcelain doll. She is tall, with a pair of straight white thighs, which is very eye-catching. The slim waist that can be grasped with one hand makes people want to conquer her. Lu Yang said, "Are you willing to be my woman?" Zhao Lina nodded. Afterwards, Lu Yang also received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. Gain a new ability, Zombie Control. Basic attributes increased by 50 points. Lu Yang was overjoyed when he received this reminder. Pentakill does come with extra rewards. This time, Lu Yang's basic attributes were increased by 50 points. The basic attribute of 50 points is twice that of an ordinary person. He originally had 110 basic attributes, and now it has reached 160. It's more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. His current strength is greater than that of 3 strong men combined. And the speed has also been greatly accelerated. It only takes 4 seconds to run 100 meters. Lu Yang clenched his fists and felt his strength growing stronger. Not to mention the abnormality, just the enhancement of this basic attribute can turn me into a little Superman. Will the rewards for the 7 kills super god be richer? Lu Yang is full of expectations for this. He looked at his new ability again. Zombie Control, Level 1. The host can control ordinary Level 1 zombies, control their behavior, and gain their vision. This attribute is awesome. Lu Yang was completely shocked. Directly control the zombies, capture their vision, and control their actions. In this case, wouldn't I be able to just let the zombies explore the way for me, or even let them search for survivors and food for me? With this skill, you can let zombies do many dangerous things instead of doing them yourself. Then combine it with future deduction. These are simply 2 life-saving skills. If Lu Yang wanted to, he could make use of these skills to only control the zombies to find food, and he could stay in the villa area and survive until the end. As long as there are no weapons of large-scale indiscriminate destruction, Lu Yang doesn't have to worry about his own safety at all. At the same time, Lu Yang checked the attributes he had at the moment. While searching for survivors today, Lu Yang killed 120 zombies. 12 attribute points have been obtained. Adding these attribute points to your attributes can enhance your strength. Although it is not as much as the system rewards, every little bit counts. So Lu Yang made a decision in his heart. Today, we have found all the survivors in the entire villa area. Tomorrow we will start clearing out the zombies in the entire villa area. Kill as many zombies as possible to gain attribute points. After all, saving survivors in the apocalypse is a good thing, and saving female survivors and having children with them is also a contribution to the reproduction of mankind. After all, it is the end of the world, and it is a parallel world without any legal constraints. Who cares so much? So we must continue searching for supplies and survivors tomorrow. It would be best if we could find a female survivor. After looking at my rewards, it's time to reward Zhao Lina. After more than an hour, Lu Yang showed a satisfied expression. Afterwards, he fell into a deep sleep while holding Zhao Lina, the school beauty. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Yang returned to the room and began to deduce today's task of clearing out the zombies. Zhao Lina also had breakfast with them. However, he left a sausage for her and half a piece of bread. Lu Yang saw it but ignored her. When Lu Yang returned to the room to do the deduction, Zhao Lina also took the remaining food and secretly returned to her in Zhou Chuping's room. When Zhou Chuping saw Zhao Lina, her face was filled with excitement. "Lina, you're finally back." Zhao Lina took out the food. "Chuping, this is the food I left behind. I'll give it to you." Seeing this scene, Zhou Chuping's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a grateful look. "Ah, food. Lina, you left food for me, you are so kind, you are worthy of being my good friend. Thank you. Thank you so much." Zhou Chuping had been hungry for several days, and now when she saw the food, she just picked it up and gobbled it up. After hearing what Zhao Lina said, Zhou Chuping showed a surprised expression on her face and asked, "Is he really that powerful?" "Yeah, everything I said is true. I ate in advance before doing that with him last night, and I was almost exhausted to death. That's why I left food for you. I was really afraid that you would be exhausted tonight." Zhao Lina nodded and said. After hearing what Zhao Lina said, Zhou Chuping's face showed a look of fear and expectation. The other side. Lu Yang is deducing what will happen in the future. Today he plans to clear out all the zombies in the entire villa area. A large number of them were killed when searching for survivors yesterday. What we need to do now is to kill the scattered zombies wandering around in various corners of the villa area. In that case, the entire villa area would be cleared out and become a safe zone. Then his woman can move around freely. The facilities in the villa area are extremely high-end, with a stadium, a swimming pool, a gym, and various sports equipment. There is a huge artificial lake in the middle of the community where you can go boating and fishing. Once this place is cleared, you can fully enjoy the convenience brought by the entire villa area and do whatever you want in the villa area. After walking around the villa area for a while, Lu Yang still hadn't found any zombies. After all, the entire villa area is vast and sparsely populated. Moreover, Lu Yang killed a large number of the survivors when he was rescuing them, so there are not many scattered zombies left. Lu Yang trapped all the zombies in 10 high-rise residential buildings and they couldn't get out. After walking around for a few minutes, the first zombie finally appeared. Lu Yang's physical fitness at this time has reached more than twice that of an ordinary person. He didn't use his superpowers, but just rushed towards the zombie with an axe and killed him easily. The fire axe chopped into the opponent's brain and got stuck in the skull. Lu Yang stepped on the zombie's head and then pulled out the axe with force. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "Although each blow from the fire axe is a heavy one and can even break armor, it's a pity that it's not sharp enough. The axe head is too thick and easily gets stuck in the bones. It takes a lot of time to pull it out, which greatly reduces my efficiency." Today, Lu Yang's basic attributes are more than twice that of ordinary humans. His melee combat ability is so strong that even without using his superpowers, he can kill dozens of zombies by himself. Unfortunately, the weapon is too weak and I can't score continuously. Every time you chop a zombie, there is a chance that it will get stuck on the other zombie's head. Then you have to use force to pull it out. If there are too many zombies, the delay may put you in danger. It would be great if I could have a good weapon. Then, even if I was surrounded by 100 zombies, I wouldn't panic. Although Lu Yang thought so in his heart, he did not stop his hands and continued to chop down zombies one by one with his axe. In less than an hour, all the zombies in the entire villa area were killed by Lu Yang. The reason why it was cleaned up so quickly was, on the one hand, because Lu Yang used to be a security guard here and was very familiar with the community, and on the other hand, because it was a villa area with a large area and few people. The doors of the 10 high-rise residential buildings in the high-rise residential area had been locked by him, and the zombies inside could not get out. After all the zombies were killed, Lu Yang passed by a high-rise residential area and heard the door of one of the high-rise residential buildings banging. He walked over and took a look. It turned out to be a zombie, which was constantly banging its head against the iron door. The loud noise also attracted other zombies. Dozens of zombies surrounded the iron gate, blocking it completely. When the zombies saw Lu Yang through the hollow iron gate, they banged on the door even more frantically. At the same time, he kept roaring. Some zombies even bit the iron gate with their teeth and did not stop until all their teeth were knocked out. The scene was very crazy. But Lu Yang was not afraid and was very calm. These ordinary zombies could not pose any danger to him at all. Even if there was no iron gate blocking him, Lu Yang could kill all the dozens of zombies inside without any effort. However, this phenomenon still caused him to think. Normally, when I close the iron gate, these zombies won't attack since they can't see any living people. But now some zombies have started to attack the iron gate for no reason. This means that one of the zombies knows that this iron gate is the key to getting out. Their intelligence is getting higher and higher. Originally, Lu Yang didn't want to be in charge of high-rise residential buildings. His original plan was to lock all the doors of the 10 high-rise residential buildings and let the zombies inside fend for themselves. But now this method seems to be a bit ineffective. As the zombies become more intelligent, the gate may eventually be destroyed, and then all the zombies inside will pour out. That will be troublesome. The villa area is indeed sparsely populated, but the high-rise residential area is densely populated. Each high-rise residential building is home to at least hundreds of households. There are at least nearly 10,000 people in all 10 buildings. There are at least several thousand people who have turned into zombies. If these thousands of zombies came out, although Lu Yang's strength had been enhanced, he did not think he could kill all of them. Therefore, we still have to think of a way to completely get rid of the zombies in high-rise residential buildings. Roar. At this moment, a strong zombie suddenly crashed into the iron gate. He roared at Lu Yang. At the same time, his eyes were full of madness, and he wished he could rush out right now and eat Lu Yang. Pity. Their IQ is still not enough. I couldn't even open the door. But in a few days, we can't say for sure. You scared me. Lu Yang cursed, and directly shot an ice needle to blow the strong zombie's head off. Then he walked to a luxury car parked outside the villa, took out a basin from his dark space, then poured out the gas in the luxury car's fuel tank and caught it in the basin. After filling the basin with gasoline, Lu Yang held the basin and poured it directly at the zombies through the door. In an instant, the zombies were covered with gasoline. Lu Yang took out a lighter and lit the gas. Call. A raging fire broke out instantly. The zombies felt no pain and their faces still showed a crazy look. The flames quickly engulfed the iron doors as they continued to bang against them, and continued to spread upwards, and soon the building was on fire. The effect is good. In less than a day, the entire building will be burned down and the zombies inside will all be burned to charcoal. It seems that we have to burn down all 10 buildings and burn all the zombies inside to death. Otherwise, as their intelligence increases, they may directly break through the iron gate. Lu Yang then used the same method to set fire to the other 9 buildings. The flames are burning. 10 high-rise residential buildings were burning. At this moment, a survivor jumped down from the top floor of a high-rise residential building. He fell heavily to the ground with a bang, and his brains were splattered instantly. Looking at this scene, Lu Yang was a little surprised. I didn't expect that there were survivors in the high-rise residential building. He was besieged by zombies for several days and survived tenaciously, but eventually committed suicide by jumping off a building due to a fire. There was no emotion in Lu Yang's eyes, nor any self-blame. When they were trapped in the residential building, their lives had already entered a countdown and they were just barely surviving. Starving to death was a matter of time, and there was absolutely no way they could get out. The end result is just starvation to death, or being bitten to death by zombies while looking for food. He lit a fire himself and forced them to jump off the building, which actually freed them early. It is truly a great merit. As the fire burned, Lu Yang also received prompts from the system. Congratulations to the host. You have killed 6,600 zombies so far and obtained 660 attribute points. Lu Yang was pleasantly surprised when he received this reminder. More than 6,000 zombies have been killed. The number of zombies he killed in the villa area was less than 300. After burning the residential building, the number reached 6,600. That means there are more than 6,000 zombies in the residential building. 660 attribute points can add an average of 660 divided by 4 is equal to 165 points to the 4 basic attributes. This doubled his attribute points. You know, he got a triple kill reward which added 30 to all his attributes, and a pentakill reward which added 50 to all his attributes. All the rewards combined brought his attribute points to 160. But burning down 10 residential buildings can directly increase the number by 165. Once all are added successfully, your 4-dimensional attributes can reach 325. This is already 6.5 times the 50 points of an ordinary human. What is the concept? It takes an average person 12 seconds to run 100 meters, but Liu Yang only needs less than 2 seconds. He is simply a real Superman. He chose to add attributes without hesitation. Tip: congratulations to the host for adding attribute points successfully. Current attributes: Strength 325, Speed 325, Stamina 325, Spirit 325. Seeing this prompt, Liu Yang clenched his fists and felt full of strength. He felt that with his current strength, even without using his superpowers, he could blow the zombie's head off with just one punch. Just by setting a fire, I gained so many attribute points. Such a reward is too cool. Liu Yang thought in his heart. It seems that I have to deal with more zombies. Killing 10 zombies will earn me 1 attribute point. This reward is really tempting. The university is very close to the villa area, separated by only a wall. You can get in by climbing over the wall. This is why many second-generation rich people live in this villa area. It seems that I will climb over the wall to enter the school next and see if I can set fire to the school. By the way, search the school's canteen and cafeteria and take all the food for yourself. Liu Yang killed more than 6,000 zombies in 10 high-rise residential buildings. This made Liu Yang very excited. There are about 30,000 students in the university. Except for the rich second generation who can rent houses outside, most students stay in school. The disaster happened to happen on a weekend morning. Many students may still be sleeping in the dormitory and have not gotten up yet. This also means that the zombies in the school are mainly concentrated in 10 dormitory buildings. There are 5 dormitories for boys and 5 dormitories for girls. If we burn down these 10 dormitories, we might be able to kill 20,000 zombies. Wouldn't I be able to get 2,000 attribute points by then? When he thought of this, Liu Yang couldn't help but get excited. So Liu Yang started the next future deduction. In deduction, he came to the side of the wall. It is only separated from the school by a wall. Liu Yang squatted down and jumped hard. He jumped over the 3-meter-high wall and landed steadily inside the school. There happened to be a few zombies next to him. When they saw Liu Yang land, they instantly showed excited expressions and pounced on him frantically. Liu Yang picked up the fire axe and killed them one by one. Kill the zombies in seconds. Then he started rushing towards the school cafeteria. When they arrived at the school cafeteria, there were not many students in the cafeteria because the zombie outbreak did not occur during mealtime. Only some staff members had turned into zombies, only a few dozen in number. Liu Yang picked up an axe and quickly killed all the zombies. Then we came to the canteen's back kitchen warehouse. Looking at the warehouse full of food, Liu Yang suddenly became excited. Wow! There are more than 50 bags of 50 kilograms of rice and flour each. Take them all away. There are more than a dozen 10-liter barrels of cooking oil. Take them all away. There's a bunch of fruits and vegetables. Take them all away. All kinds of fresh meats, cooked and braised meats. Take them all away. Induction cooker, gas stove, gas tank. Take them all away. If necessary, we can use the gas tank to blow up the zombies. Liu Yang searched the school cafeteria, since his dark space was very large. All the things, useful and useless, were taken away. It may not be useful now, but what if it is useful in the future? After cleaning up the cafeteria, he went to the canteen. The canteen has a lot of packaged foods, including bread, sausages, biscuits, vacuum-packed chicken legs, milk and drinks. Lu Yang also put them all into his own space. Such amount of food is enough for him, Su Xiao and others to live for several years. After doing all this, he left. Prepared to go to the dormitory building and burn down all 10 dormitory buildings. Before entering the school, he filled bottles with a lot of gasoline and placed them in his own space. All you have to do is come to the dormitory building and pour gasoline. Just as Lu Yang was about to go to the dormitory building, he passed by the infirmary, only to find that there were several zombies wandering outside the infirmary. One of the zombies kept banging its head against the door of the infirmary. Lu Yang did some eyebrow work, which was obviously a problem. Zombies generally bang their heads against doors only when they want to attack survivors. And only zombies with a bit of intelligence would use headbutting. The wooden door of the infirmary had already been cracked, and if it was hit any further, it would most likely be broken. When the zombies saw Lu Yang appear, they immediately turned their eyes to him and then rushed towards him. Lu Yang also picked up the axe and chopped at the zombies without hesitation. Soon the 5 zombies were killed. Lu Yang went to the window of the infirmary and took a look. Sure enough, there was a female student inside who was trembling with fear. Lu Yang opened the door and walked in. When the woman saw Lu Yang coming in, a look of fear immediately appeared on her face. "Shrink in the corner," Lu Yang said to her. "Don't be afraid, I'm not a zombie. I can take you to a safe place, follow me." "Are you from the rescue team? Are you here specifically to rescue us?" When the girl saw Lu Yang coming, a hopeful expression appeared on her face. "No, I'm just here to find food. But I don't mind saving you by the way," Lu Yang said. The light of hope on the girl's face suddenly dimmed. Seeing her disappointed face, Lu Yang said, "I have food." When she heard these words, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes again. Lu Yang also felt that he was very lucky. He originally came to the school to burn down the dormitory building and gain more attribute points, but he didn't expect to get lucky and meet a beautiful woman. This is such an unexpected bonus. I still have something to do next, so just follow me. Don't make any noise, otherwise it might attract zombies. You don't want to be besieged by zombies, do you? Lu Yang warned the woman. At the same time, Lu Yang looked at the other person. I found that the other person was tall and plump with beautiful curves. Although her face looked a little haggard and pale, it could not conceal the beauty revealed by her delicate features. She is definitely a great beauty. Especially the other person's eye-catching long legs, straight, white, and well-proportioned. It can be said that they are more beautiful than all the other women's legs of Lu Yang. It is definitely a pair of jade feet with perfect proportions. Yeah. I understand. The woman nodded. She hid in the infirmary these days, while the zombies outside kept banging their heads against the door. It scared her to death. Okay, then let's start heading to the dormitory building, Lu Yang said. Ah. Go to the dormitory building. The dormitory building should be full of zombies now. Let's not go. The woman was frightened. The zombie outbreak happened to be on the weekend. At that time, almost all the students and teachers were in the dormitory. Now the dormitory buildings, whether they are student dormitories or teacher dormitories, are all infested with zombies. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies inside. Isn't it seeking death to go to the dormitory building now? What I'm looking for are zombies. Don't worry, you won't be in danger if you follow me. Let's go, Lu Yang said confidently. Looking at the confident expression on Lu Yang's face, the woman finally nodded. The 5 zombies at the door were all killed by Lu Yang, which was enough to show Lu Yang's strength. He was not afraid of zombies and had the ability to kill 5 at the same time, so now all she could do was to trust Lu Yang. Okay. The woman nodded, and then followed Lu Yang, and the two walked towards the dormitory building together. The woman on the road said to Lu Yang, "Hello, I don't know your name yet, my name is Zhao Yuding." "My name is Lu Yang. I'm a student of this school," Lu Yang replied. "Ah. A student." The woman was a little surprised, and then said, "My name is Zhao Yuding, and I'm a teacher in this school. Teachers are supposed to protect students, but I didn't expect that I was protected by you. I'm really ashamed." After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yang looked at him. This female teacher looks very young. At first Lu Yang thought she was a student of this school. Now after listening to what she said, I looked at her again and found that she was wearing a white shirt and a professional hip skirt. Add to that a pair of translucent black stockings, which were torn during the escape due to the apocalyptic outbreak, but still revealed a unique temptation. This is a typical OL outfit. Now that I heard her say that she is a teacher in the school, this outfit makes sense. I didn't expect you to be a teacher. You're so young. Lu Yang replied. Thank you. Zhao Yuding blushed and lowered her head. She is 23 years old and has just started working. Her skin is so smooth and flawless that she is often mistaken for a student. Every time she is considered a student, she is very happy, which shows that she is still young. The two were walking and chatting on the road. Suddenly, a few strong men appeared from nowhere and blocked their way. These people were carrying weapons such as baseball bats, javelins, and homemade rifles. Lu Yang looked at these people and narrowed his eyes. These guys have dark skin and strong bodies, with muscles bulging under their clothes. At first glance, they are obviously sports students in the school. When the apocalypse broke out, these sports students were practicing on the playground instead of in the dormitory building, so they were able to survive. There were indeed some other athletes who turned into zombies at that time, but they were all killed by them. There is a lot of space on the playground where you can move around. If you encounter zombies in the dormitory, it will be difficult because there is nowhere to escape. When these athletes saw Lu Yang and the beauty behind him, a wicked smile immediately appeared on their faces. He shouted at Lu Yang, "Hey, you're the guy called what?" "The guy who worked as a security guard while he was still in college, Lu Yang, right? I didn't expect a stinky security guard like you to be still alive. Ha ha ha. This is called a disaster that will last for 1,000 years. I didn't expect this poor bastard to be alive until now." Those people started laughing at Lu Yang. In peacetime, Lu Yang became the laughingstock of the entire school because of his part-time job as a security guard. Almost everyone knew him, and someone even posted a photo of him standing guard at the entrance of the community on the school forum, for everyone to comment and laugh at. Lu Yang couldn't figure it out. When I was in school, I worked and supported myself. Is there anything wrong with that? Isn't it better than those rich second generations who only rely on asking their families for money? Is there anything shameful about being a security guard? Isn't it also about earning money through your own efforts? Do occupations have to be divided into high and low levels? Seeing the contemptuous smiles on everyone's faces, Lu Yang's expression suddenly turned cold. He warned them, "You bunch of idiots, are you tired of living? These people only showed up at school. If they showed up in his villa complex, Lu Yang would kill them without a second thought." At school, Lu Yang had no plans to develop here, so he didn't want to pay attention to them. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang's words instantly aroused the other party's anger. There were 4 athletes in total, all of them were strong and had weapons in their hands. He is just a small security guard, how dare he say such big words? It's simply seeking death. Kid, what did you just say? Did I hear you correctly? You want us to die? Ha ha ha. Did the zombies eat your brain? How dare a loser like you talk to us like that? You're courting death. This is the end of the world, there are no laws to restrict us. We can kill you and it won't be a problem, you know. Kneel down and kowtow to us to apologize, give us all the food you have, leave the weapon in your hand to us, give us this woman too, and then you can go away. The leading sports student said viciously to Lu Yang. Ha ha. Yes, there are no legal constraints now, so it's okay to kill you. Lu Yang sneered. Since they are seeking death themselves, there is no need to be polite. It just so happens that after Lu Yang's attributes were strengthened, he has only fought zombies and has not fought against humans. Now he can see how many seconds these 4 athletes who are stronger than ordinary people can last in his hands. What do you want to do? We are all classmates, can't we talk properly? Why are you quarreling? Don't bully others just because you have more people. At this moment, the female teacher stood in front of Lu Yang and protected him behind her. In the female teacher's opinion, these sports students just outnumbered Lu Yang and wanted to bully her. As a teacher, she should of course stand up. Although she was very scared and her whole body was shaking with fear, she still resolutely protected Lu Yang behind her. Seeing the teacher's actions, Lu Yang was somewhat moved. When the athletes heard what Zhao Yuding said, they sneered and said, "Haha, you're still classmates when the end of the world comes. You're too naive." "Teacher Zhao, right? I've heard of you. You are the youngest and most beautiful teacher in our school. These days, we guys have played with many female classmates, but we haven't played with our teacher yet. Come on, come back to the equipment room with us later. We will have some fun with you from now on. Don't be like those female students who were played to death in just a few days." Ah. The female teacher was shocked when she heard what these sports students said and saw the obscene expressions on their faces. But she still didn't back off. At this time Lu Yang couldn't bear it anymore. He picked up the fire axe and rushed towards the other party in an instant. Seeing Lu Yang rushing over, those people's faces changed. What a fast speed. What's wrong with this guy? Ah. A scream. A sports student's arm was chopped off by Lu Yang's axe, and blood spurted out instantly. Ah. My hand, my hand. The gym student fell to the ground, covering his arm and screaming. This guy is so strong. Brother Hu, take action, the leading athlete shouted. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. This is a sneak attack. Lu Yang reached back with his extremely fast reaction speed, and instantly caught a sharp arrow in his hand. When I turned around, I found that there was a sports student hiding behind a big tree not far behind me, with a bow and arrow in his hand. However, the athlete's face was filled with shock. He was so frightened that he said tremblingly, "Catching an arrow with bare hands. Are you still human?" Lu Yang sneered, "Haha, I don't know if I am a human or not, but you are about to become a ghost." Then Lu Yang rushed towards them like a killing god and killed all the sports students in an instant. The deduction is over. This time the deduction was also very successful. However, Lu Yang was somewhat surprised by what the female teacher did. Seeing herself being besieged by sports students, the female teacher actually stepped forward and stood in front of him. Although she was no match for those 5 athletes, at least in this situation, she was not afraid, did not run away, did not abandon herself, but instead thought about protecting herself. This female teacher is indeed rare. Although this is something that will happen in the future and not in reality, Lu Yang also kept this favor in his heart. Lu Yang was very poor before and had never experienced kindness from anyone. Someone once said that when you become successful, everyone around you will be a good person and they will treat you with the best of intentions. But once you fail, you will become a humble dust, and everyone will try to step on you, and all you can feel is malice. Lu Yang had never felt kindness from anyone before. This female teacher is the first one. It is precisely because of this that this kind of kindness is so rare and so memorable to Lu Yang. Call. Lu Yang took a deep breath. Prepared to start acting on the simulation. But this time he was determined to kill those athletes instantly the first second he saw them. The deduction begins. Lu Yang successfully collected all the food and rescued the female teacher. At this time, we went to the dormitory building and met the 4 sports students again. Oh my! Isn't this the little security guard Lu Yang? I didn't expect this guy doesn't have either. Looking at the contemptuous smiles on these people's faces, Lu Yang didn't say anything. Bang! Pa 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 pa. 5 crisp sounds, these athletes were instantly shot in the head. When they died, they still didn't understand what happened. Ah! Zhao Yuding screamed and then quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Because she still remembered Lu Yang's warning not to make any noise, otherwise it would attract zombies. Why did you kill them all? Zhao Yuding asked Lu Yang in a trembling voice. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. Lu Yang replied. No, they are also students of this school. How could they kill people casually? Zhao Yuding said in disbelief. Lu Yang smiled and said coldly, not only will they kill me, they will also capture you and turn you into their target of venting. From now on, you will become their slave. These 5 athletes will kill you in less than 3 days. No, it's impossible. Zhao Yuding kept shaking her head. She didn't believe that human nature could become like this. She always believed that teachers in school have the responsibilities of teachers, which are to educate students and to help and protect students when they are in trouble. Students should also help each other, and not kill each other even if the end of the world comes. Only by helping each other can we overcome the disaster. However, she didn't know that the truth was cruel. Especially in the last days, we should protect ourselves. If you don't kill others, you will be killed by others. Because resources are scarce in the end times, everyone is a competitor. If there is one more person searching for food, it will be more difficult for you to find food. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I'll take you to their base camp. After Lu Yang said that, he took Zhao Yuding directly to the sports equipment room. Because during the last simulation, before he died, he heard those sports students say that they wanted to take Zhao Yuding to the equipment room. Obviously, their base camp is in the equipment room. Soon they came to the equipment. When I pushed the door open, I found a naked female classmate inside. She was locked around the neck with an iron chain and tied to the anti-theft window. At the same time, her hands had been chopped off, and the broken arms were tied tightly with ropes to stop the bleeding. At this time, the female classmate was pale and dying. There were many scratches, teeth marks, and cigarette burns on his pale skin. When Zhao Yuding saw this scene, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her eyes turned red instantly and tears welled up in her eyes. She could never have imagined that these athletes would do such a thing to their female classmates. How could this happen? It's a demon. It's simply a demon. When the female student saw Lu Yang and the others, she opened her desperate eyes and said weakly, "Kill me, kill me." These days she has been subjected to constant torture by 5 gym students. At first they just raped her, beat her, tortured her, and got pleasure from looking at their own painful expressions. At that time, the female classmate still felt that she could survive, and being tortured by them was better than being eaten alive by zombies. But later on, because they were hungry and couldn't find food, these sports students didn't dare to go to the cafeteria to find food because there were dozens of zombies in the cafeteria. So they set their sights on this female classmate. Ate both of her arms. Only then did she realize that what was more terrifying than zombies was the human heart. So she wanted to die. However, no matter how much she begged those athletes, they refused to let her go these past 2 days. Even after they had eaten both of their hands, they became even more excited. It seemed as if such a mutilated limb aroused their long-hidden curiosity. They tortured themselves and became even more passionate. This female student has already been living a life worse than death. We can save her and take her away with us. Okay, Lu Yang. Zhao Yuding asked Lu Yang with tears in her eyes. Lu Yang just shook his head. Don't be silly. She has lost both of her arms. She can't survive. All I can do is give her a quick death. No, she's still alive. We can definitely save her, we can, woo-woo. Zhao Yuding started crying. A female student was seriously injured but she was unable to do anything about it, which made her, as a teacher, feel guilty and powerless. She felt that she was deeply sinful. Kill me quickly, I know I can't survive, kill me, the female student said weakly, staring at Lu Yang, and continued to beg, can you give me a quick death? Lu Yang nodded. Thank you. The female student finally showed an expression of relief on her face and closed her eyes. Bang. Lu Yang shot her in the head. Ah. Oh. Zhao Yuding's screams of pain were heard from the equipment room. A female student was shot in the head by Lu Yang right in front of him. Although that was what the female students asked for. Although Zhao Yuding understood in her heart that this was a quick death for the female student. But she still couldn't accept that a student died in despair in front of her, their teacher. Those people are demons. They are not human. Woo! Zhao Yuding cried and cursed. She never thought that those students would do such horrible and inhumane things. They were even scarier than zombies. Lu Yang warned the teacher. So, Mr. Zhao, you have to understand that in the end times, everyone's previous identity has become a thing of the past. Teachers are no longer teachers, and students are no longer students. Everyone has only one identity, that is, a survivor. The survivors are now without anyone to restrain them, so they can do anything you can't imagine. If you met someone else instead of me, it is possible that you would have the same fate as this female student. So, please protect yourself. Don't be too naive, or you will fall into an endless hell. Woo woo woo. Those people deserve to die, they deserve to die 10,000 times. Zhao Yuding sobbed. Let's go. There's no time to waste here. I should do my thing. Lu Yang said, and walked straight out of the equipment room. Although Zhao Yuding was sad, she still followed Lu Yang obediently. After this incident, she realized that this apocalypse is full of dangers, not only from zombies but also from humans. At the beginning, she thought that they were all classmates. Lu Yang said that if he didn't kill him, he was a sports student, and if he was a sports student, he would kill him. Zhao Yuding didn't believe it at all. But now, after seeing the tragic situation in the sports equipment room, Zhao Yuding completely believed it. If it weren't for those sports students who were killed by Lu Yang, then what would happen next would be that Lu Yang would be killed by those sports students, and she would be caught by those sports students, then her fate might be even more miserable than that of this female student. She finally realized the cruelty of this world. It is very difficult to survive in this cruel world. And Lu Yang is her only support to survive now. Soon the two arrived downstairs of the dormitory. What are you going to do next? Zhao Yuding asked curiously. There are tens of thousands of zombies in these dormitory buildings, so I want to burn down these 10 dormitory buildings. Lu Yang said calmly. Ah. Zhao Yuding was surprised and said, but there may be student survivors in this dormitory building. If you burn down the dormitory building, won't they be burned to death as well? Lu Yang said calmly. Whether it's a male or female dormitory, most of them are 4-person or 6-person rooms. The probability of turning into zombies is about 70%. At least half of the people in each dormitory have turned into zombies. Do you think the rest can still survive? Even if they can survive, that is not what I am considering. You should have seen the cruelty of the doomsday. If we don't burn all these tens of thousands of zombies, when they evolve wisdom, I am afraid that more survivors will die in their hands. But Zhao Yuding wanted to say something, but when she thought of the tragic situation in the equipment room, she finally shut up. Even if there are survivors, so what? Maybe the survivors here are also killing their own kind like those athletes. So she withdrew her compassion. And Lu Yang had already arrived outside the dormitory building gate. When the zombies inside saw Lu Yang appear, they suddenly became excited and kept banging on the door. Lu Yang took out gasoline from the dark space and started to sprinkle it directly on them. Then the ignition started. The raging fire continued to burn on the zombies, but they felt no pain and continued to bang on the door. They let the fire rage on them, but remained unmoved. Lu Yang ignored them and started walking towards the next dormitory building to continue spreading gasoline. Soon, all 10 dormitory buildings were engulfed in flames. Seeing all 10 buildings ablaze, Lu Yang was very satisfied. He said to Zhao Yuding, "Let's go. The school dormitory building is huge, and I'm afraid it will burn for a whole day and night. We should also go back to a safe place." A safe place? Where is that? Will there be a safe place in the end times? Zhao Yuding asked in surprise. After seeing the terrible condition of the sports equipment room, she couldn't help but begin to question the whole world. Is this still the world she is familiar with? In this broken world, is there really any safe place? Where is the space for these weak survivors? Lu Yang said confidently, "Where I am is a safe place." After saying that, he directly pulled Zhao Yuding and started walking towards the villa area. After hearing Lu Yang's words and seeing his confident eyes, Zhao Yuding was stunned. Why is he so confident? It was as if his entire body was emitting a light that was difficult to look directly at. In the end of the world, he is like a guiding light, so brilliant and dazzling. At that moment, Zhao Yuding even felt that Lu Yang was the best and most handsome man she had ever seen in the world. He is so reliable and so safe. Lu Yang successfully brought Zhao Yuding back to the villa. The action is over. Fortunately, there were no accidents during this operation. Lu Yang successfully burned down the school dormitory building and successfully brought Zhao Yuding back. When Zhao Yuding entered Lu Yang's villa, he Yushir came over immediately. After seeing Zhao Yuding's appearance clearly, she was surprised. Teacher Zhao Zhao. Zhao Yuding is the math teacher of their class. He Yusher was extremely happy that she didn't expect to see Teacher Zhao again at the end of the world. She came over excitedly, took Zhao Yuding's hand, and said happily, "It's really you, Teacher Zhao. It's great to meet you." "Lu Yang, where did you meet Teacher Zhao?" "As far as I know, Teacher Zhao doesn't live in this villa. I was hiding in the school infirmary and was rescued by Lu Yang." "You sure? I didn't expect you to be here too. I am so happy. Woo woo woo, this end of the world is so terrible. I thought I would never see you students again." Zhao Yuding started crying again. The tragic situation in the sports equipment room was deeply imprinted in her mind. At that time, she was wondering whether the students in her class would also encounter such things. When she thought of that scene, she felt nauseous and uncomfortable. Now seeing He Yusher still alive, jumping around in front of her, Zhao Yuding felt very touched and happy. When Lu Yang brought Zhao Yuding back, it was just time for dinner. There was also food prepared by Xiao Dan on the table, which smelled really delicious. Zhao Yuding was starved for several days in the infirmary and survived by drinking glucose water. "Now that I smell the aroma of fresh food, my stomach can't help but growl." Gulp gulp. Her face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head, covering her belly. Lu Yang said, "Teacher Zhao, go eat something first. I'll give you my portion. I'll go back to my room and take a shower. I'm covered in zombie blood. It's so dirty." "Ah." Zhao Yuding was stunned, then said embarrassedly, "This is not good, right? What's wrong with that? Aren't you hungry? Eat if you are hungry. I said that where I am is a safe place. As for food, you don't have to worry about it." After saying that, Lu Yang went upstairs. He Yusher pulled Zhao Yuding to sit next to the dining table. Smiling, he began to introduce them to her. "This is Su Xiao, a big star. This is Xiao Dan, she's the best cook. She made all the food we ate. It was delicious. This is Tang Mengting, the monitor of Class 1. And this one is Zhao Lina. There's also Zhou Qiuping, she's in her room and hasn't come out. Oh, I didn't expect that there are so many people living here. How did you get here?" Zhao Yuding asked curiously. "Just like you, it was Lu Yang who saved us." He Yusher said with a smile, and by the way, she poured a bowl of rice for Zhao Yuding. They had cooked Lu Yang's meal and had been waiting for him to come back, but he didn't expect that Lu Yang would not eat and went back to his room to take a shower. "It can be given to Zhao Yuding." When Zhao Yuding saw the bowl of fragrant rice, she was so moved that she almost cried. Before she started eating, she asked again, "Didn't you just say there was another person named Zhou Qiuping? Why didn't she come out to eat? She hasn't done anything with Lu Yang yet, how can she have food to eat?" He Yusher said as a matter of course. "What?" Zhao Yuding was stunned. "Oh, teacher, why are you pretending to be stupid? It's just that, teacher, you are so awesome. Before I even brought you back, Lu Yang couldn't help but want you to be his woman on the spot, right? You are worthy of being Teacher Zhao." He Yusher gave Zhao Yuding a thumbs up. "Teacher Zhao is still awesome." "Ah." Zhao Yuding opened her mouth wide. Looking at He Yuding's tone and the smirk on her face, she realized that the thing they were talking about might be that thing, right? Tang Mengting, Su Xiao, Chen Dan and others also looked at Zhao Yuding with curiosity. He looked the female teacher up and down. She is tall and plump, with fair skin. Looking at everyone was staring at him. Zhao Yuding suddenly felt embarrassed. Her face turned as red as a cute apple, and she couldn't help but lower her head. She had just started working shortly after graduation and had never had a boyfriend, let alone done anything of that nature. Now these students actually asked directly. "My God, aren't you college students? How can it be so dirty?" And looking at the expressions on their faces, it seemed like asking about this was just a normal thing. It's like asking you what you had for lunch today. No way, how can you speak so calmly and naturally about such a private question? Help, someone save me. I'm almost dying of shyness. He Yusher saw Zhao Yuding's shy expression and said, "Hey, teacher, don't be shy. Everyone here has done that with Lu Yang, otherwise we wouldn't be able to eat here together. For example, Zhou Chuping hasn't reached Lu Yang's room yet, so she has nothing to eat. So, we are all the same, why are you shy? Tell us about it. Yes, Mr. Zhao, please tell us. Ahahahaha. He Yusher and the others laughed without any scruples. Zhao Yuding wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Tang Mengting said, "Oh my god. Teacher Zhao, you are so awesome." Zhao Lina asked, "Could it be that Lu Yang likes someone who is more mature?" The famous star Su Xiao said, "No. Am I not mature enough?" Zhao Yuding was full of shyness. As she listened to everyone's non-stop discussion, she had to blush, lower her head, and keep eating. I'm so scared. It's really scary when girls gossip. After dinner, Zhao Yuding quickly found an excuse to take a shower, rushed into the bathroom, and after taking a shower, she immediately found a room to hide in. If I continue chatting with this group of girls, I feel like I am becoming more and more dirty. Obviously, I have never even had a boyfriend, but after they spread the news, it turned out that I had been fighting with Lu Yang for several hours. I'm so shy. Lu Yang had already taken a shower in the room and was lying on the bed to rest. Having killed quite a few zombies and several athletes today, he felt a little tired. He took out bread and milk from the dark space and started eating. While chewing the food, I was thinking about the next plan. The food in the neighborhood convenience store and the school cafeteria is enough for us to eat for a long time, but we must have a sense of crisis in the end times. What if I'm lucky enough to find a few hundred female survivors? This amount of food won't be enough. Moreover, the 20 by 20 by 20 dark space is too big. It is still empty now. Only about 1/3 of it is filled. This makes me feel a little unhappy. I must fill it up. So next, I'm going to go outside the community to search for food. There's a large supermarket more than 1 kilometer away from the community. There's much more food in the supermarket than in the cafeteria and convenience store. If I can collect all of it, I should be able to fill up the dark space. And with my current strength, even if I walk out of the community and encounter dozens of zombies besieging me, I can still fight. Even if I encounter hundreds or thousands of zombies besieging me, I can still escape. My speed is 6 times that of an ordinary person. It's no joke. Even if I can't win, I can still run. Those zombies will never catch up with me. So Lu Yang made up his mind and decided to start searching large supermarkets tomorrow. By then, he will have so much food that he won't be able to finish it. Boom boom boom. Just as Lu Yang was thinking, there was a knock on his door. Lu Yang was stunned. Who is knocking on my door at this time? Could it be the female teacher Zhao Yuding? But I didn't hint to Zhao Yuding to come to my room to find me. After all, during the simulation, Zhao Yuding saw herself being beaten up, but still stood in front of him to protect herself, which moved Lu Yang very much. The teacher gave him enough kindness, and he also treated the teacher with the greatest kindness. People with pure kindness in their hearts should be treated well by the world. That's why he asked Zhao Yuding to go directly to have dinner with Su Xiao and He Yusher. At the same time, I have never used physical objects to force the other party. Come in. Lu Yang said to the outside of the door. If it was Zhao Yuding, Lu Yang could explain it to her clearly. However, the person who pushed the door open was not Zhao Yuding, but Zhou Chuping, who had been forgotten by Lu Yang. It turned out to be her. Lu Yang showed an expression of "I see." Zhou Chuping was rescued by Lu Yang together with Zhao Lina. She can be regarded as a beauty at the level of the class flower. Not only is she fair-skinned and beautiful, but she is also tall and plump. She is also the object of secret crush of many boys in the school. But compared with the top student and school beauty Zhao Lina, Zhou Chuping's appearance is still a little inferior. Therefore, after Lu Yang had that incident with Zhao Lina, he simply forgot about Zhou Chuping. Only when he saw her knocking on the door did Lu Yang react. She has been hungry for several days, right? I guess he couldn't stand the hunger anymore. I have to say that Zhao Lina is definitely a smart person. He knocked on his door on the first day after being brought back, so he didn't go hungry any longer. This Zhou Chuping is a little bit stupid. I was hungry for another day in vain. The difference in IQ between people can be seen from this. Lu Yang smiled and said to Zhou Qiuping, "Why, have you finally figured it out? Are you willing to be my woman?" Yeah. I do." Zhou Qiuping's pretty face turned red, she lowered her head and nodded twice. 2 hours later, Lu Yang received a system prompt. "Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. Dark space ability, level increased by 1 level. Wow, the space skill has been increased by another level." Lu Yang took a look at the description of this skill. Dark space, level 3. You have a 30 by 30 by 30 dark space inside your body. It was originally 20 times 20 times 20 is equal to 8,000, and now it has become 30 times 30 times 30 is equal to 27,000. The size has been increased by nearly 4 times. Lu Yang looted a convenience store and took away supplies from the school cafeteria, but only filled up less than 1/3 of the store. Now that the volume of space has increased by 4 times, the space occupied by those materials has become even smaller, only 1/12. It looks very pitiful, and the whole space is empty. Zhou Qiuping was already extremely tired and fell asleep after closing his eyes for a while. When the two of them woke up, it was already dark. After Lu Yang got up and washed up, he took Zhou Qiuping to the hall. At this moment, Chen Dan and He Yushi had already started cooking. Even the new teacher Zhao Yuding has started helping out and is washing vegetables in the kitchen. Seeing Lu Yang coming out, everyone's faces showed happy expressions, and they said with a smile, "Lu Yang, sit down and rest for a while, the food will be ready soon. Let me watch you cook." Lu Yang said and went straight to the kitchen. Several women were busy in the kitchen. Lu Yang saw that the rice and dishes he had taken out from the convenience store were almost finished. They also eat vegetarian food these days because there is no fresh meat in convenience stores. So he took out 2 bags of rice weighing 100 kilograms from the dark space, and also took out some fresh meat collected from the school cafeteria's kitchen. He put it in the refrigerator and said, "I'll add some more food for you. Don't save any. Tell me when you're done." Seeing Lu Yang's actions, all the women showed surprise on their faces. He Yushi said, "Oh my God, am I seeing right? That's beef." Tang Mengting said, "It has been so many days since the apocalypse broke out. Where did you get the beef?" Actress Su Xiao said, "It seems there are also spare ribs. We can eat stewed spare ribs tomorrow. I am drooling just thinking about it." Chen Dan said, "Lu Yang, you are amazing, right? Where did you get these foods?" Zhao Lina said, "It is so touching to be able to eat fresh meat in the end times. It seems like we have returned to the peaceful life, living in villas and eating delicious food. It is really great. Thank you, Lu Yang." Everyone expressed their most sincere gratitude to Lu Yang. Lu Yang smiled. "You're welcome. I told you to follow me. Food will no longer be a problem. In addition, I have cleared out all the zombies in the entire villa community and locked the door. In other words, the entire villa community has become a safe area. From today on, you can move freely in the community. But be careful not to get close to the gate or the wall, otherwise the zombies outside may see you and attack you." Ah. The entire community has become a safe area. Can we move freely? Oh my God. There are at least several thousand zombies in the community. How did you do it? Lu Yang, you are so amazing, aren't you? The girls showed expressions of disbelief on their faces, and their eyes were full of admiration as they looked at Lu Yang. In just one day, Lu Yang not only found fresh meat, but also killed all the zombies. Those are the zombies of the entire neighborhood. Isn't this too powerful? Is he still human? Lu Yang showed a proud smile. Haven't you already experienced how powerful I am? So why are you so surprised? Anyway, you don't have to be trapped in this villa anymore. He Yushi was the first to show a happy expression. Great, really great. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that we could rush out of this villa so soon. I'm so happy. Amidst everyone's happy smiles, the meal was finally ready. Everyone sat at the dining table and ate together. Zhao Yuding was fine at first, but ever since these students misunderstood that she and Lu Yang had some unspeakable relationship, she became so shy that she didn't even dare to look Lu Yang in the eye. Everyone was talking and laughing, but she was the only one who kept eating with her head down and blushing. When Lu Yang woke up the next day, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning and the sun was already high in the sky. Lu Yang stretched his waist and felt that this kind of life of sleeping until waking up naturally every day was not bad. When I was in school, I had to get up every morning to attend classes. Even on weekends, I had to get up early and stand guard in the community as a security guard. I can't sleep in for many days in a year. How could we sleep every day like we do now? Moreover, there are several stunning beauties living downstairs, which is even more exciting than the ancient emperors flipping through cards. After getting up, washing, and having breakfast, Lu Yang started his plan for the day. Who knew that at this moment, Lu Yang received a system prompt. Congratulations host, you have killed a total of 22,000 zombies and obtained 2,200 attribute points. Lu Yang was surprised. 2,200 attribute points. Then he reacted and said, I'm afraid that all 10 dormitory buildings in the school burned down after one night. More than 20,000 zombies were burned to death. It was so cool. At this time, all of Lu Yang's basic attributes are 325 points. 2,200 divided by 4, each basic attribute can be increased by 550 points. Adding them all together equals 875 attribute points. At this time, Lu Yang's basic attributes have reached 16.5 times that of ordinary people. Definitely the Superman among supermen. The dark space has been upgraded again. It would be a waste if such a large space is not used. So we must hurry up and collect the food in the large supermarket. And as time goes by, the survivors will get hungrier and hungrier, so they may go looking for food. So if I go too late, the supermarkets may have been ransacked and there won't be much food left. Besides, my basic attributes are 16.5 times that of an ordinary person. With such strong attributes, it's time to go out of the community and test my combat power. Then, Lu Yang started the first simulation of the day. This was his first time walking out of the villa area and onto the street, so he had to be careful. After all, those 5 athletes in school almost made him fail. It might be more dangerous on the streets. The deduction begins. Lu Yang jumped directly and climbed out of the 3-meter-high gate of the villa. The road outside the villa was full of parked cars, blocking the entire road. Some cars even crashed into the roadside and caught fire, turning into a pile of charcoal. The owner of the car inside was also burned into a black skeleton. In some cars, the owners were eaten to bones by zombies inside before they could escape. Looking at these miserable corpses, Lu Yang felt a little emotional. Many people cannot afford to buy luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars even if they work all their lives. In the past, they were the capital for these rich people to show off. Unexpectedly, they have now become mobile coffins and the place where they finally die. Lu Yang began to move forward. The supermarket was only about 1 kilometer away from the villa area, and Lu Yang did not find any zombies on the way. But the closer you get to the supermarket, the more zombie bodies you see lying on the roadside. Moreover, after Lu Yang got closer, he found that all the zombies were cut in half. Some had their heads chopped off, and some were chopped directly at the waist. The upper bodies of the cut-in zombies were even still alive, and they kept crawling on the ground using their hands. Some even chopped it down vertically, splitting the head and body evenly in half. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was completely shocked. My goodness, who did this? Could it be another person with superpowers? We haven't walked far, but we've already found more than a dozen zombie corpses. Isn't this guy too strong? What shocked Lu Yang the most was the opponent's weapons. Every zombie was cut in half by the opponent with one stroke, whether it was cut horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, the zombies could be cut in half like tofu. Lu Yang looked at the battle-hardened fire axe in his hand and immediately felt that it was not very useful. Although this fire axe has the ability to penetrate armor, it will get stuck every time it hits a zombie's head. It's not like other people's weapons, which can cut in half directly. So Lu Yang became alert. If the other party is really a psychic, this will be the first psychic Lu Yang has ever met. Lu Yang has no idea how strong the other party is. Therefore, it must be treated with caution. As Lu Yang continued to move forward, the closer he got to the supermarket, the more zombie corpses he saw. Finally, under a big tree in front of the supermarket, a dozen zombies that had been hacked to death appeared. At the same time, a pitch-black sword was stuck into the ground. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was stunned. What happened? The zombies' bodies ended up here, and the weapon was covered with zombies' blood. I'm afraid that person used it to chop the zombies. Obviously, all the zombies were dead, so why did he drop the knife on the ground? Did something unexpected happen? Liu Yang walked over and wanted to check it out. I want to pull out that knife. After all, this is an extremely sharp sword, so don't miss it. At this moment, Liu Yang heard a weak cry for help. Help! Huh. Liu Yang was startled and immediately looked around, but he did not see any survivors. Help! The weak voice came again, and this time Liu Yang finally heard the direction it came from. He looked up suddenly and was immediately surprised. A woman was hanging in the air with her hands and feet tied up, and next to her was an unconscious man. At the same time, there were dozens of zombies tied in the air next to the men and woman. Some of the zombies had turned into mummies, while others were still struggling, which meant that they were tied up at different times. Liu Yang instantly became alert, took a few steps forward and asked the woman, "Who tied you up there?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, a vine quickly stretched out, tied his feet directly, and then threw him into the air. Liu Yang felt dizzy, and by the time he reacted, his hands and feet were tied up and he fell into the air. Liu Yang was shocked. What a powerful enemy. I didn't even realize where he was before I was tied up by the other party. This is definitely a super powerful psychic. Unexpectedly, the woman next to him said in a weak voice. This tree has mutated and has learned to use its vines to catch prey and absorb nutrients. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you for help, you wouldn't have been caught. Big tree. After hearing what the woman said, Liu Yang was shocked. He originally thought that when the apocalypse broke out, only humans would turn into zombies, but he didn't expect that even plants would begin to mutate. Moreover, this big tree not only catches humans, but even zombies. Isn't it too powerful? Just as Liu Yang was thinking this. However, a more delicate vine like a tentacle began to extend from the big tree, and it aimed directly at Liu Yang's heart. The vines instantly pierced through Liu Yang's chest. But at this moment, Liu Yang had already wrapped his whole body in a layer of ice shield. The vines did not penetrate his ice shield, but instead directly hit the thick and hard ice wall. The whole tree seemed to feel the pain, and it trembled instantly, and the leaves fell off. The tender dark red vine retreated instantly and dared not attack Liu Yang again. Then the 4 vines that bound Liu Yang were also eroded by the ice, becoming very stiff and fragile. Liu Yang pulled with both hands. Bang! He instantly broke 4 vines, then did a perfect backflip and landed directly on the ground. Seeing Liu Yang break free, the female survivor's eyes widened. You succeeded. Save us, save him first. He's dying. Okay. Liu Yang pulled out the samurai sword that was stuck in the ground after landing. Then he jumped up and cut off the man's vines with a few swipes. The men fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Immediately afterwards, Liu Yang jumped up again and cut off the vines on the woman's body. The woman fell down instantly, but was caught by Liu Yang in a princess hug. This woman was very beautiful. When Liu Yang hugged her, he could feel her slender waist. There was not a trace of fat on her body and her figure was perfect. Through close observation, I found that the other person's skin is as smooth as a baby's, her facial features are delicate and beautiful, and there is not a single flaw on her face. In terms of appearance, she is even not inferior to Zhao Lina. She is definitely a 1 in a million beauty. After saving the 2 people, Liu Yang swung his knife again and chopped down the tree trunk that was so thick that it took 2 people to hug it. Boom! The huge mutant tree fell to the ground in an instant. At the same time, dark blood flowed out from the smooth incision. Liu Yang was a little surprised. This knife is amazing, isn't it? He originally thought that it would take him more than 10 hits to chop down the tree, which was so thick that it took 2 people to hug it. But I didn't expect to cut it in half with one stroke, just like cutting tofu. This is truly a peerless sword. A good sword deserves a hero. If this sword were in ancient times, it would at least have to be paired with a great general to unleash its power. He's dying, woo-woo, please save him. After landing, the woman looked at the unconscious man on the ground and her eyes instantly filled with tears. The woman's words interrupted Liu Yang's thoughts. He pulled his attention away from the knife. Who is he? Liu Yang asked. If it was this woman's boyfriend, he would definitely not save her. How can you be a thief if you saved yourself? He is my brother. Woo. We depended on each other in the apocalypse, but I didn't expect that we would be caught by this mutated tree, woo. The girl burst into tears immediately, her eyes full of tears. Oh, it's our brother. You should have said it earlier. Liu Yang quickly rushed to the man's side. It was discovered that the man had regained some consciousness after coming down from the tree and had opened his eyes. It was just a dark red vine that had pierced his heart. Now it was cut off by Liu Yang, and scarlet blood kept flowing out from the broken vine. I'm dying, brother. Please take good care of my sister. This knife is my last and most precious possession. I'm giving it to you. You must protect my sister well. Brother. Brother. No, brother. The woman burst into tears. Jingyu, don't cry. In the end times, I have long thought that this day would come. I am not afraid of death. The only regret is that I can't continue to protect you in the future. Ahem. As the man spoke, he coughed up another large mouthful of blood. Finally, his hand fell heavily and he lost all sound. Brother. Brother. Zhang Jingyu held her brother's hand and kept calling, but there was no response. He's gone. Don't be too sad. The most important thing now is to survive. Liu Yang comforted Zhang Jingyu. Woo. He is the only relative I have left. He is my brother, my real brother. Woo. Zhang Jingyu cried with tears in his eyes, heartbroken. Seeing the other person crying, Liu Yang hugged her in his arms, patted her back and comforted her. Then, Liu Yang set his sights on the dark red vine on Zhang Jingyu's chest. Liu Yang showed a puzzled expression. Strange. Your brother was stabbed in the heart by a dark red vine. It was useless even if we rescued him from the tree. But you were also stabbed by the vine. How come you are okay? Ah. Me. Zhang Jingyu finally reacted and found that there was still a vine hanging on his chest, but the vine that had been cut off was weak and looked limp. She pulled aside her clothes and took a look. Suddenly, the spring light was revealed, and Liu Yang's eyes lit up. Big. Much better than Zhao Lina. TSK. If she became a mother, her children would never starve. She could feed at least 5 babies at a time. Zhang Jingyu didn't pay attention to Liu Yang's gaze. She found that although the vine pierced her outer clothes, it was blocked by the thick bra inside. Before it could pierce the bra, Zhang Jingyu was rescued by Liu Yang. Ah, this. Looking at this scene, Liu Yang was speechless. If her brother had also worn a bra, would he have avoided death? The cross-dressing guy is so cool. Only then did Zhang Jingyu see Liu Yang's eyes. Her pretty face turned red instantly. She grabbed the vine with her hand, pulled it out directly, and then quickly fastened her clothes. After this little episode, she was not so sad anymore. Said to Liu Yang. Hello, my name is Zhang Jingyu. Thank you for saving me. What's your name? My name is Liu Yang. I came out to search for food this time and just happened to see you. It's just a piece of cake. Let's bury your brother's body first, so that he won't be seen by zombies and won't even have an intact body left. Liu Yang said. Yeah. Although Zhang Jingyu was sad, he could only nod with tears in his eyes. The two men found a place, dug a hole, and buried her brother's body. Although Zhang Jingyu was sad, she also understood that there was not much time to be sad in the end times. Just follow me from now on. Since your brother gave me such a good sword, I will take good care of you for him. Let's go find food first, and then I'll take you back to a safe place. Liu Yang said to Zhang Jingyu while holding a samurai sword. Okay. Zhang Jingyu nodded and followed Liu Yang to the supermarket. As they walked, the two began chatting. Liu Yang asked Zhang Jingyu, "Where are you from? Where are you going?" My brother and I came out of the Black Tiger survivor base and were preparing to find a new shelter. Who knew we would encounter an accident on the way? Zhang Jingyu started sobbing again. Black Tiger base. Is it far from here? What are your and your brother's identities? How could your brother have such good weapons? Lu Yang frowned. If any survivor from this so-called Black Tiger base is as strong as Zhang Jingyu's brother, then he should not be underestimated. And it was obvious that the weapon his brother was holding was not an ordinary weapon. Even in the peaceful times of the 21st century, it is difficult for anyone to make such a sharp knife. Not to mention it's the end of the world. The Black Tiger base is about 20 kilometers away from here, which is not that close. It took us 3 days to get here. I am a freshman in the police academy, and my brother is a retired special forces soldier. We were both survivors of the Black Tiger base, but because of me, we had to leave the Black Tiger base. Zhang Jingyu said to Lu Yang. A female student from a police academy. Such a beautiful female student from a police academy, she will at least be a policewoman after graduation, right? Lu Yang became interested and said to Zhang Jingyu with a smile on his face. Although he already has several beauties, he has never met a gorgeous policewoman. No, no. Zhang Jingyu's face turned red instantly when Lu Yang praised her. Why on earth did you want to come out of the base? If you had stayed in the base, you wouldn't have been in danger, right? Lu Yang continued to ask. It's all because of me. The leader of the Black Tiger base, Black Tiger, fell in love with me and wanted me to obey him. But he is dark, old, and ugly, and he already has 13 wives. I definitely can't agree. My brother was even angrier than me, and he had a falling out with them right on the spot, so he took me away from the Black Tiger base. If it weren't for me, my brother wouldn't have cried. I should have followed Black Tiger earlier. Woohoo! Zhang Jingyu started crying again when he mentioned the past. Who is stronger, the leader of the Black Tiger base or your brother? Lu Yang asked, looking for the key question. The leader of the Black Tiger base should be stronger. He ranks higher than my brother on the yellow list. But if it's a fight of life and death, even if my brother is killed by him, he won't be better off. He will at least be seriously injured. Once he was seriously injured, others would definitely want to take over, and his loss would be even greater, so he didn't dare to stop us from leaving the Black Tiger base. Zhang Jingyu said truthfully. Yellow list. What is that? Lu Yang was stunned. It's the ranking list of superpowers. It is said that only superpowers who have passed the test on the test stone tablet can be on the list. I am not a superpower, so I don't know much about it. I only know that every time a psychic passes a test, he or she will get a stone tablet as a reward. This knife is the reward my brother got for passing the test. Zhang Jingyu replied. After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yang was somewhat shocked. He had never heard of these things before. I didn't expect that just a few days after the zombie outbreak, there would already be such a thing as a ranking list of people with special powers. And you can get rewards by passing the stone tablet test. No wonder Lu Yang felt that this knife did not seem to be man-made. It turned out to be the product of the so-called stone tablet. Where is this stone tablet? Lu Yang continued to ask. If he could get a reward every time he passed a test, Lu Yang would also like to give it a try. It is said that stone tablets have appeared all over the world, and the Black Tiger base was built around this stone tablet, so there is a stone tablet in the center of the Black Tiger base. But I don't recommend you go there. The people in the Black Tiger base are too bad and powerful. You might as well find a new stone tablet and build a base yourself. Zhang Jingyu said to Lu Yang. Lu Yang nodded, I see. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now, let's go collect supplies first. While they were talking, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Before going in, Lu Yang reminded Zhang Jingyu. When the disaster breaks out, there should be a lot of people shopping in the supermarket, so there may be a lot of zombies now. Don't be nervous when you go in, don't scream, okay? Yeah, no problem. My brother and I have encountered a lot of zombies these days. I'm not that scared anymore. Zhang Jingyu nodded quickly. That's good. After hearing the other party's answer, Lu Yang walked in front with the knife in hand and entered the supermarket door. There were indeed many zombies wandering around in the supermarket. However, Lu Yang this time is no longer the same as before. His strength and speed have reached several times that of ordinary humans. Now with the blessing of a peerless sword, he rushes into the zombie group like an invincible god of war. Swish! The pitch-black samurai sword swung forward, and the zombie in front of him was instantly cut in half. What a great sword that can cut through iron like mud. Lu Yang became more and more excited as the fight went on, and he had killed dozens of zombies in just a few minutes. It turns out that Lu Yang's speed and strength are more than 10 times that of ordinary people. What he lacked was a peerless magical weapon. Now this weapon is actually like adding wings to a tiger for him. Lu Yang also felt that he couldn't let it go. It was really a precious sword. This knife is really suitable for me. So awesome, so strong. Even better than my brother. Zhang Jingyu, who was watching Lu Yang's actions from the side, suddenly widened his eyes. You have to know that Zhang Jingyu's elder brother is a retired special forces soldier. He has a very strong foundation and is much stronger than ordinary people. Later, after the apocalypse broke out, he awakened and became a superpower, and became even more powerful with the blessing of superpowers. But even so, he is still no match for Lu Yang at this moment. Although Zhang Jingyu is an ordinary person, she can also tell who is stronger and who is faster. It is obvious that Lu Yang is far superior to her brother in terms of strength and speed. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Yang killed more than 300 zombies and almost emptied the entire supermarket. He still felt a little unsatisfied. This sword cuts zombies as easily as cutting fruits, with ease and without any effort. It's like playing a game like Fruit Ninja. These zombies are not enough for me to kill, but after clearing them out, I can collect resources next. Lu Yang's mind moved, and he instantly threw the food on the shelf in front of him into his own dark space. So many chocolates, so many candies. So many cookies, so many treats. Take them all away. Milk, drinks, cigarettes, and fine wine. Take them away. Bulk rice, mung beans, soybeans, black beans, potatoes. Take them away. Packaged foods, all kinds of bread, all kinds of vacuum foods. Take them away. Fresh meat, fresh vegetables, fresh fruit. Take them away. All kinds of dried goods, bacon, dried fish. Take them away. Soon Lu Yang had bought almost all the items in the supermarket. When Zhang Jingyu saw Lu Yang's actions, her beautiful eyes widened. How did you do that? Lu Yang made all the food disappear on the spot with just a wave of his hand. It was like magic. Where did he get the food? This is my secret, Lu Yang said with a smile. Although Zhang Jingyu didn't know how Lu Yang did it, she was more certain in her heart that Lu Yang was definitely a powerful psychic. Much stronger than her own brother. Soon, Lu Yang had collected almost all the items on the supermarket shelves, even toilet paper, clothes, towels, various bowls, chopsticks, knives, daily necessities, etc. After all, its dark space is a huge space of 30 times 30 times 30 is equal to 27,000 cubic meters. If this space is used entirely to store water, it can hold 27,000 tons. If all of it is used to store rice, it can hold about 27,000 tons. If there really were 27,000 tons of rice, even if Lu Yang saved 1,000 surviving girls, they would at least have enough to eat for 100 years. Even if you put all the stuff in the supermarket, you still can't fill up his space. Moreover, he didn't need to organize or arrange the things neatly in the dark space, he just had to pile them together. When he needs something, he can take it out by just moving his mind, without having to search for it one by one like in the real world. So just pile it all in there, pile it high. Soon Lu Yang had basically ransacked the supermarket shelves, and then he set his sights on the supermarket's warehouse. There are more things in supermarket warehouses than on shelves. I just don't know where the warehouse of this supermarket is, I need to look for it. Let's go. Next we'll go find the supermarket's warehouse, Lu Yang said to the future policewoman Zhang Jingyu. Yeah. Zhang Jingyu nodded obediently and followed Lu Yang. After she saw how powerful Lu Yang was, she became even more determined to follow Lu Yang. Only in this way could she live better, so she did whatever Lu Yang asked her to do and was very obedient. The two of them groped around in the supermarket together, during which time Lu Yang also hacked to death several scattered zombies. With the bonus of this precious sword, Lu Yang enjoyed chopping zombies. Of course, this was a disaster for the zombies. With Lu Yang's speed, the zombies' movements looked like slow motion in his eyes, and they were cut in half before they could get close to Lu Yang. That smooth feeling is like cutting tofu, very relaxing. For this knife, Lu Yang would be willing to exchange it even if he had to use half of the resources he had at the moment. At the same time, he became more determined to go to the stone tablet to test it. Zhang Jingyu's brother obtained such a powerful sword after testing it once. If he tests it himself, will he be able to get a better reward? Thinking of this, Lu Yang felt a little excited. The two of them groped around in the supermarket together, and after half an hour of searching, they finally found the supermarket warehouse hidden in the back passage. There are a lot of resources in the supermarket's warehouse, which is divided into the clothing department's warehouse, the fresh food department's warehouse, the grain department's warehouse, and the frozen warehouse. The clothing department's warehouse has all kinds of men's and women's clothing, including all kinds of underwear, pajamas, and swimsuits. Lu Yang put them all into the darkness without hesitation. The fresh produce department's warehouse has countless varieties of fruits and vegetables. They were all taken away by Lu Yang. What excited Lu Yang the most was the warehouse of the Ministry of Food. There were at least thousands of bags of rice neatly stacked in one warehouse. Each bag weighs 100 jin, that is 100 times 1,000 is equal to 100,000 jin. A full 50 tons. 50 tons of food is enough for him, Su Xiao and others to eat for at least 10 years. Not to mention the various beans such as soybeans and mung beans. Adding up all the beans, there are at least dozens of tons in total. I'm rich, I'm rich. With so many resources, I can feed the survivors of a base. An excited look appeared on Lu Yang's face. In the end times, food is the most important thing. And this is just a large supermarket. If we plunder a few more large supermarkets, wouldn't we be able to store thousands of tons of food? Food is capital. It is the most crucial thing for him to develop his strength in the last days. It is no exaggeration to say. In the end times of zombie outbreak, 100 kilograms of food is enough to exchange for 10 beautiful girls. And if all 10 beauties succeed in having children, the reward they will receive cannot be exchanged for even 10 tons of food. This leads to the transformation of resources and explosive growth. Lu Yang excitedly began to put everything into his dark space. Looking at the dark space becoming more and more full, and now occupying 1/5 of the space, he was extremely happy. However, at this time, outside the supermarket, next to the mutant tree that Lu Yang had just chopped down, more than a dozen people had appeared. They were all dusty, fierce, and their eyes were full of hostility. They were not good people at first glance. This seems to be a mutated tree. The cut is smooth and cut in half. It must be caused by that guy. One of them had a big nose with a red tip. He kept sniffing, as if filtering the smell in the air. The blood here is from that guy. He lost so much blood. It seems that his battle with the mutant tree was not easy. He must have been seriously injured. This is good for us. He continued to sniff along the blood, sniffing the air hard. After several attempts, he said to a 1.9-meter tall man next to him, who was as strong as a black bear, "Big brother giant bear, that guy is hiding over there." Following his guidance, everyone came to a mound of earth. Looking at the pile of earth, everyone looked at each other in confusion. The yellow dog nodded and whispered, "Based on the smell, he's in there." The sturdy man showed a solemn look. Why was that guy hiding in the mud? But he still ordered his men to start digging. Soon, the body of Zhang Jingyu's brother was dug out. Dead. A look of surprise appeared on the sturdy man's rough face. Zhang Jinglin's strength is ranked among the best even in the Black Tiger survivor base, at least in the top 3. Who would have thought that he would die at the hands of the mutant tree? Another person looked over Zhang Jinglin's body. Where is his knife? It's a great knife. I've been eyeing it for a long time. I guess his sister took it away. Another scarred man said, could it be that his sister buried him here? That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Jinglin, a superpower, died here. His sister is an ordinary person. How could she have escaped? I'm afraid he died to protect his sister. Otherwise, it shouldn't be difficult for him to protect himself with his strength, said another person. This is the best. Zhang Jinglin is dead and Zhang Jingyu has escaped. We just need to capture Zhang Jingyu and we can report back, and we can avoid a fierce battle. Big Nose said easily. I hope Zhang Jingyu is not dead. Boss Black Tiger personally instructed that we must bring her back, said the sturdy men with some concern. Once Zhang Jinglin died, Zhang Jingyu lost the ability to protect himself and was likely to be killed by zombies. If Zhang Jingyu was really killed by the zombies, they would not be able to explain to Heihu. The strongman said to the big red nose next to him. Yellow Dog, hurry up and smell Zhang Jingyu's location. I know. Don't rush me. I'm sniffing. Hiss. The Yellow Dog sniffed hard, and his face suddenly became serious. In addition to Zhang Jingyu, there was another man who appeared in the smell of the sea. And he seemed to be a woman, or that man had the smell of other women. A puzzled look appeared on the Yellow Dog's face. Who cares whether they are men or women? Just find their positions. Kill the men directly, and as for the women, let's fight them together first and then kill them, said the sturdy man impatiently. He was in full charge of this operation, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. He just wanted to find Zhang Jingyu as soon as possible and bring him back to Heihu. Okay, they're going that way. The Yellow Dog followed the smell. Finally, a group of people arrived at the door of the supermarket. They went in. The Yellow Dog said, pointing at the supermarket door. Okay, let's go in too. Yellow Dog, you lead the way in front, Scar Rat, you follow behind and keep an eye on the movements inside, and everyone else follow me, the sturdy man gave the order. Okay, Big Brother Giant Bear. The others nodded. The Yellow Dog was walking in front alone. As soon as he entered the supermarket, a fishy smell came into his nose. It was the smell of zombie blood. Then, he was somewhat surprised and a little scared at the sight before him. The supermarket was full of dead zombies, and every zombie was cut in half. He took a deep breath. This move looks very much like Zhang Jinglin's attack method. Isn't that guy dead? The giant bear frowned. No, there is another expert. Someone must have taken Zhang Jinglin's knife, brought his sister Zhang Jingyu to the supermarket, and killed hundreds of zombies. This guy might be stronger than Zhang Jinglin. Everyone be careful. When they saw the scene inside the supermarket, everyone was shocked, and a vigilant expression appeared on their faces, because this supermarket was like a Shura field, with zombie corpses everywhere on the ground. Originally, these dozen people were enough to deal with Zhang Jinglin alone. But now, this guy holding Zhang Jinglin's samurai sword seems to be stronger than Zhang Jinglin himself. This has to be taken seriously. As they went deeper, they were even more confused by the empty shelves in the supermarket. Yellow Dog was the first to speak. What on earth is going on? The entire supermarket is empty, everything has been taken away, this is impossible. Even daily necessities like clothes and dishes have been taken away. How many survivors are there around here? Searching for supplies, even with a large backpack, you can't pack much, at most a week's worth of food. How many survivors would it take to empty an entire supermarket? Moreover, the blood of the zombies on the ground is fresh, and these zombies were killed not long ago. Could it be that someone came to move things before the zombies were killed? How is that possible? So this is all very strange. The giant bear shook his head. Never mind, let's find Zhang Jingyu first. His first priority was to help Heihu find Zhang Jingyu, and he didn't want to care about anything else. The Yellow Dog nodded. I continued to twitch my nose, and then followed the smell all the way to the supermarket's warehouse. At this moment, Liu Yang's keen hearing also heard someone approaching. He frowned. All the zombies outside were killed by myself. Could it be that someone saw that there were no zombies in the supermarket, so he risked his life to come out to look for food? He didn't want to share food with others. Fortunately, he had collected all the things in the warehouse and it was a good opportunity for him to meet these survivors. Liu Yang, holding a samurai sword, walked out of the warehouse door with Zhang Jingyu, and the two groups met face to face in an instant. The moment he saw Zhang Jingyu, the giant bear's eyes widened, and then he showed an excited expression. Zhang Jingyu. That's great, you're not dead yet. Now I can go back and report to the mission. Ah. Zhang Jingyu couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, his face turned pale. A frightened expression instantly appeared. What's wrong? Who are they? Lu Yang looked at the people opposite vigilantly and asked Zhang Jingyu in a low voice. They are all from the Black Tiger Survivor Base. That sturdy guy is the third in command of the Black Tiger Survivor Base, nicknamed Giant Bear. He is a superpower and very powerful. Only slightly weaker than my brother. The two beside him are Yellow Dog and Blade Rat, also supernatural beings. The others beside him are all ruthless people from the Black Tiger Base. Before the disaster, some of them were mercenaries, some were professional killers, and each of them was very powerful. I didn't expect that the Black Tiger Survivor Base would send out 3 superpowers and a dozen elites to capture us. Zhang Jingyu's face was full of fear. With 3 psychics attacking at the same time, even if his brother was still alive, he would definitely not be a match for the other party. 3 superpowers. Lu Yang clenched his samurai sword. This was his first encounter with a person with superpowers. But judging from the opponent's appearance, he doesn't seem very strong. 3 ice needles should be enough to kill him. But Lu Yang didn't want to kill the opponent so quickly. Instead, he wanted to try how much stronger he was than an ordinary psychic. In this way, he would be able to estimate what ranking he would get in the test on the stone tablet. So he planned not to use his superpowers, but only his samurai sword and melee combat ability to kill the opponent. While Lu Yang was observing Giant Bear and the others, Giant Bear and the others were also observing Lu Yang. Neither side understood the other, so Giant Bear and his men did not dare to act rashly. The Yellow Dog noticed the knife in Lu Yang's hand. Boy, we are from the Black Tiger Survivor Base. Which base are you from? It's not good to take other people's things casually. Leave that woman and the knife to us, and maybe we can spare your life. Oh, what if I don't agree? Lu Yang said with a smile. Then don't blame us for being rude. The Yellow Dog showed a gritting teeth expression, and at the same time, he took out a large machete that was shining with cold light from behind. Then I'll see how you can be rude. As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards the Yellow Dog. Before the other party could react, the samurai sword instantly slashed forward. Swish. The Yellow Dog still had a gnashing expression on his face, but his head had already fallen to the ground. A tall column of blood spurted out from the neck, and then Lu Yang slashed a few more times, killing the several strong men next to the Yellow Dog. What a fast speed! Seeing this scene, the Giant Bear showed a shocked expression on his face. At the same time, they quickly dodged and retreated, looking at Lu Yang with fear in their eyes. Huh? Why are you running away? Don't retreat, I haven't felt satisfied with the chopping yet. Lu Yang said with a sneer. The jet-black katana was dripping with blood. The supermarket was filled with the smell of blood. On the ground were 4 headless corpses. After a face-to-face encounter, Lu Yang roughly understood the strength of these psychics. Basic attributes such as strength and speed are about twice that of ordinary people. And Lu Yang's strength and speed are 16 times that of ordinary people. There was a huge gap between the two sides. In Lu Yang's opinion, the opponent's movements were too slow. As for what the other party's superpower was, Lu Yang was not quite sure, but he estimated that it would not be a powerful one, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be killed by himself without even using his superpower. A layer of cold sweat broke out on the Giant Bear's face. The faces of the other base members were filled with horror. This man is so strong. He was so strong that they couldn't even see each other's movements. It could be said that even Black Tiger, the leader of the Black Tiger base, was no match for the men in front of them. The Giant Bear was panicking. If my combat power is 800, then Black Tiger's combat power is 1000. The combat power of this man in front of me is at least 5000. They are not even on the same level. How can we fight this? Unless the entire Black Tiger base is mobilized, there is absolutely no chance of winning. He said to Lu Yang with a vigilant look on his face. Brother, let's talk it over nicely. It's just a misunderstanding. Take the woman and the weapons. Let's leave now. What do you think? As long as you let us go, we will never appear in front of you again in this life. That won't do. I haven't had enough fun yet, Lu Yang said, and quickly rushed towards Giant Bear and others. The Giant Bear roared, "Run, go back to the base, and get reinforcements. I'll cover you. Bear power. Roar." The Giant Bear's body suddenly grew larger, and countless hairs grew on its body, instantly turning into a real grizzly bear. Oh! Your superpower is to turn into a bear? That's really weak. You don't want to be a good person, but you have to be a beast. Lu Yang stepped forward with a knife and chopped off the Giant Bear's head. The other party couldn't even react. Then he rushed into the fleeing crowd and slaughtered them at will. These mercenaries and professional killers were like chickens waiting to be slaughtered in front of Lu Yang. They had no power to fight back at all. In less than a minute, Lu Yang hacked them all to death. Ugh! The strong smell of blood made Zhang Jingyu retch continuously. The ground was littered with the bodies of the survivors of the Black Tiger base. At the same time, Zhang Jingyu was also shocked by Lu Yang's strength. The Giant Bear, who was the third in command of the base, didn't even have time to react and was killed instantly. Is this man the reincarnation of the god of war? Lu Yang is not only his savior, but also very powerful and full of security. He is so strong and handsome. Zhang Jingyu made up her mind that she must follow Lu Yang, and it would be best if she could become Lu Yang's woman. Lu Yang saw that there were no more people alive, wiped the blood off his samurai sword, and said to Zhang Jingyu, "Let's go, we have finished looting the supplies, and we should go back." Yeah. Zhang Jingyu nodded and followed Lu Yang obediently. The two left the supermarket without noticing a large hole on the ground behind a shelf. The two returned to the school villa building. The deduction is over. Lu Yang gained a lot from this deduction. Not only did he obtain a melee weapon, a samurai sword, but he also obtained the supplies of an entire large supermarket. The most important thing is, he also got a busted policewoman with fair skin, long legs and looks that is not inferior to Zhao Lina. It can be said that the harvest is quite fruitful. To be honest, Zhang Jingyu's appearance really fits Lu Yang's aesthetic taste. Lu Yang fell in love with him at first sight. He really likes this type. I made up my mind that I must get this police academy goddess into bed as soon as possible and have a family with her. Lu Yang immediately began to act according to the deduced process. Everything went very smoothly. When he returned to the villa from the supermarket, he had actually obtained a precious sword and brought back the peerless beauty Zhang Jingyu. Lu Yang was very happy. Looks like I can try out the feeling of being a future policewoman tonight. Thinking about the other person's angelic face and devilish figure, it must be super exciting, right? Lu Yang, you're back. Come and have dinner. Chen Dan and others smiled happily when they saw Lu Yang coming back and invited Lu Yang to the restaurant for dinner. Lu Yang nodded and said to Zhang Jingyu, "Let's eat something first. I believe you are hungry too." Okay. Zhang Jingyu nodded somewhat awkwardly. She looked at Chen Dan and others in the villa, with a complicated expression on her face. Originally she thought Lu Yang was alone. I have already made up my mind to become Lu Yang's woman. But I found that the other party seemed to have several female companions. And each one has its own unique look and is very beautiful. Although she was very confident about her appearance, she still felt a little awkward to be one of Lu Yang's several women. Will these women who came first accept themselves? Will it be directed at me? Will it make things difficult for yourself? Zhang Jingyu ate in silence, with mixed feelings. There are worries and fears. Chen Dan, Tang Mengting, Zhao Yuding, Zhao Lina, and others on the opposite side were observing Zhang Jingyu. Tang Mengting was already itching with hatred. What a beautiful girl. In terms of appearance, she is not even inferior to the four school beauties He Yushi and Zhao Lina. Where did Lu Yang go and bring back such a stunning beauty? There are 4 people in this shelter who are prettier than me. They are the big star Su Xiao, the long-legged teacher Zhao Yuding, the cold and aloof school beauty He Yushi, the top student school beauty Zhao Lina, and this new busty girl. She is so beautiful and her figure is bigger than Chen Dan's. It's simply a devilish figure. Is this going to allow people to survive? Tang Mengting was about to collapse. I can't compare with the other person in terms of face, and my figure can't compare with the other person's plumpness. What's the point of playing this game? But even though she was devastated in her heart, she didn't dare show it on her face. This beauty had just been brought back to the villa and was able to have dinner with them, which was enough to show how special Lu Yang was to her. Even Zhao Lina, the top student and school beauty, had to enter Lu Yang's room and wait on him before eating. But Zhang Jingyu didn't have to do anything and could eat directly. This is something no one else can compare to. Chen Dan was naturally very clear about this. With a smile on her face, she picked up a piece of meat for Zhang Jingyu and said, "Good sister, eat more. Look how thin you are. Except for your big breasts, everything else is small. I made these dishes. Take a look and see if they suit your taste." Ah. Oh. It's delicious, very delicious, thank you. Zhang Jingyu was a little nervous. She also didn't expect these people to treat her so well. In the past at the Black Tiger base, the relationship between the survivors was not so harmonious. Always be wary of each other. Because although they are competitors in a group, they are also competitors for survival resources. When necessary, they will even become enemies. If it tastes good, eat more. I'm glad that the food I cooked suits your taste. What's your name? Where are you from? My name is Chin Dan. I was the former owner of this villa complex and also a dance teacher. Chen Dan said with a gentle smile on his face and in an approachable tone. My name is Zhang Jingyu. I am a former student of the police academy. I met Lu Yang on the road. He saved me. I am very grateful to him. Zhang Jingyu said truthfully. Oh, so you are a student from the police academy. In fact, we were all saved by Lu Yang, and we are all very grateful to him. You will join our big family in the future, and we will definitely get along well. Chen Dan nodded and said. Yeah. Okay, thank you Chen Dan. Zhang Jingyu said with a smile. Feeling a little happy. She felt that Chen Dan was very approachable, and gave people a very good and gentle feeling. Watching Chen Dan talking to Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mengting and others showed complicated expressions on their faces. He thought, as expected of Chen Dan. He knows how to behave. He managed to bring the newcomer Zhang Jingyu to the united front with just a few words. The old ones are still the best. So Tang Mengting, Zhao Lina, and others also showed warm smiles on their faces. Said to Zhang Jingyu. Yes, yes, dear sister, eat more. Don't be polite with us. The people here are easy to get along with and speak nicely. When you come here, just treat it as your own home. Don't be too restrained. Relax and relax. Oh. Okay, thank you everyone. I'm very happy that everyone can accept me so quickly. Zhang Jingyu said sincerely. Seeing that everyone was getting along so happily, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Teacher Zhao Yuding with beautiful legs was eating with a complicated expression on her face. Originally, after a day of inner struggle, she decided to go to Lu Yang's room tonight and have some real relationship with Lu Yang as rumored. It would be best if they could fight for several hours as rumored. But now Lu Yang has brought back a beautiful girl. He will most likely spend the night with her tonight. It seems that his battle plan will be postponed again. I don't know when it will be my turn. Well. She felt like the grass in the desert, about to wither and crack. Urgently needs rain. Just keep waiting like this. I'm going to break down. After dinner, the new policewoman Zhang Jingyu found a room on the first floor to stay in. Lu Yang returned to his room. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, he looked at his long black samurai sword and couldn't let it go. Originally, his basic strength had been strengthened, and his melee combat ability had increased dramatically. He just happened to lack a melee weapon. He didn't expect that he got a sword today just because he said he lacked a weapon yesterday. What great luck! He took out a new towel from the dark space and kept wiping this top-grade weapon. The dark blade is powerful and emits bursts of cold light. The straight figure exudes sharpness and toughness. It seems to be able to pierce through all enemies. I have killed hundreds of zombies and a dozen survivors today, and this sword is still as sharp as ever, enough to cut through even the most delicate hair. Lu Yang looked at it, his eyes full of love. A master once said that weapons should be treated like lovers. Because weapons can stay with you longer than your lover. And weapons can save your life, while lovers can only suck your energy. Just as Lu Yang was happily wiping the knife, there was a sudden knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing this voice, Lu Yang slowly put away the knife. I've admired the knives enough, it's time to show off my sword. I just don't know who is knocking on the door today. I hope it's policewoman Zhang Jingyu. Lu Yang licked his lips and called out expectantly. Come in. The door was pushed open. The person who came in was indeed Zhang Jingyu. She had finished her shower, and her long, straight black hair was still a little wet, draped smoothly over her fair shoulders. A pair of straight and slender white legs, and a curvy figure are extremely eye-catching. Seeing Lu Yang's smiling face, Zhang Jingyu blushed immediately. She hesitantly said to Lu Yang. Well, I came here to thank you for saving me today. I know. Come on, come here, let's have a good chat, talk about the future, talk about our ideals, Lu Yang said with a smirk. Okay, let's talk about the future together. And be your girlfriend. Zhang Jingyu showed a puzzled expression. When she reacted, her pretty face suddenly became redder. I thought we were just ordinary friends. I just wanted to say thank you verbally. Isn't it too fast to date now? What do you mean, friends or not? Your brother entrusted you to me, how can I bear to just be your friend? I want you to be my boyfriend at least. Lu Yang pulled Zhang Jingyu into his arms. Zhang Jingyu let out a shy moan. What's good about being friends? There is a saying, the one who can give you a hand is your friend, and the one who can help you several times is your girlfriend. So, if you want to be someone, then be her girlfriend. Outside the door. When Zhang Jingyu entered Lu Yang's room, Su Xiao, Tang Mengting, Chen Dan, Zhao Yuding and a group of people in the corridor started whispering again. Sure enough, he went in again. This woman, I thought she was so pure. And I heard a voice in the room. Lu Yang wants her to be his girlfriend. Oh my god. There are several girls here, but which one can become Lu Yang's recognized girlfriend? Only Zhang Jingyu can do it. And it was Lu Yang who took the initiative to ask for it. Yes. Oh my god. He is so nice to Zhang Jingyu. You have to be nicer to Zhang Jingyu in the future. She is now the only one favored. Listening to everyone's discussions, Tang Mingting's face looked very ugly. She is the one who wants to be Lu Yang's girlfriend the most, and more than once she has put herself in the position of Lu Yang's girlfriend, but every time she was severely slapped in the face. Lu Yang never gave her a good look. But now, on just the first day of Zhang Jingyu's arrival, Lu Yang actually took the initiative to ask to be his girlfriend. This is treatment that no other girl has ever received. In the past, Tang Mingting regarded He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhao Yuding as potential enemies, but now she realizes that the real enemy is this newcomer, the real enemy is Zhang Jingyu. And this enemy is so powerful that it is difficult to shake. Everyone was filled with a sense of crisis. At the same time, he was extremely envious of Zhang Jingyu. Long-legged teacher Zhao Yuding didn't think so much. She doesn't care who has a higher status or who is more favored by Lu Yang. She only cares about when she can get Lu Yang's attention. Her whole face was red. Zhao Yuding's face flushed when she returned to the room. Harmonious deletion. 2 hours later, Lu Yang received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to be your girlfriend. The dark space ability level can be increased by 1 level. Since the host has successfully made a girlfriend for 7 consecutive days, the additional reward is that all ability levels will be increased by 1 level. After receiving this reminder, Lu Yang was delighted. Lu Yang took a look. Dark space has been upgraded to level 5. The space of 30 times 30 times 30 is equal to 27,000 cubic meters has now become 50 times 50 times 50 is equal to 125,000 cubic meters. An increase of nearly 4 times. The pile of things he had collected from the supermarket was already quite impressive. Now it has become a small puddle. Lu Yang shook his head. It seems that the speed at which I am collecting resources cannot keep up with the speed at which the dark space is expanding. This space is really too empty. I have to continue collecting resources. Although Zhang Jingyu was very tired, he didn't want to sleep yet. Looking at Lu Yang who was sleeping beside her, she liked him more and more. His brother Zhang Jinglin died accidentally at the hands of a mutated tree. Fortunately, he met Lu Yang. Otherwise, even if he was not killed by the tree, he would have been captured by Giant Bear and others who found him soon after, and then taken back to the Black Tiger base. When she thought of the leader of the Black Tiger survivor base, with his mouth full of yellow teeth, big belly, fat and black, and disgusting appearance, she felt like vomiting. Compared to Lu Yang, that Black Tiger is just a piece of shit. I am so lucky to have met Lu Yang and become Lu Yang's woman. This is simply God's favor to me. Even in the end times, Zhang Jingyu felt very happy at this moment. With a curved mouth, she secretly kissed the sleeping Lu Yang, and then slowly fell asleep. The next day. It was already noon when Lu Yang and Zhang Jingyu got up. Su Xiao and others had already prepared lunch. When they saw Lu Yang and Zhang Jingyu getting up and coming out, they immediately greeted them with smiles on their faces. Lu Yang, Sister Jingyu, come and have lunch. You woke up just as we were finishing the meal. It's just perfect. Okay. Lu Yang nodded. Zhang Jingyu and I came to Su Xiao's dormitory, which was almost full of girls at this moment. Everyone showed an envious look the moment they saw Zhang Jingyu. Zhao Yuding's face flushed and her eyes avoided when she saw Lu Yang. But unfortunately, Lu Yang noticed something was wrong with Zhao Yuding. His face was flushed, his eyes were evasive, he lowered his head, and his breathing was a little rapid. This is a bit like the prelude to turning into a zombie. He frowned and asked with concern, Yuding, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? The others also stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to Zhao Yuding. The room suddenly became quiet. Zhao Yuding didn't expect Lu Yang to talk to her. She was startled for a moment, and raised her head with a start, just in time to meet Lu Yang's concerned eyes. This glance made her heart flutter. What I fear most is the sudden silence in the air and the sudden concern for my friends. At this moment, Zhao Yuding felt the desire churning in her heart, causing her pain and unable to calm down. The desire in my heart opened its mouth wide again, longing for the nourishment of rain. I want to be your woman. Zhao Yuding wanted to say this so much. Unfortunately, she is a shy, traditional woman. I could only blush and shake my head. No, it's okay. Oh, that's good. Let's eat quickly. Lu Yang also felt relieved. The zombies in this campus had been cleared out by myself a long time ago, so how could Zhao Yuding be infected? It seems that I am overthinking. The one who talks nonsense because of concern is actually me, right? Lu Yang was very grateful to Zhao Yuding for protecting him when he was injured. So he didn't want anything unexpected to happen to Zhao Yuding. Now that he heard Zhao Yuding say that everything was fine, he felt relieved. Zhao Yuding saw that Lu Yang's eyes had left her. She was no longer so nervous, but she felt a little lost. She was afraid that Lu Yang would pay attention to her, but she also longed for Lu Yang to pay attention to her. In this contradictory mood, she ate her food carelessly. Obviously, the food cooked by Chindan was very delicious, but it tasted like chewing wax in her mouth. Soon, Lu Yang finished his meal and returned to the dormitory. He planned to continue his deduction and search a few large supermarkets. There are 3 large supermarkets near the school. Although they are a little farther away than the first supermarket, Lu Yang is very strong at this time and is not afraid of the distance at all. After all, after successfully expanding his territory with Zhang Jingyu last night, his dark space was further strengthened and turned into a space of 50 by 50 by 50 meters. The items in a supermarket were piled up in it, but less than 1/10 of it. It looks too empty. This made him unhappy. He absolutely would not allow the dark space to be so empty, which was not in line with his style. Therefore, she must be filled up tightly. At the same time, in the Black Tiger survivor base, a middle-aged man with a long scar on his face returned to the base panting. As soon as he returned to the base, he ran straight to Heihu's residence. Arriving outside of Black Tiger's room, he instantly collapsed to the ground, shouting, "Boss Black Tiger! Boss Black Tiger! Something terrible has happened. They've been killed, all of them." What's the hurry? Did you bring Zhang Jingyu back? Where's the giant bear? A greasy and wretched middle-aged man with a big belly, dark skin, and a mustache came out. Seeing Scar Rat lying limp on the ground, Heihu was a little surprised. What on earth happened to make the mature and steady Scar Rat become like this? Big Lao. The giant bear is dead. The yellow dog is dead too. All of them are dead. If I hadn't burrowed quickly into the ground, I would have died there too. Recalling what happened at that time, Scar Rat's face showed a look of fear. What? The giant bear was killed. Hearing this, Heihu's face instantly showed an expression of disbelief, and then his eyes were filled with anger. He said in a murderous voice, "Is Zhang Jinglin that strong? You had more than a dozen people secretly tracking them. Didn't you know how to attack them after you found them? And he killed them all. Are you useless? Did something unexpected happen?" No, it wasn't Zhang Jinglin. When we got there, Zhang Jinglin was already dead. It was another young man who was very strong. He took Zhang Jinglin's knife and killed more than a dozen people in an instant. He didn't even use his supernatural powers from beginning to end. He just used close combat to kill everyone. Even the giant bear didn't react in time and was killed instantly. If I had run slower, I would have been beheaded. Scar Rat said with lingering fear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When it comes to close combat, my third brother Giant Bear is invincible. Without using superpowers, even I may not be his opponent. How is it possible for someone to kill it without using superpowers? Heihu obviously didn't believe it. The giant bear used to be a professional mercenary in peacetime and was very powerful. At the end of the world, he awakened the ability to transform into a giant bear and possess the power of a giant bear. It can be said that without using superpowers, the giant bear's strength is among the top among all first-level superpowers. How is it possible to be killed instantly? There was suspicion in Heihu's eyes. Is it possible that Scar Rat is deliberately exaggerating the enemy's strength because he is afraid that he will be blamed for the failure of the mission? It's true, brother. I didn't lie to you, brother. Zhang Jingyu was also taken away by that guy. He also killed hundreds of zombies, all with knives. His strength was terrifying. Until the end, we didn't know what his special abilities were. Scar Rat said excitedly. When Heihu heard that Zhang Jingyu was taken away by that guy, he immediately became angry. More than a dozen people can't even beat one person. You can't even bring a woman back, what use are you? When Falcon comes back, I will ask him to check the situation first. Then I will go and meet this so-called psychic in person to see how strong he is. If I find out that you are exaggerating, you will be in trouble. Heihu said viciously. I'm not talking nonsense. Big brother, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, just let Falcon see for yourself. That guy is really strong. If you don't believe me, forget it. Scar Rat said, and left here angrily. He had just escaped death, and was afraid of being caught up by the enemy, so he didn't dare to take the flat road. He used his supernatural power to dig holes to get back, and he dug holes for more than 20 kilometers. This took a huge toll on him and now he was extremely exhausted. Who would have thought that he had just returned and now he was scolded by Heihu again, so naturally he was in a very bad mood. Scar Rat left Black Tiger's residence while cursing as he walked. I lost more than a dozen brothers for a woman. Not even a word of concern, and still scolded me. If I could defeat him, I would have killed him long ago. Damn it, how come I only awakened the ability to dig holes? If I had awakened a combat ability, would I be like this? After cursing in his heart, Dao Basha calmed down and began to think about his future retreat. Now that Black Tiger has lost two of his capable assistants, Giant Bear and Yellow Dog, his strength has been greatly reduced. I estimate that even the entire survivor base combined is no match for that young man. Black Tiger will probably fight to the death with that young man in order to get Zhang Jingyu. Am I just waiting to die if I stay here? Instead of waiting to die, it's better to leave early. Heihu doesn't treat his brothers as human beings. There is no future for us to follow him. Dao Basha made up his mind. Prepare to return to your residence, then start packing up and leave secretly. Although his ability is not a combat ability, it is still very useful for escaping. He is short and the hole he digs is small, so others can't get in. As long as he wants to run, basically few people can catch up with him. Walking inside the Black Tiger survivor base. The civilians in the base saw Scar Rat and came over to say hello. Hello, Master Rat. Master Rat, you have another fruitful harvest today, right? It's okay, it's okay. Scar Rat smiled at everyone. A dusty, skinny little girl ran over to Scar Rat, raised her head, opened her big, innocent eyes and asked. Master Rat, where did you go on adventures today? Did you encounter any scary zombies? Looking at the cute little girl, Scar Rat suddenly felt soft in his heart. Although he is a psychic, he is quite useless due to his awakened ability to drill holes. He is not popular among the superpowers, and everyone looks down on him. He is always the first to go out and explore dangerous areas. But the common people looked upon him with great respect. The people with special powers called him Scar Rat, but the common people respectfully called him Lord Rat. Therefore, Scar Rat treats these civilians better than other psychics. The other psychics all look superior. If civilians dare to provoke them, they will just kick them away. How can they talk to them? Scar Rat squatted down and said to the little girl. We went to a very far place. I, Master Rat, killed dozens of zombies directly. So awesome. Here, Master Rat will give you a candy. After saying that, he took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to the little girl. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Endless light seemed to burst out from his eyes in an instant. In the last days, even the calories in a piece of candy are extremely precious. The little girl took the candy and held it tightly in her hand like a treasure. She kept thanking Scar Rat, thank you, Master Rat, thank you, Master Rat. When the other children saw the little girl get a candy, they immediately surrounded her. Master Rat. You're so handsome. Master Rat, you are the most handsome man in this base. Mr. Rat. Any more candy? Ha ha ha. I just like kids like you who love to tell the truth. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone gets one. Hearing the children praising him for being handsome, Scar Mouse smiled like an auntie and gave everyone a candy. The children were immediately delighted. Candy. White rabbit milk candy. Mom, I got candy again. Woo woo woo. The child cried tears of joy. Lord Rat is so great. Long live Lord Rat. The children skipped away. In the distance, their parents also cast grateful glances at Scar Rat. A piece of candy may not be a big deal for a person with special powers, but for ordinary people, it is very difficult for them to survive every day. How can they afford a luxury like candy? Seeing this group of survivors looking at him as if they were saviors, Scar Rat gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Joe Kiki reference picture. Just as the children were overjoyed after getting the candies, another group of dusty survivors walked into the survivor base through the gate. The leader was a sturdy survivor with a majestic eagle standing on his shoulder. As soon as that group of people appeared, the children dared not make any sound. Fear appeared on their faces. They secretly hid the candy behind them and quickly ran back to their parents. When this group of survivors passed by Scar Rat, the burly man in the lead showed a playful expression on his face and said in a mocking tone. Scar Rat. What's wrong with you? You're covered in dirt and dust, and you just crawled out of the ground. Have you completed the task assigned to you by the boss? Where's the giant bear? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Did you sneak back while they were fighting? Ha ha ha. I think so. This Daobasha guy, when people are fighting, he gets scared and hides in his cave, and only comes out after they win. The ability to dig holes, it's a good thing you were able to awaken it. I really can't imagine what this ability is useful for. Ha ha ha. You are no different from the commoners. No wonder you can fight with them. What a ratman. The people around the strongman also began to laugh at Scar Rat. Scar Rat has long been accustomed to this situation, and is always teased every time he meets these people. In the past, when he was in a good mood, he would just laugh it off, but today Scar Rat was in a bad mood. Besides, he is about to leave the base, so why should he continue to tolerate it and act like a coward? Bullshit. The boss has something to talk to you about, so go quickly and don't keep complaining here. You'll know when you get there. Scar Rat said unhappily. We are both first-level psychics, but just because the ability he awakened is the ability to dig holes, he is ridiculed everywhere. Why? You bunch of rubbish, you won't live long. Hey, who is about to take you to provoke a killing god, and then you can just wait for death. Oh. How dare you talk to me like that? A threatening look appeared on the sturdy man's face. I'm just talking to you like this, what's the matter? Idiot. Scar Rat stood up straight with a fierce look in his eyes. Fuck you. The strongman was about to explode, but was stopped by the younger brother next to him. He persuaded him. Forget it, Brother Falcon. This guy is usually timid, but today he actually dared to talk back to you. This is a bit strange. Let's go to Boss Black Tiger to hear the situation first. The strongman also came to his senses. What this guy said makes sense. Scar Rat's condition today is indeed a bit abnormal. Didn't they bully Scar Rat every time they saw him in the past? But I've never seen him dare to resist like this before. Now he dares to talk back and is so aggressive, refusing to back down at all. It is obvious that something is wrong. Could it be that he had made great contributions and that Big Brother Black Tiger had made some promise to him? If that's the case, it's better not to provoke him now. Humph. Just wait for me. I'll deal with you after I get to Big Brother Black Tiger and figure out the situation. Falcon snorted coldly, then took his little brothers to Black Tiger's residence. Watching their departing backs, Scar Rat smiled coldly, a bunch of short-lived ghosts. Wait for death. I won't play with you anymore, I'm leaving right away. Scar Rat returned to his residence and immediately began to pack up his things. He originally came here by digging a tunnel, which was more than 20 kilometers long. Now when he leaves, he just needs to continue entering the tunnel without digging a new hole, so he can go faster than when he came. In less than an hour he would be able to reach the supermarket where the giant bear was killed. The other side. At this time, Lu Yang was in the process of deduction. He was on his way to another supermarket, which was about 2 kilometers away from the school. He held the precious sword in his hand and would just go up and chop the zombies he saw on the road, killing one small zombie with each sword. In less than 10 minutes, he was already outside the supermarket. However, outside the supermarket, he met 2 survivors, a man and a woman. Or he's an acquaintance from their school. Although Lu Yang didn't have many interactions with people in school, he still knew some of the more famous people in the school. These 2 people are the student union president Chen Hao, and one of the 4 school beauties, Zhou Kiki, who is known as the sports goddess. When the 2 people saw Lu Yang holding a sword and killing all the zombies on the road like a god of death, they also came out from the room where they were hiding, ready to follow Lu Yang and follow behind Lu Yang to find some food. But Lu Yang noticed them and a cold expression appeared on his face. What do you 2 want? Don't follow me. Lu Yang. After seeing Lu Yang's appearance clearly, Chen Hao showed a look of surprise on his face. Lu Yang used to be a famous figure in the school, so as the student union president, he naturally knew him. He even despised Lu Yang in the past and even took the lead in causing trouble for Lu Yang. But now it's the end of the world, who cares about the past? He saw that Lu Yang was so strong at this moment. They were all old acquaintances and alumni of the same school, so he must hold on to Lu Yang's thigh next. What? Don't you understand what I said? I told you not to follow me. Lu Yang warned again. He took great pains to kill zombies along the way, and these 2 people wanted to come out and share a piece of the pie after seeing that he had killed all the zombies. Did they think he was a fool? Lu Yang, I'm Chen Hao, the president of the student union. Don't you know us? Your weapon is so powerful, I think you can kill a zombie with just 1 strike. How about this, you protect me and Zhou Kiki, and when I get home, I will give you money, 1 million. How about it? Chen Hao said to Lu Yang with a flattering smile on his face. Lu Yang looked at the other person as if he were a fool. In the end times, he actually wants to bribe others with money. Is this person mentally ill? Get out of here. Lu Yang said coldly. 2 million. How about 2 million? Chen Hao said while gritting his teeth. Are you an idiot? What's the use of money in the apocalypse? You can't even buy a loaf of bread. You don't want to leave, right? Okay, then don't leave. I will take Zhou Kiki back to the base directly. As a sports goddess, running and exercising every day should be quite suitable for having a baby. Lu Yang touched his chin with a playful expression. Zhou Kiki is not only one of the 4 campus beauties, but also a sports student. Not only is she very beautiful, with delicate features and a slim figure, she also has long thighs with healthy muscle lines, making her look very explosive. Her wheat-colored skin and slender waist with a pronounced waistline make her look extremely energetic and attractive. It is also said that women who like sports will give birth to healthier children. Moreover, the athletic goddess will have better physical strength. Other girls would be dying after fighting with me for 2 hours, but Zhou Kiki should be able to endure it perfectly. By then, you can expand and branch out however you want. When Chen Hao heard Lu Yang say this, his face suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Yang vigilantly while protecting Zhou Kiki behind him. He said to Lu Yang in a panic. Lu Yang, what do you want to do? Don't mess around. Zhou Kiki is my girlfriend. She won't follow you. She's just a girlfriend, not married. Besides, even if we are married, so what? Cao Cao also likes married women. Chen Hao, you can go now. Zhou Kiki, stay and follow me. Lu Yang said casually. No, it's impossible. She is my girlfriend, and you want to steal my girlfriend. I am the president of the student union. My family has hundreds of millions of assets. Are you qualified to snatch her from me? Besides, how are you better than me? Kuku will not be attracted to you. Chen Hao said angrily. Although he was afraid of the knife in Lu Yang's hand, he couldn't help it when he heard that Lu Yang wanted to steal his girlfriend. As the student union president, he used to be a high-ranking figure in the school. Which student would not greet him respectfully when seeing him? Not to mention that his family also opened a company with assets worth hundreds of millions. He is an out-and-out rich second generation. I usually drive a BMW to school. In the past, when he was in school, he pretended to be cool every day and felt the admiration of everyone every day. Now, this loser Lu Yang actually dares to snatch his girlfriend in front of him. Can Chen Hao tolerate this? If the other party didn't have a knife in his hand, he would have come over and killed Lu Yang. Impossible. What's impossible? Do you think you can stop me, Lu Yang, from getting the woman he wants? You are so great, with assets worth hundreds of millions, but I see you are pale and thin, weak all over. I guess you can't even hold your head up. What's the point of having such a beautiful girlfriend? Can you satisfy her? You look like you haven't eaten for several days. After the apocalypse, you haven't found anything to eat yet, right? Lu Yang looked at the other person playfully. Lu Yang touched on a sore spot in his heart, and Chen Hao felt very embarrassed. Hesitantly said. So what if you didn't find anything to eat? Anyway, my girlfriend won't be with you. We have a very good relationship, don't even think about it. Really? Well, I was originally planning to take it by force, but now that I hear what you said, I won't. I want to see how good your relationship is. Here, look at this. Lu Yang reached into his arms and took out a vacuum-packed chicken leg, then opened the package to reveal the chicken leg. In an instant, the fragrance drifted into the noses of Chen Hao and Zhou Kiki. SSSS. Chen Hao and Zhou Kiki sniffed hard, greedily inhaling the long-lost aroma of food, and both of them couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Hungry, so hungry. They had been hungry in the school for 4 days, and finally they could no longer bear it, so they left the school to look for food. However, they searched for 2 days but could not find anything to eat. They only found 2 rats in the sewer, which they killed, roasted, and ate up. But these 2 mice are not enough to fill my stomach. In the process of looking for food elsewhere, I was almost caught by zombies. A lot of energy was wasted while running. Now both of them have empty stomachs. When I smelled the aroma of the chicken legs, my stomach started to ache. A chicken leg in exchange for your girlfriend. Do you agree? Lu Yang said playfully. Chen Hao just swore that he and his girlfriend have a very good relationship and will never be separated. So Lu Yang wants to see this. How much food is the so-called love that is stronger than gold worth? Sure enough, after hearing Lu Yang's proposal, a hint of hesitation appeared in Chen Hao's eyes. But soon he shook his head. Impossible. Coco and I have been dating for a whole year. How could my girlfriend be traded for a chicken leg? Who do you think Chen Hao? My family has assets worth hundreds of millions. I have seen all kinds of things. A determined look appeared on Chen Hao's face. Hearing what Chen Hao said, Zhou Qi's face was full of emotion. Originally, she thought that this rich second-generation boyfriend was just playing around, so they dated for a whole year. Zhou Qi still treated Chen Hao as a boyfriend in the probation period and never let this rich second-generation boyfriend succeed, and the two of them never had an intimate relationship. It seems now Chen Hao's feelings for himself are real. Even though he was so hungry, he didn't even want to exchange it for such a precious chicken leg. It is no exaggeration to say that the moment Zhou Qi saw the chicken leg and smelled the scent of the chicken leg, she wanted to take the initiative to join Lu Yang. Now that she saw Chen Hao's determined expression, she suddenly realized how shameful her inner thoughts were. How can you sell yourself out for a chicken leg? You must learn from Chen Hao. Never give in to food. Just when Zhou Qi made up her mind to stay with Chen Hao, she didn't expect Chen Hao to hold up 5 fingers and said to Lu Yang, "If you want my girlfriend, you have to pay extra, 5 of them, unless it's 5 chicken legs." Hearing this, Lu Yang was stunned. At first, seeing how determined he was, I thought he wouldn't agree, but it turned out he just wanted a few more chicken legs. As expected, he is the chairman of Chen Hao Association. I haven't forgotten to bargain at this time. 3. Otherwise, no deal. Lu Yang said without question. Deal. Chen Hao said quickly, fearing that Lu Yang would go back on his word. Lu Yang directly took out 2 more chicken legs from his arms and then threw them all at Chen Hao's feet. Chen Hao quickly bent down, picked up the chicken leg and stuffed it into his clothes. The whole operation stunned Zhou Qi, who was standing next to him. For 3 chicken legs, this boyfriend sold himself out. I was secretly moved in my heart just now, but now it seems that it was too early to be moved. She said to Chen Hao angrily, "Chen Hao, you. What are you talking about? If I don't eat something, I'm going to starve to death. Do you want to watch me starve to death? Aren't you women here in the last days to be vented by men? Venting to anyone is not venting. I've been dating you for a year, and the gifts I gave you are worth at least millions, but you don't even go to a hotel with me. Why are you pretending to be so pure? Have I disliked you for a long time? A few days before the apocalypse, I wanted to rape you, but I didn't know you were stronger than me. I was so hungry in the following days that I wanted to eat your flesh. If you were not a sports student and I couldn't beat you, would I have kept you until now? Now I can exchange you for 3 chicken legs, which means you are valuable, understand? Just be happy." After saying this, Chen Hao took the chicken leg and quickly ran to the safe area nearby, as if he was afraid that Lu Yang would regret it. After hearing what Chen Hao said, Zhou Qi was heartbroken. She never thought that in the eyes of her boyfriend, she was just an item that could be discarded at any time. At the same time, she was a little relieved that she had remained chaste during the year they were dating and had not let Chen Hao succeed. Otherwise, she would have been abandoned long ago, right? This rich second-generation boyfriend is just playing around after all. She finally saw through Chen Hao's character. Zhou Qi was extremely disappointed. Her face was ashen and she walked step by step towards Lu Yang. "Look, this is your boyfriend. He sold you out for 3 chicken legs," Lu Yang said with a smile. "This is the end of the world. This is the reality. The last second, the love was stronger than gold and would last forever. The next second, he sold out his girlfriend for 3 chicken legs. Give me 3 chicken legs, and I'll sell myself to you. I'll do whatever you ask me to do," Zhou Qi said to Lu Yang with empty eyes. She had lost the light in her heart after being sold out by her boyfriend. "I don't care what will happen next. Let's fill our stomachs first. The worst that can happen is death. I would rather die with a full stomach. Here you go." Lu Yang gave her a chicken leg and said, "Don't worry, you'll have endless chicken legs if you follow me. Not to mention 3 300 will do. I won't sell my woman casually. Now let's go to the supermarket and search together. As Lu Yang was about to take Zhou Kiki into the supermarket, he specially controlled a zombie to guard the door of the supermarket to prevent anyone from coming in. After entering the supermarket, there were hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. Moreover, since there is no place to hide in the supermarket, ordinary people who enter the supermarket will probably be besieged and killed by zombies soon. But when Lu Yang entered this group of zombies, he was like a wolf among a flock of sheep. One person surrounded hundreds of zombies. He raised the long knife and swung it. Each blow was able to cut a zombie in half. Seeing Lu Yang's actions, the sports goddess Zhou Kiki, who was originally very sad and looked ashen, suddenly showed a look of shock in her eyes. So powerful, so fast. So strong, so powerful. How did he do that? The hundreds of zombies in front of him were like leeks waiting to be harvested. How come he is so athletic? Even the most powerful athletes can't compare to him. His speed and strength are beyond ordinary people. Beyond the limits of the human body. Is he Superman? As a sportsman, Zhou Kiki understands the limits of human beings better than anyone else. Lu Yang's knife-swinging speed, reaction speed, and movement speed at this moment have definitely exceeded human limits. Looking at Lu Yang's movements, Zhou Kiki even showed some admiration on his face. Originally a sports student, she naturally has more affection for men who are strong in sports. At this time, Lu Yang was no longer considered to be powerful in sports, but had surpassed the limits of human beings. This is certainly worthy of worship. What woman doesn't admire the strong? At this moment, Zhou Kiki even felt a little lucky. If I continue to follow Chen Hao, I might starve to death sooner or later. Only by following a powerful person like Lu Yang can you survive better. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Yang killed all the zombies. There was a look of unsatisfied expression on his face. It's such a pleasure to chop zombies with this knife. It relieves stress. It's awesome. Lu Yang, why are you so strong? Zhou Kiki couldn't help but ask the question in her mind. Because I am strong, I am also stronger in other aspects. I will let you see them tonight. Lu Yang said with a wicked smile. Zhou Kiki understood what he meant and her pretty face immediately blushed. I felt very shy, but also a little excited. Lu Yang teased Zhou Kiki for a while, then began to plunder resources and put everything in the supermarket into the dark space. After doing all this, he took Zhou Kiki to the next supermarket. Then he repeated the same trick and looted the supermarket as well. After cleaning out the two supermarkets, Lu Yang took Zhou Kiki back to the villa area. The deduction is over. The process was perfect, without any accidents, and there was even an extra gain in the form of Zhou Kiki. Sports goddesses are rare. Even Lu Yang is looking forward to having more children with Zhou Kiki. So after the simulation was over, he immediately began to act according to the simulation process. Finally, I successfully brought back this goddess. When he brought the goddess back to the villa area, Su Xiao and others have gone to the villa area to exercise. Since the entire villa area has been cleared and has become a safe area, they usually like to play in the villa area after dinner. Play basketball, volleyball, etc. Therefore, the entire villa was empty at this time. Just find a room on the first floor and take a shower and get ready. Come to my room tonight and I'll show you another of my strengths. Lu Yang said to Zhou Kiki with a wicked smile. I understand. Zhou Kiki nodded shyly. Although I was mentally prepared, I knew that would definitely happen after following Lu Yang back here. But I still felt a little panicked. Although Zhou Kiki had been in a relationship with Chen Hao for a year, she had never even held his hand. Now that she was about to have intimate contact with someone, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous, but at the same time she was extremely looking forward to it. Above the volleyball court in the villa area, He Yusher and others are playing volleyball. Everyone was having a lot of fun and sweating. In the end times, it is a real pleasure to be able to play a volleyball game under the sun. However, they did not notice that an eagle was circling in the sky. The Black Tiger base is more than 20 kilometers away. Falcon said to Black Tiger, "Boss, we found them. We saw Zhang Jingyu in a villa area more than 20 kilometers away. There were also several other girls. They should all be female students from that villa area. They are all beauties. Upon hearing these words, Heihu's wretched face suddenly became like a blooming chrysanthemum. He laughed and revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. He couldn't help but say happily, "Several female students. I'm going to make a fortune. I'm going to capture not only Zhang Jinyu but also those girls. All of them will be my little wives. Falcon, you can pick one first when the time comes." "Thank you, boss." The falcon licked his lips obscenely, and started to pick using the eagle's vision, thinking about which one to choose. At this time, Scar Rat had also followed the tunnel to the supermarket where the giant bear was killed. When he climbed out of the cave, he found the giant bear's corpse still lying beside him. It was now stinking and crawling with maggots. He hurried out of the supermarket and followed the zombies that were hacked to death along the way to the villa area where Lu Yang was. Since Lu Yang killed his way to the supermarket, as long as he followed the zombies' corpses, he would be able to find Lu Yang's residence. The gate to the villa area is closed. In the guard room, 2 people wearing suits, sunglasses and masks were sitting in the middle. That was the gatekeeper zombie controlled by Lu Yang using his manipulation skills. Now his zombie control skill has been upgraded to level 2. He can control level 2 zombies, and the number of zombies he can control has increased to 2. The 2 zombies in the guard room were specially controlled by him to guard the door. In order to avoid attracting attention, he specially put suits on the 2 zombies and put on masks and sunglasses. If you don't look carefully, you might really think it's a living person. Even Scar Rat was fooled. He shouted directly to the zombies, "Brother, open the door, I'm here to report the news." The zombies did not respond, but the sound was transmitted to Lu Yang's ears through the zombies. Lu Yang turned his attention over here and saw Scar Rat, and instantly felt a little strange. Why does this guy look familiar? Oh, isn't he one of the dozen survivors? Didn't I kill all of those survivors? Did I miss one? Lu Yang was a little confused. He had killed all the opponents in an instant, and he thought he had killed them all, but he didn't expect that there were still some who slipped through the net. I just don't know why the other party came to my house. Is he looking for revenge? He rushed to the door from the villa area at an extremely fast speed, holding a knife. When Scar Rat saw Lu Yang, he immediately raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. Because he knew that if Lu Yang wanted to kill him, he could do it in an instant. So he raised his hand and immediately said, "Young man, I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm here to tell you something. Black Tiger has discovered you and is coming to take revenge on you." Oh. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes. Then he opened the door and let Scar Rat in. He said coldly, "Tell me about the situation at the Black Tiger survivor base, and why you came here to report it. You'd better be more careful. If you can't make me believe you, I will kill you." After Scar Rat entered the villa area, he saw an eagle circling above the volleyball court. He pointed to the sky. That's the spy of one of the psychics named Falcon in the Black Tiger base. He is using his eagle vision to check everything here. You have all been targeted. Especially those female students, Black Tiger is the most lustful. Falcon should have told him about the situation here. If he just wanted revenge, he might not have come. After all, the journey is long and dangerous, but now there are so many female students here, and he is so lustful, so he must come. Really? Lu Yang frowned. Then he waved his hand. An ice needle condensed in the sky and instantly shot down the eagle. In Scar Rat's view, Lu Yang just waved his hand and the eagle fell down. He couldn't see clearly what Lu Yang did. A look of shock appeared on his face. What a powerful superpower. The eagle flies at a height of at least hundreds of meters. The other party just waved his hand and shot it down. It's not even clear what he did. His skills are at least S-level combat abilities. Scar Rat was instantly more grateful for his decision. Coming here to report the news was definitely the right choice. Otherwise, if I really followed Heihu and the others here to attack Lu Yang, I might have been killed before I even saw him. In the Black Tiger base, Falcon, who was observing the situation here, suddenly felt a severe headache. He fell to the ground instantly, covering his head and rolling around. What's wrong? Falcon, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Black Tiger was shocked. My eyeliner was killed. He was shot in the head. I didn't have time to retract my spiritual sense. The pain was transmitted to my head. Falcon's face was pale, and even his lips were trembling. The real feeling of a head explosion made him feel extremely scared. The eagle you control can fly hundreds of meters high, and it is difficult to hit it even with a sniper rifle. How can it be shot in the head? Black Tiger looked solemn. I don't know. I was just observing those female students and they were killed in an instant. I couldn't see the person who did it, and I didn't know what method they used. Falcon said with lingering fear. At this time, Hey-Hu also remembered Scar Rat's words. When Scar Rat came back, he said that the mutant was very powerful. More than a dozen elites were no match for the other side and were killed instantly upon encountering each other. Now it doesn't look fake. We must call him over quickly and ask him clearly. He immediately said to his younger brother outside the door, "Go call Scar Rat over, I have something to ask him." The younger brother immediately went to look for Scar Rat, but saw an empty room. He immediately came back to report. "Boss. Scar Rat's room is empty, all his things have been taken away." After hearing this, Hey-Hu's expression changed. "What do you mean? Did he escape? Did he betray our base?" A layer of cold sweat appeared on the younger brother's back, and he said tremblingly, "I'm afraid it's like this. Is that guy really that strong enough to make Scar Rat betray us?" Black Tiger frowned. He felt that things were not that simple. At the same time, a solemn look appeared on his face, and for a moment he didn't know how to decide. On the other side, in Liu Yang's villa area, Liu Yang asked Scar Rat, "Black Tiger is lustful and likes to rob women, right? But there are plenty of women in the end times, so there's no need for him to take risks, right?" Scar Rat nodded and said, "There's no need to take the risk. But Zhang Jingyu is the woman he likes. The whole base knows about it, so he's determined to get her. This is not just about a woman but also about his face and dignity. If he can't get Zhang Jingyu, how can he be the boss in the base in the future? So he can choose not to have other women, but he must get Zhang Jingyu. Zhang Jingyu is my woman now." Liu Yang said coldly, "I want him dead if he dares to covet my woman. How far is the Black Tiger base from here? If he wants to come here and attack me, how long will it take him? The Black Tiger base is more than 20 kilometers away from here. I told Black Tiger that you are very strong. If he wants to deal with you, he must summon all the elites in the base, which will take at least a day. Because some of the psychics have gone out to search for supplies and may not be back until the evening, so if they are coming, it should be tomorrow." Scar Rat analyzed. "Tomorrow? I can't wait until tomorrow. He dares to set his sights on my woman. Letting him live until tomorrow is an insult to me. I'll set off for the Black Tiger base and kill him soon. You lead the way," Liu Yang said firmly. Originally, Hey-Hu didn't want to cause trouble for him, and he didn't plan to cause trouble for the other party. But now, hearing that Hey-Hu was still not giving up on Zhang Jingyu, Liu Yang couldn't bear it anymore. But the Black Tiger base is more than 20 kilometers away from here and it will take a long time to get there. Moreover, the Black Tiger base is heavily guarded. It will be difficult to attack. Wait for him to come to you. This is a place you are familiar with. It will be easier for you to fight at home." Scar Rat looked hesitant. "I thought this guy was too fierce. Young people are indeed full of energy and they do what they say. It doesn't matter where we fight, he will die anyway," Liu Yang said confidently. Scar Rat continued to suggest, "Then at least we need to come up with a battle plan first." "I already have a plan. My plan is to kill all those who dare to resist. 20 kilometers far. Even if it is 200 kilometers, I will kill him overnight. Whoever dares to go after my woman must die. Not even Jesus can stop him," Liu Yang said as he walked to the volleyball court and waved to the girls playing below. The girls came running over immediately. They surrounded Liu Yang like stars surrounding the moon. "Liu Yang, you came to watch us play. What a surprise. I've never seen you come out to watch us exercise before. Did you go searching for supplies again today?" The girls gathered around Lu Yang, each of them was sweating profusely and talking in sweet voices. Zhang Jingyu saw Scar Rat next to Lu Yang, and her face suddenly changed. "Aren't you Scar Rat?" "It's okay, don't be nervous. He came to seek refuge with us. I'm going out to take care of some things today. You guys shouldn't go out for now. It's a bit unsafe outside," Lu Yang said to everyone. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the expressions on the girls' faces became serious. Okay. Let's go back to the villa now." Lu Yang nodded. "Well, let's go back together." Then Lu Yang asked Scar Rat to wait outside. He brought the girls back to the villa. After entering the villa, he introduced the sports goddess Zhou Kiki to everyone. At the same time, let them stay in the villa and don't run around. Finally he returned to his room and began to simulate the battle. There is nothing wrong with the deduction. No accidents happened. He easily killed those people in the Black Tiger base. At the same time, he also learned a lot of information during the deduction. Now I know why Scar Rat betrayed Black Tiger. I also know the route and strength of the Black Tiger base. Now, even if he didn't need Scar Rat to lead the way, he knew how to go. So he immediately walked out of the villa and said to Scar Rat, "Let's move. You go underground and I'll go on the ground." Scar Rat was stunned. He hasn't told Lu Yang that he has the tunnel, so how did Lu Yang know about it? When did he see through his own abilities? Could it be that Lu Yang deliberately let me go last time? At this moment, Scar Rat felt that Lu Yang was the omniscient and omnipotent god. But he still said, "If I take the tunnel, do you know the direction?" "I know," Lu Yang said affirmatively. The first time he deduced, he asked Scar Rat to lead him, but Scar Rat was too slow. It took them a full hour to travel more than 20 kilometers. Lu Yang couldn't wait that long. If he goes at full speed, he can arrive in less than 20 minutes. He didn't want Black Tiger to live another hour. Lu Yang would feel unhappy if anyone dared to set his sights on Lu Yang's woman and let him live for even one more second. Not to mention that he was more than 20 kilometers away. Even if he was in the White Eagle Empire on the other side of the earth, if anyone dared to go after his woman, Lu Yang would still swim across the Pacific Ocean overnight to kill him. So he decided to go first and let Scar Rat take the tunnel. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Scar Rat goes or not. The reason why Lu Yang asked him to go with him was that he was afraid that he would cause trouble in the villa area. He didn't want a fire to break out in the rear when he was out on a campaign. After Lu Yang settled Su Xiao and others, he set off immediately. Scar Rats dig their own tunnels. 20 minutes later, Lu Yang had arrived outside the Black Tiger survivor base. The Black Tiger survivor base is also a wide villa area with a sparse population. The villas are far apart, giving the local tycoons who used to live here enough privacy. Therefore, there are not many zombies in this villa area. That is why Black Tiger chose to build a base here. In peacetime, a villa here would cost at least 50 million yuan. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. Unfortunately, most of them have turned into zombies at this moment. Even those who have not turned into zombies have been killed by Heihu and his men. Lu Yang came to the gate, he jumped over the 4-meter-high wall in an instant, and came to the villa area. There are many simple tents built by individuals next to the wall. They are ordinary survivors living in the Black Tiger base. Since they are the lowest level ordinary survivors, they can only live in the outermost area and cannot enter the villa at all. They were startled when they saw Lu Yang jump in. Shoo! Lu Yang held the knife in one hand and put the other hand to his mouth, making a hollow gesture. "Don't make any sound, otherwise, you will die. Do you understand?" "Yeah." The survivors nodded quickly. Anyone who can jump over a 4-meter-high wall in one go is definitely not an ordinary person, he is definitely a supernatural being. To these ordinary people, people with special powers are like gods, and they dare not resist at all. Naturally, they would do whatever Lu Yang said. Seeing that these survivors were so obedient, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Then, according to the information obtained from the first deduction, he rushed straight to Black Tiger's residence. On the other side, the elites of the Black Tiger base gathered together in Black Tiger's residence to discuss how to deal with Lu Yang. At this moment, Falcon was covering his head with a hot towel. Just now his eyeliner was shot in the head, which hurt him terribly. His head hasn't recovered yet. He said to Hey-Hu with a pale face. Boss. According to what you said, even the giant bear and his men were killed instantly. This guy might be difficult to deal with. Why not just forget it? Several other superpowers also echoed. Giant bear, yellow dog, Scar rat, the three superpowers are no match for each other. Now our strength has been severely damaged. If we really go to deal with them, I'm afraid it will be a thankless task. Besides, that is the enemy's home ground, they are familiar with the terrain, and there might be traps waiting for us. Black Tiger boss, why don't you do as Falcon said and forget it? It's just a woman. There are all kinds of women in our base, right? Yeah, boss. Let's forget it. We will go outside to search for new survivors and bring you a few beauties. Forget about Zhang Jingyu. What do you think, boss? After hearing what Scar Rat said as relayed by Hey-Hu, they all panicked. Giant Bear is one of the best experts in this base. Even the giant bear was killed instantly. If they go there, won't they just be sending themselves to die? Seeing his brothers all showing fear, Hey-Hu felt a little embarrassed. He looked at the only woman in the room, who was also the second in command of the Black Tiger survivor base. The beauty had smooth short white hair and was wearing a very capable tight-fitting agent outfit, a bit like a white-haired version of Black Widow. At the same time, her face revealed a capable and calm look, and there seemed to be a smile on the corner of her mouth, which was different from the other frightened members. Black Tiger asked her, White Fox, what do you think about this matter? I don't care. I'll follow your arrangements. I don't mind meeting him. To be honest, based on Scar Rat's description of the other party, even I am a little curious about what he looks like. I don't know if he is handsome or not. The White Fox licked her charming red lips and said. What's so good about that? Don't mess with him. Sister White Fox, please don't cheat us. Let's just forget it. Yeah, forget it. The other members quickly shook their heads. Everyone knows that White Fox is the craziest. Although this woman is powerful, her brain seems to be a little bit not working well. She usually makes decisions without thinking, and others can't understand her thought process at all. In short, it just highlights the freedom of doing whatever you want. They don't want to follow this crazy woman to die. Watching everyone quarreling. Hey-Hu rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, I'll think about it. I'll make the final decision later. In fact, he himself was a little afraid to go. Zhang Jingyu is just a woman. The reason why he must get Zhang Jingyu is not because he likes Zhang Jingyu so much, but simply because he feels embarrassed. Now I find out that the other party is so powerful. The risk of provoking the other party is too great. In his heart he also refused to go, but as the eldest brother he couldn't say it directly, so he wanted to ask his younger brothers for their opinions. As the second in command of this base, Baihu's words carry the most weight besides her own. That's why Black Tiger asked White Fox. Unexpectedly, the White Fox was not very smart and just said he wanted to go. Hey-Hu couldn't help but want to slap himself a few times in his heart. He should not have asked Baihu, the crazy woman, for her opinion. If White Fox had said he didn't want to go just like the other brothers, he would definitely have gone down the stairs and decided not to go. Now that Baihu said he wanted to go, as the boss, he was too embarrassed to say he couldn't go when his woman was taken away. If you don't try to get your woman back after she's been robbed, how can you be the boss in the future? Hey-Hu was stuck there in embarrassment. I had no choice but to postpone it until the evening. After dragging it on for a while, the matter was finally left alone. Big things become small and small things become nothing. However, just as Hey-Hu was thinking this, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Don't think about it, I'll make the decision for you. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Then a handsome young man walked in from the door. In his hand, he held a pitch-black sword, which was dripping with bright red blood. That was what Liu Yang got when he killed the two guards at the door. Hey-Hu looked shocked when he saw Liu Yang coming in. Who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards? Dead. And you will meet them soon. Because I am the one who is here to take your life. Lu Yang said coldly. When one of the members saw Lu Yang dare to speak to the boss like that, he immediately stood up, took out a machete and rushed towards Lu Yang, shouting. What a big tone. How dare you speak to our Black Tiger boss like that? Swish. Lu Yang swung his sword, and the man's head fell to the ground instantly. The speed was so fast that no one could see when Lu Yang made his move. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. At the same time, a look of fear appeared on his face. They also realized that the knife was Zhang Jinglin's knife, and that this person was the super strongman that Scar Rat mentioned. He Hu's lips began to tremble. He pointed at Lu Yang and said tremblingly. You are the one who killed the giant bear. Yes. It's me. You are Black Tiger, right? Your subordinates are giant bears and yellow dogs. Do you run a zoo? And with your appearance, you dare to set your sights on my woman. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Lu Yang looked at Black Tiger with a wretched face and immediately mocked him. This guy has a big belly, dark skin, and a short and fat body. His belly is bigger than that of a woman who is 10 months pregnant. I guess even if he took off his pants, he wouldn't be able to see where his brother is, he would only see a big fat belly. Even so, he still has more than a dozen wives. How dare you reach out to your woman Zhang Jingyu? Isn't that seeking death? After hearing what Lu Yang said, He Hu immediately showed an angry expression on his face. Although he was afraid of Lu Yang's strength, where would he put his face if he was ridiculed by the other party in front of so many younger brothers? He gritted his teeth and said to Lu Yang. Little brother, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Although you do have some strength, if you still dare to be so arrogant in my Black Tiger base, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this base. Besides, Zhang Jingyu was the woman I fell in love with first. It was you who stole my woman. How dare you show off in front of me? Lu Yang couldn't help laughing when he heard what the other person said. Is this guy mentally ill? Is the woman he likes his? Who does he think he is? Lu Yang sneered and said. The woman you fell in love with first. Does that mean she's yours just because you fall in love with her? Do you think you are me? You dare to covet my woman? Do you think I will leave here before I kill you? Besides, I heard you have more than a dozen wives, right? If you want to hit on my woman, I will hit on your wife. If you die, I will help you take care of your wife. You're going too far. He Hu was angered by Lu Yang's words. He Hu waved his hands to his men, go. Brothers, kill him. However, no one moved. They all showed a look of fear on their faces, and they just stood aside and looked at Lu Yang vigilantly. No one dared to take action first. After all, as soon as Lu Yang came here, he killed a person in an instant. Moreover, the speed of the attack was so fast that no one could see clearly. They all knew in their hearts that if Lu Yang had chopped them with that knife, they would have died before they could even react. It is obvious that they are not at the same combat power level. Why do you want to die? Besides, Lu Yang's eyes were fixed on He Hu from the moment he appeared here. It was obvious that he was targeting He Hu. As for other people, Lu Yang didn't target them either. If they don't want to kill you, why do you have to stretch your neck and beg them to kill you? Aren't you stupid? So even though the Black Tigers issued orders, none of their men listened to them. Falcon. He Hu didn't expect that his order would be ineffective, so he had to start calling out names. Ouch, my head hurts. Falcon covered his head and still sat there. He's not stupid. His own abilities are reconnaissance abilities. In terms of combat ability, he can't even compare to a giant bear. How could he possibly beat Lu Yang, who killed a giant bear instantly? So he just pretended to have a headache. White Fox. Black Fox looked at the crazy woman. If others are afraid, this woman should not be afraid. As long as this woman leads the charge, others will surely follow. However, the White Fox stood there with a smile on his face, biting his red lips, his eyes resting on Lu Yang, looking up and down intently. He winked at Lu Yangping and even had a nympho-like expression on his face. This slutty woman is actually a nymphomaniac at this time. Black Tiger was about to collapse. As the leader, if you don't lead the charge, How can others do that? Come on, let me see your strength. Don't worry, you are too weak. I won't use any superpowers, only ordinary attacks, and I won't let you die quickly. I will let you watch how I play with your wife. Lu Yang couldn't help laughing when he saw that this so-called leader of the survivor base couldn't even mobilize a single subordinate. It seems that this boss is not doing a good job and none of his subordinates listen to him. Or is it that I am too strong and scare everyone? Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Boy, don't go too far. I, Black Tiger, have been in the business for so long and I am not someone you can easily mess with. How dare you not use your superpowers? Do you really think I'm little Karami? If you have the guts, don't regret it. Wait, I'll see how you die. Black Tiger said with a ferocious look in his eyes. He deliberately used provocation to provoke Lu Yang. The combat effectiveness of a psychic using his superpowers and not using his superpowers is completely different. If a psychic does not use his superpowers, his basic attributes are only twice as strong as those of an ordinary human. This is also the reason why Scar Rat will be looked down upon by everyone when he awakens a hole-digging skill. His abilities provided him with almost no help in combat. If a real fight breaks out, he will be a super soldier. That's why people look down on you. Now Lu Yang actually dares to say that he will not use superpowers and will only use ordinary attacks. Isn't that tying his own hands and feet and turning himself into a super soldier? In that case, no matter how strong Lu Yang is, Heihu feels that he is not without a chance of winning. You don't need to use provocation. I said I won't use superpowers. If I used superpowers, you would all be dead the moment we meet. Lu Yang said confidently. Good. You have backbone. Then don't blame me, Heihu, for being cruel and ruthless. Heihu said, gritting his teeth. Then, he stretched out his tiger claws and grabbed his arm. In an instant, his arm was covered in blood. At the same time, his 5 fingers were also covered in blood. Flying blade blood claw. Brush. 5 bloody claws with blood glowing all over them attacked Lu Yang directly. This is the Black Tiger's special ability. You can use blood to attack enemies. It can even cause long-range attacks. This is why he can become the most powerful psychic among the survivors. Facing the opponent's flying blade and bloody claws, Lu Yang dodged it with a quick move. His speed has reached 16.5 times that of an ordinary person. The basic attributes such as strength and speed of a first-level psychic are only twice that of an ordinary person. The flying blood claws, which seemed extremely fast to ordinary first-level psychics, seemed just slow motion to Lu Yang. Boom. The blood claws attacked the ground, instantly leaving 5 marks 10 centimeters deep on the hard ground. Falcon and others were shocked when they saw this scene. Is this the Black Tiger boss's special move? It's so powerful. If it hits a person, it can cut the person into 5 pieces in an instant. They only knew that Black Tiger was very strong before, but had never seen him use his superpowers. Now it seems that he is really powerful. But the guy on the opposite side was also powerful. He dodged such a fast blood claw with just a flash. Seeing that Black Tiger's special move was so powerful, the younger brothers all showed surprise on their faces and started talking at the same time. As expected of Black Tiger boss. If this flying claw had been used on us, we would have been cut into several halves long ago. Yes. I have never seen Black Tiger boss take action before. Now it seems that Black Tiger boss is as strong as the rumors say. Falcon and the others all showed expressions of shock and at the same time some worry. Black Tiger is so strong, but they were afraid of Lu Yang and did not listen to Black Tiger and launched an attack on Lu Yang. What if Black Tiger wins? Will they be able to reap the benefits in the future? Therefore, deep down they didn't really want Black Tiger to win. But I don't want Lu Yang to win either. No one knows whether Lu Yang will start to attack them after defeating Black Tiger. Therefore, they hope that the best outcome is that both sides will suffer losses. Heihu and Lu Yang are both dying from the fight. I will then finish them off with the finishing blow. From now on, won't this base be under my control? Falcon and others were making their own plans in their minds. The White Fox said beside him. You know nothing, the Black Tiger's attack is indeed very powerful, but it is completely ineffective. This further proves how powerful that guy is. He didn't use any special powers, but just used his own speed to dodge. So far, we don't know what his special power is. Therefore, the young man has been doing it with ease and has not used his full strength. You don't even know how much strength he has used. In my opinion, he may not even use 50% of his strength. What? He may not have even used 50% of his strength. Falcon and the others showed disbelief on their faces. If Liu Yang hasn't used even 50% of his strength against Black Tiger's powerful tricks, then how strong is he really? The White Fox sneered and said, "Haha, you see, even if the opponent doesn't use his supernatural powers, Black Tiger is definitely not his opponent. It can even be said that he has no chance of winning. Because the opponent is not serious at all, he is just playing." Sure enough, as soon as Baihu finished speaking, Liu Yang flashed to the side of Heihu and swung the sword in his hand. Brush. Heihu's right hand was cut off in an instant, and a tall column of blood spurted out from the wound of the broken arm. Ah! A painful expression appeared on Heihu's face. He shouted, "Bloody wind and rain." In an instant, the blood spurting from the arms condensed into bullets in the air and attacked Liu Yang in dense masses. Liu Yang didn't expect that this Black Tiger would have this trick. Does it mean that the more blood this guy bleeds, the stronger his moves will be? Liu Yang retreated and jumped more than 10 feet away, avoiding the attack. Pa pa pa. The blood bullets hit the ground, leaving a deep pit more than 10 centimeters deep. This move actually turned the hard ground into a sieve. Then he stamped his feet on the ground, and once again rushed towards Black Tiger like a cannonball, swinging his knife again, swish. Heihu's left hand was also chopped off. Blood gushed out again. Ah! Oh! Black Tiger, whose 2 arms were broken, let out a scream. A crazy expression appeared on his face. He grinned and wished he could eat Liu Yang alive. Looking at the blood spraying into the air, Black Tiger gritted his teeth and shouted again. A dragnet. Brush. The bright red blood formed a huge blood net in the air and covered Liu Yang. However, Liu Yang's speed has increased to 16.5 times that of an ordinary person. Such an attack seems to be in slow motion to him. How could it be possible for him to attack him? He dodged the net again with a casual move, then rushed to the front of the Black Tiger and swung his sword again. Brush. Both of Heihu's legs were cut off directly from the thigh area, and Heihu finally fell to the ground in a pool of blood with a bang. With both his hands and feet cut off, Black Tiger no longer had the ability to move. At the same time, the gushing blood was stopped instantly by him. He could still endure the blood spurting out of his hands, but now his legs were also broken, and blood was gushing out of 4 wounds at the same time. In less than half a minute, he would die from bleeding out. At the same time, Black Tiger also discovered that his blood attack was completely ineffective against Liu Yang, and continuing the attack was just a waste of energy. He simply controlled the blood flow and instantly stopped the bleeding from his 4 huge wounds. At the same time, there was no more crazy expression on his face, but instead a look of despair and fear. Because at this moment, he really felt the coming of death. He looked at Liu Yang and begged for mercy humbly. "I was wrong. Big brother, I was wrong, please let me go. I don't want Zhang Jingyu anymore, I'll give it to you. You can take everything in my base. As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want." Falcon and others were stunned when they saw this scene. The supernatural attacks used by Black Tiger are powerful enough. It is no exaggeration to say that all the supernatural users here are probably no match for Black Tiger. They may not even be able to withstand one of his attacks and will be killed instantly. However, the Black Tiger that could kill them instantly had no power to fight back in front of Liu Yang. Is the gap between people with special abilities really that big? They really didn't expect that such a powerful Black Tiger could not cause any harm to Liu Yang. In less than 10 seconds, its hands and feet were chopped off and it fell to the ground begging for mercy. The other party is simply a godlike figure. Even if all the people in this base were added together, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out against the enemy for more than 3 minutes. Unless a woman offers herself voluntarily, using the beauty trap might be able to delay the process for 2 hours. When Liu Yang saw that the other party had given in, he instantly revealed a sneer. "Oh! You're begging for mercy so soon. I noticed that your ability gets stronger the more blood you bleed, so I helped you bleed more. I didn't expect you to just give up struggling. I was wrong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you, big brother, please forgive me. Really, I'll give Zhang Jingyu to you, and I will never trouble you again, so just let me go. Heihu continued to beg for mercy from Lu Yang. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang frowned when he heard his words and said, "You gave Zhang Jingyu to me. My woman still needs you to give her away. Who do you think you are?" Huh. Hearing Lu Yang's cold voice, Heihu was startled and said quickly, "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't give her to you. She was originally yours. She was originally your woman. It was my fault. I was wrong." Lu Yang said coldly, "Oh, you also admit that Zhang Jingyu is my woman, then you dare to steal my woman." Heihu was startled again. "No, I didn't dare to snatch her. She was originally my woman, but later you fell in love with her, so she became your woman." Lu Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "Huh? You mean I pick up your second-hand goods?" Heihu was about to collapse. "Brother, that's not what I meant." "Then tell me, whose woman you say she is, then she is that woman." Lu Yang said, "You dare to ask me back?" Heihu was very depressed. It seemed that the more he explained, the more confused he became. How should I answer to get the correct answer? Lu Yang stepped on Heihu's face and said, "See, you have nothing to say to quibble, right? I said at the beginning that I can defeat you without using my supernatural powers. And, if you dare to hit on my woman, then I will take care of your wife. I heard that you have more than a dozen wives, right?" Heihu said quickly, "Yes, there are. I'll give you all 10 of them. As long as you let me go, all those women will be yours." Lu Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would give up his wife just to save his life. He said to Heihu, "Oh. You are willing to give her away without hesitation. It's all as it should be. Beauties go with heroes. A trash like me doesn't deserve so many beauties." Heihu said quickly. Unexpectedly, the white fox next to him interrupted at this time. Those wives were civilians he robbed. He forced them to be his wives and had no feelings for them at all. His original wife died when the apocalypse broke out, but he does have another biological daughter. Hearing this, Black Tiger's face suddenly showed an angry look, and he roared at White Fox, "White Fox! You bitch, you slut, you traitor! How dare you stab me in the back?" Seeing that Heihu was getting excited again and even dared to curse, Lu Yang stepped hard and immediately stepped on his mouth, causing it to become crooked. Now he could not speak and could only make painful sounds. Lu Yang also realized that this guy didn't care about his wife at all, but his daughter seemed to be his weak spot. Then, Lu Yang looked at Baihu and others. When Lu Yang was fighting just now, White Fox, Falcon, and other elites from the Black Tiger base were watching from the side and did not dare to move. Now they saw that Lu Yang had cut off Heihu's hands and feet in less than 10 seconds, turning him into a human stick. They didn't even dare to breathe. There is no way you can beat him by fighting, and there is absolutely no way you can run away. With the opponent's speed, you will be killed before you run 10 meters. Therefore, they stood here waiting for the judgment of fate, trying not to attract attention, hoping that Lu Yang would ignore them. Unexpectedly, Baihu's words attracted Lu Yang's attention. When Lu Yang looked over, Falcon and the others seemed to be stared at by a demon. Their entire bodies were shaking, and the hair on their bodies even stood up. Then their feet went weak and they fell to their knees with a bang. Only the White Fox was still standing there. Lu Yang looked at her. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, he was a little surprised. When I first came in here, all my attention was focused on the greasy man Heihu, and I ignored the beautiful woman next to him. The woman had a stylish short white hair and looked very heroic. Her delicate facial features revealed her heroic spirit. She was wearing a tight black dress, a bit like the Black Widow costume in the movie. At the same time, this woman is tall, with flawless white skin and a hint of coldness and arrogance on her face. But it's a pity that she is good in every way except that she is not plump enough. 6 words popped up in his mind. "Who are you?" Lu Yang asked the White Fox. The White Fox's charming red lips curled up slightly, and she said, "I am the White Fox. I used to be a superpower in this survivor base, and I was also the second in command of the base, but now, I am your woman. Lu Yang was stunned, then smiled and said, "Oh. If I agree, you will be my woman." He also didn't expect that this woman would be so direct and proactive. "You actually said you are my woman." This left Lu Yang a little confused. "You will agree. Because you have never seen a woman as special as me before." After the white fox finished speaking, she flashed in front of Falcon and the others. She had already produced a dagger that was shining with cold light in her hand. Her figure was like a ghost, shuttling among the crowd, and wherever she passed, blood flowed. Before anyone could react, their throats were instantly slit by the white fox. Falcon covered his neck, which was gushing blood, with a look of disbelief on his face. He pointed at the white fox with a trembling hand and said, "Bye-bye, fox you." Until their death, they never figured out why they did not die at the hands of Lu Yang, but at the hands of their companion Baihu. Lu Yang was a little surprised by the white fox's actions. He asked, "What are you doing? I didn't say I was going to kill them." "Hey, who is their boss?" They refused to go up when their boss told them to. This means they are fence-sitters who don't obey orders. What's the point of keeping them? "So, I will kill them for you." The white fox licked her red lips and said, "But, didn't you also not listen to Hey Hu?" Lu Yang said with a smile. The white fox blurted out, "I'm different." Lu Yang continued to ask, "Why is it different?" The white fox smiled, with a confident expression on her face, "I can be your woman, but these rubbish can't." "You can't be gay, right? The boss can betray, but your own men can't betray. So, you don't have to worry." Lu Yang was stunned. What this woman said makes so much sense that I am speechless. However, Lu Yang still asked doubtfully, "No, I'm just curious, are you so open-minded? You said you wanted to be my woman the first time you saw me." The white fox walked in front of Lu Yang, pointed his white fingers at Lu Yang's chest, and said in a seductive tone, "Handsome guy, has no woman ever told you that you are handsome and charming?" "Ah, no one has ever said this." Lu Yang touched his head embarrassedly after being praised. "Those people are so dishonest. I'm different, I just like handsome guys, I like strong men, and you just fit my taste. So I'll be frank, I just want to sleep with you." The white fox said bluntly. I didn't expect this woman to be so bold and open, which made Lu Yang a little uncomfortable. In the past, he would always hint to others to come to his room for in-depth communication. I didn't expect that this woman would not even hint at anything, but would just make herself clear. "Want to sleep with me? Who is afraid of whom?" Lu Yang immediately showed an expression of not admitting defeat and said, "Okay, how about we find a room to spar with each other now? I'll show you my golden Gonghem king." The white fox said, "Don't discuss or exchange ideas with me yet. You've chopped that idiot black tiger into a human stick. He's about to die. Shouldn't you take the time to take care of his daughter in front of him?" Hearing this, Black Tiger became even more angry. "White Fox, you bastard. You bitch, you slut, you will die a miserable death. He. You dare to scold me? I will bring your daughter here now." The White Fox sneered, left here directly and walked towards the residence of the Black Tiger's daughter. Black Tiger watched White Fox leave, and his heart tightened immediately, and he shouted, "No. No. No. White Fox. If you dare to touch my daughter, I will make you die miserably. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go." Not long after the White Fox left, Scar Rat had also rushed out of the burrow at high speed and arrived here. The moment he arrived here, Scar Rat was stunned. The ground was covered with blood and there were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. Their once high and mighty leader, Black Tiger, had been cut into a human stick and was lying on the ground dying. Scar Rat looked at Lu Yang in disbelief and couldn't help but sigh. "Oh my God, what happened here? Are we in the Shura field? I have rushed here as fast as I could, but I still couldn't make it to this battle. You are too strong." Then he walked to the falcon's body and spat on it. "Bah! You idiot, you always show off in front of me, why don't you show off now? You can't die anymore, right? I told you not to look down on me, Master Rat. When He-Hu saw Scar Rat coming, he immediately realized that it was because of Scar Rat's betrayal that Lu Yang found this place and the tragedy happened here. He gnashed his teeth and shouted at Scar Rat. Scar Rat. You're a traitor. It's all because you were the first to betray the base that this happened. If I had known you were a traitor, I should have killed you long ago. Scar Rat showed a smug expression on his face, and said nonchalantly. In this base, no one respected me before. I will be happy only if you are all dead. What is the point of betrayal? It's as if you used to treat me as your own. Besides, don't you see who you are provoking? Even if I don't tell on him, you will still cause trouble for him, and he will die anyway, right? Black Tiger spat at Scar Rat. Bah. You, a loser, dare to quibble. People like you who sit on the fence will be despised wherever you go. Do you think you have someone to cling to? Will people trust a traitor like you? That's not what you should care about. You should care about how long you can live. Scar Rat said and ignored Black Tiger. Instead, he looked around at the other people lying on the ground. But Scar Rat soon discovered that one person was missing. His face suddenly changed and he quickly said to Lu Yang. Brother. One less person is missing. The second in command of this base, White Fox, that crazy woman is very powerful and very crazy. If we don't kill her, we will most likely be retaliated by her. In this base, although the Black Tiger is the strongest, the White Fox is also strong. Moreover, that woman's train of thought is a bit weird. She doesn't consider the consequences when doing things, and she doesn't have any plans. She just does whatever she thinks of, and she is very spontaneous. She might be chatting and laughing with you in the last second, and she will draw her knife and kill someone in the next second. Therefore, Scar Rat is very afraid of White Fox. He was even more afraid of it than the Black Tiger. Who is talking bad about me behind my back? A woman's voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Scar Rat's face changed drastically, and he instantly showed a look of fear, and then he immediately hid behind Lu Yang. He whispered. It's White Fox, that's her voice. Immediately afterwards, the White Fox came in with the Black Tiger's daughter. Seeing this scene, Black Tiger's eyes were red with anger, and he cursed at White Fox. White Fox. You will not die well. You bitch. I will make sure you die without a burial place. Scar Rat looked at the Black Tiger, then at the White Fox, and was completely confused. What's going on? Is Black Tiger stupid? Why is he scolding even White Fox, the second in command? You know, now only the White Fox is still alive. Shouldn't the White Fox be his last straw? Why does he curse at people? The White Fox ignored the Black Tiger's scolding and smiled at Lu Yang. Handsome guy, I brought you your spoils. Black Tiger's biological daughter, just turned 18, so tender. Lu Yang looked He-Hu's daughter up and down. The girl's delicate face still had a bit of baby fat, her skin was as white as snow, delicate as a baby's, and looked so tender that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. It is obvious that Black Tiger is quite powerful, so even when the end of the world came, he did not let his daughter suffer. His daughter has been living a life of luxury, no different from peacetime. In terms of appearance, his daughter is definitely a beauty picked out of thousands, with a look that is almost comparable to school beauties like He-Hu. Now seeing the corpses all over the ground, He-Hu's daughter was so scared that she trembled with fear. A look of fear appeared on her face, but when she saw the Black Tiger turned into a human stick, strangely, she did not show a trace of sadness. Looking at this beautiful girl, Lu Yang nodded. Well, not bad. She's a good candidate. I'll take her away and make her my woman later. Such a beautiful girl is a good seedling for branching out. Even if she is not He-Hu's daughter and she is just occasionally encountered on the road, Lu Yang will not let her go. He will take her in without hesitation. After all, Lu Yang has the support of the system, and every woman is his capital to become stronger. For Lu Yang, he would rather kill someone by mistake than miss the opportunity to become stronger. After hearing Lu Yang's words, He-Hu suddenly shouted. Ah. No. Don't do that. Kill me, just kill me. Let my daughter go. The White Fox stabbed a knife into the Black Tiger's mouth and twisted it vigorously, instantly breaking his tongue into pieces. Then he said coldly. Shut up. Don't disturb the handsome guy's mood. Wang Feifei reference picture. Watching Lu Yang taking his daughter away. Puff. 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 He Hu wanted to speak, but his tongue had been chewed into pieces. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spurted out large mouthfuls of blood and could only make unclear puffing sounds. He stared at the white fox with anger on his face. It was as if he wanted to remember this face forever in his heart, and could not let it go even if he turned into a ghost. Scar Rat stood aside, not daring to make a sound. This crazy woman, Baihu, is very powerful. Now, Scar Rat couldn't figure out what White Fox's position was. He was the first to betray the base, and he didn't know if he was killed. Therefore, he was very alert. Be ready to dig a hole and escape at any time. Scar Rat was fidgeting on the sidelines, and finally couldn't help asking White Fox, "Big sister, what's going on now? Have you betrayed the base too?" The White Fox gave Scar Rat a cold look. This roll of the eyes scared Scar Rat so much that he broke into a cold sweat. He almost couldn't hold back and wanted to dig a hole and escape. White Fox said, "What do you mean by betrayal? Can you talk, little mouse? Besides, you should recognize that handsome guy as your new big brother, right?" "Yes," Scar Rat said proudly. He felt that the best choice he had ever made in his life was to join Lu Yang. With such a super big and thick leg, the future is absolutely bright. The White Fox smiled and said, "That's fine. Don't call me big sister anymore. Call me sister-in-law." Ah. Scar Rat was completely stunned. Sister-in-law. Lu Yang arrived here maybe 10 or 20 minutes earlier than himself, and not only defeated Black Tiger and killed other elites, he even dealt with the crazy woman White Fox. OMG. This is too powerful. It is no exaggeration to say that dealing with the crazy woman White Fox is much more difficult than killing Black Tiger. There is an upper limit to the Black Tiger's strength. There is no regularity in the thought process of this crazy woman, Baihu. After knowing that Baihu was willing to become Lu Yang's woman, Scar Rat's admiration for Lu Yang deepened. Now the fear in his heart completely disappeared. Since the White Fox had been tamed by Lu Yang, how could his life be in danger as Lu Yang's new brother? We are all family now. Seeing this scene, the dying Black Tiger once again showed a gleam of anger in his eyes. Puff, puff. Woo, wow. Puff. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth again. You don't need to listen to know what he wants to say. It's nothing more than some swear words. Lu Yang sneered and said. What? Are you excited? But don't get excited yet. I have to tell you that your daughter took the initiative to go with me. He Hu suddenly became even more excited, his eyes widened like bells, almost popping out of his sockets. He shouted with blood gushing out of his mouth. Puff, puff, puff. Woohoo. Haha, this is the consequence of infecting my woman. Now even your daughter will be taken away by me. Do you know you are wrong? After Lu Yang finished speaking, he gave him a look. Bang. The Black Tiger was instantly shot in the head by the ice needle. This ended his sinful life. Until his death, He Hu never understood what Lu Yang's special abilities were. When He Hu's daughter saw He Hu die in front of her, there was no sadness on her face, but instead a look of relief. This scumbag is finally dead. And he died in front of me. After the apocalypse, she had been fantasizing about this every day. Now it has finally come true. When He Hu pushed his mother to the zombies in front of her in order to survive, Wang Feifei had already regarded him as an enemy and the father-daughter relationship had long since disappeared. Now that he saw that this evil guy had finally been killed, his mother could finally rest in peace. At the same time, White Fox and Scar Rat next to them also showed shocked expressions. At the beginning, Scar Rat did see Lu Yang take action and kill an eagle flying 100 meters in the sky. But at that time he had no idea what method Lu Yang used. What he was thinking in his mind was that Lu Yang could control lightning and even use electric shock to bring down an eagle. Now, after seeing how Black Tiger died, Scar Rat suddenly realized that Lu Yang must have shot the eagle in the head at high altitude. So how did he get the headshot? is his ability to 100% kill people with a headshot. Even at a face-to-face distance, they couldn't see how Liu Yang used the headshot skill. In their opinion, Liu Yang only gave a look and He Hu's head exploded. Sure enough, Liu Yang's strength was just as he said. If he wanted to kill everyone here, everyone would have been shot in the head as soon as they met. Scar Rat couldn't help but sigh that the gap between ordinary psychics and powerful psychics was even greater than the gap between ordinary psychics and civilians. The White Fox looked at what Liu Yang was doing, licked his red lips, and a happy expression appeared on his face. As expected of the man I like, his strength is too strong. She pointed at He Hu's daughter and asked Liu Yang, "Do you still want this woman? Do you want to get rid of her?" After hearing what the White Fox said, the Black Tiger's daughter trembled all over. Because she also heard the cold murderous intent in the words. This crazy woman really wants to kill herself. However, Liu Yang's performance made her feel relieved. Liu Yang shook his head. "She is my woman now, why should I kill her?" Bai Hu said with some confusion, "You have already done that to her, why are you still keeping her? Aren't you just trying to have fun with a woman like this? Besides, you killed her father in front of her, aren't you afraid that she will retaliate against you?" "No way. He's not my dad," the girl said quickly. The White Fox sneered, "Oh. In order to survive, you even denied your father. It seems that you are very scheming, and you deserve to die." After saying that, she directly drew out her dagger that was shining with cold light. It seemed as if the girl's throat would be cut in the next second. "Do you think I'm afraid of a little girl's hatred?" Liu Yang said confidently. Then, he glanced at Bai Hu and said, "Put away the knife. I won't say it a second time." "Okay, okay. You are the boss, you have the final say." The White Fox retracted the knife. At the same time, when seeing Liu Yang's confident eyes, Bai Hu's face showed an even more admiring expression. This man is strong and confident, and his character of sticking to his word is simply awe-inspiring. He is so handsome. Liu Yang said to Scar Rat, "Have someone deal with these corpses. Black Tiger is dead. From now on, you will be responsible for all matters of this surviving base." "Ah. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. I'd better let Sister White Fox manage this base," Scar Rat said hurriedly. In the past, his strength was not ranked high in this base, so how could he be qualified to manage the entire base? With the strength of the White Fox, killing 10 Scar Rats is enough. Liu Yang said. "White Fox is already my woman. She will leave here with me. All the superpowers in this base should be dead. You will be the strongest one in the future. Are you afraid that you can't control it? And with Black Tiger's corpse to establish your authority, no one should dare to resist you." Scar Rat still showed an embarrassment. "This. Just take care of it if I give you the responsibility. I'm just asking you to assist in the management. Liu Yang is so busy every day, how could he have the time to take care of these trivial matters? It's not like I'm giving the entire base to you. What are you afraid of? Why are you refusing? If you can't manage it well, just ask for your permission," White Fox said unhappily. "I just warned him to call me sister-in-law instead of sister, but I didn't expect that this guy always forgot it. This little mouse is so annoying." But hearing Liu Yang personally admit that she was his woman, Bai Hu still felt secretly delighted in her heart. Liu Yang said, "Yes, Bai Hu is right. And I heard that there is a test stone tablet in this base, which can test the strength of the psychics, right?" Scar Rat nodded and said, "Yes, there is such a test tablet. The only people with special abilities in this survivor base who can make the list are Black Tiger, White Fox, and Zhang Jinglin. Falcon and I are too weak to be qualified to be on the list." "Very good, take me to see it." Liu Yang immediately became excited. His main purpose of coming to this psychic base, besides killing Black Tiger, is to test his own strength and see what kind of rewards he can get. Zhang Jinglin passed the test and obtained such a sharp sword. If I pass the test, will the reward I get be even stronger? It's really exciting just thinking about it. Soon, under the leadership of Scar Rat and White Fox, Liu Yang came to the test stone tablet of the survivor base. The test stone tablet was as tall as a 4-story building. It was a very large rectangular stone tablet. At the same time, it is filled with the names of people with special abilities. There are 4 lists in total. Heaven, Earth, Dark, Yellow. There are 1,000 names in each list. That is to say, you must be in the top 1,000 on this list to be eligible. And those with special abilities after 1,000th place are not even qualified to be on the list. Liu Yang found that basically the top 10 on each list were made up of people from different countries. The strength of the superpowers in each country is very evenly distributed. The first psychic on the yellow list is named Li Tianba, and you can tell from the name that he is from the Dragon Empire. The first on the Xian list was named Jackson, who was obviously from the White Eagle Empire. The number 1 on the Earth list is named Chimaev, who is obviously from the Barbarian Bear Empire. The number 1 on the heavenly ranking is Rishang Yamada, who is obviously from the Little Sun Empire. Does this mean that this ranking appears all over the world? How could someone from a mere small Japanese empire be ranked first on the heavenly ranking? Liu Yang sneered and said, "Just wait and see how I'm going to trample him under my feet." "Where is your name?" Liu Yang asked the White Fox. Here. White Fox pointed to one of the names and said. Liu Yang looked over. It was discovered that the White Fox's real name was Bai Ling, and he was ranked 897th on the yellow list. The White Fox said somewhat unhappily. "Damn it. I was ranked 830 plus 2 days ago, and after just a few days, dozens of people are ahead of me. It seems that more and more people are awakening their superpowers, and the awakened superpowers are very strong." That's right. Rankings are not always constant. Once a new person enters the test and his ranking is ahead of you, your ranking will be pushed back. It may even be directly removed from the list. Maybe you can test it again. Liu Yang said to the White Fox. The White Fox shook his head and said, "I've taken the test, but it's useless. Testing is extremely time-consuming and energy-consuming. Only the first test can get rewards. Subsequent tests can only improve your ranking, but there are no rewards. Unless you can move up the list, such as from the yellow list to the mysterious list, you will not get any rewards." "I see." Liu Yang nodded and asked, "What is the test like?" The White Fox replied, "Everyone's test is different. Basically, it's just fighting monsters. The test is divided into 100 levels. I only got to level 12 in the yellow list test." "Oh, I want to try it." Liu Yang showed an eager expression. The White Fox said, "Just put your hand on the stone tablet, the stone tablet will be able to detect you, and then you will enter the stone tablet." "Okay." Liu Yang nodded and placed his hand on the stone tablet. Then he felt as if a slight electric current passed through his hand, directly covering his entire body. He felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Then, a red light flashed, and he disappeared from the spot and entered the stone tablet. There is an extremely empty space inside the stone tablet. It looks like a square hall with a length, width, and height of 100 meters. A few lines of words appeared right above the hall. It has been detected that the psychic has S-level psychic powers, and his strength has reached the standard for the heavenly ranking test. Do you want to start this heavenly ranking test? Seeing this prompt, Liu Yang was shocked. This stone tablet can actually directly detect my strength. It can even detect the level of a superpower. Does that mean that those who can enter the heaven ranking test are at least S-level psychics? A-level psychics correspond to the Earth ranking. And so on. Then he said without hesitation, "Start the test." The test begins. Soon, 10 zombies appeared out of nowhere. These zombies were different from ordinary zombies. Their eyes were not lifeless. Instead, they were just like normal humans. They even communicated with each other through eye contact and had tactical coordination. And each zombie holds a long knife in his hand. They know how to cooperate and have weapons, so they must be at least level 2 zombies, right? 10 level 2 zombies appearing at once. I have to say, ordinary psychics might not be their opponents. But I'm not an ordinary psychic. Liu Yang said nothing and rushed over with a sword in hand. Swish, swish, swish. In less than 10 seconds, the 10 zombies were beheaded. Liu Yang's current basic attributes are 16.5 times that of an ordinary person. And a level 2 zombie's strength and speed are only about twice that of an ordinary person. That is to say, it is similar to the basic attributes of an ordinary first-level psychic. However, the first-level psychic still has an advantage over the second-level zombies, because the psychic has superpowers, while the second-level zombies only have basic attributes and can only attack normally. Moreover, their IQ is not very high. In a one-on-one situation, they can easily be killed by the first-level psychic. But if 10 of them gather together, they are no longer something that an ordinary psychic can deal with. However, in Liu Yang's opinion, the opponent's speed was simply a snail's pace. Not to mention 10, he would chop them down even if there were 10,000. The subtitles on the stone tablet changed again. Congratulations on passing the first level. Do you want to proceed to the next level? Okay. Go to the next level. Liu Yang said without hesitation. Soon the scene in front of Liu Yang changed again, and 20 level 2 zombies appeared in front of him. Liu Yang sneered, "Haha, the gap in strength is so huge that it can no longer be made up by numbers. Can we try something more challenging?" Holding a long knife, he rushed towards the 20 zombies again and quickly killed them all. When Liu Yang entered to test, White Fox, Scar Rat and others were outside and began to discuss. Scar Rat said, "With Brother Liu Yang's strength, he can at least enter the Xian ranking, right?" With Scar Rat's strength, he couldn't even rank on the yellow list. He felt that anyone who could rank on the yellow list was already very strong. It is even more unimaginable to find someone who can enter the Xian list. Because each list can only show 1,000 people, but it does not mean that there are only 1,000 people on each list. Perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people cannot make the list. Take Scar Rat for example. He is not without ranking, but is ranked more than 15,000th on the yellow list. Not eligible to be displayed on the stone tablet. Therefore, the difference between the number 1 on the yellow list and the number 1,000 on the black list is not just 1,000 people, but perhaps tens of thousands of people. Therefore, Scar Rat believed that if Liu Yang could make it onto the Xian list and rank within the top 1,000, with his ranking displayed on the stone tablet, he would already be a super powerful person. Those on the earth ranking and the heaven ranking are simply peerless powerful beings, whose existence we dare not even think about. White Fox smiled and said, "I don't think so. Liu Yang's strength can be said to be the strongest among all the survivors I have seen, so I think he should be able to enter the Earth ranking test. As for whether he can rank higher, I am not sure." Scar Rat was a little surprised and said, "Sister-in-law, you think so highly of Brother Liu Yang's ability?" The White Fox smiled confidently, "Of course, how could the man I chose not even be able to enter the Earth ranking? I think he can enter the heavenly ranking. He is the strongest and may even take first place." Just then, a pleasant voice sounded. The speaker was Heihu's daughter Wang Feifei. After hearing what Wang Feifei said, the White Fox smiled and said, "What do you, an ordinary person, know? How can you understand the affairs of people with special abilities?" Wang Feifei said undeniably, "I am indeed an ordinary person, and I do not understand the affairs of people with superpowers, but I understand Liu Yang. I have had in-depth exchanges with him, and in my opinion, he is the most powerful man in the world, so he will definitely get the first place on the heavenly ranking." The White Fox chuckled and said, "Haha, you are indeed an ordinary person. You don't understand the difference between people with special abilities. You speak with confidence and ignorance." "Humph. Let's wait and see. Anyway, I believe that Liu Yang is the strongest." Wang Feifei said unconvinced. Baiyu smiled confidently and said, "You are so confident. How about we make a bet? If you lose, you will be my follower in the future, and you will do whatever I tell you to do. If you win, then I will be your follower, and I will do whatever you tell me to do. How about that? Let's bet. I won't lose." Wang Feifei said with her lips puffed out. Although she didn't understand what a superpower was, nor did she understand the difference in abilities between them, it didn't matter because after having in-depth communication with Liu Yang, she had absolute trust in him. As long as it's Liu Yang, there's nothing he can't do. While everyone was discussing outside, Liu Yang's test had reached the 10th level. The zombies that appear in level 10 are no longer just level 2 zombies. 10 level 3 zombies appeared, and each level 3 zombie led 100 level 2 zombies, a total of more than 1,000 zombies. There is command, discipline, and coordination. The first time Liu Yang saw a level 3 zombie, he was instantly shocked. Level 3 zombies are very similar to humans in appearance, except that their skin is a little pale. They no longer grin and drool, and from a distance, they look like normal people. Moreover, Liu Yang saw that these level 3 zombies were actually communicating with each other. In other words, level 3 zombies can already talk. Isn't this level of wisdom too high? Liu Yang looked at one of the female level 3 zombies and found that she could not only speak, but was also very beautiful. Her snow-white skin added to her coolness and beauty. It was a pity that her lips were also pale. If she put on lipstick, she would definitely be a great beauty. I don't know what the difference is between this zombie and a normal human woman. It made Liu Yang want to try out the feeling of being a zombie. Then Liu Yang shook it. Damn it. I'm in the process of breaking through the level now, what am I thinking about? Liu Yang continued to attack the zombie army. And these zombies, led by level 3 zombies, have become more organized and disciplined, and even know how to besiege Liu Yang. 1,000 zombies surrounded Liu Yang. It seems that we have to kill those 10 level 3 zombies. As long as the 10 leaders are dead, the remaining zombies will become a mess. Liu Yang picked up the sword without hesitation and rushed towards the 10 zombies. Directly fought with the 3rd level zombies. Level 3 zombies are 4 times stronger and faster than ordinary people. They are also intelligent and know how to use weapons. Unfortunately, compared with Liu Yang, their strength is still too weak. In less than 10 seconds, Liu Yang killed 10 level 3 zombies instantly. Each one was beheaded directly. The remaining level 2 zombies were leaderless, so Liu Yang rushed in directly and started a unilateral massacre. After passing the 10th level, Liu Yang finally understood. Since the apocalypse broke out not long ago, all psychics are basically still at the level of first-level psychics. Even the first-level S-level psychics, compared with low-level psychics, only have different abilities. The basic physical attributes are actually the same, which are about twice that of ordinary people. If they don't use their superpowers, the strength of S-level superpower users is actually similar to that of other superpower users. Therefore, in the test of the heavenly ranking, when dealing with level 3 zombies, if they use their basic attributes, they are actually no match for the level 3 zombies. You have to use superpowers to defeat the 3rd level zombies. But using superpowers consumes a lot of mental energy and cannot be used infinitely. Therefore, it would probably not be easy for an S-level psychic to pass the 10th level in the top plate test and defeat so many zombies. Those who can pass the 10th level should be able to at least reach the top 1,000 on the heavenly ranking. That's why these clearance tests will increase the number of zombies at each level. The increase in the number of zombies means increased difficulty for ordinary psychics. But Liu Yang is an outlier. Due to the system's blessing, killing zombies can enhance his own attributes. His attributes at this time are 16.5 times that of ordinary people. Even in the test of the heavenly ranking, he can become a one-sided massacre. He doesn't even need supernatural powers. This means that no matter how many zombies there are, they are useless to Liu Yang, because he does not need to use his superpowers at all, and his mental strength will not be exhausted. He also has a sword as a bonus, so he can kill a zombie with one sword. Killing zombies is as easy as cutting vegetables. He only increases the number of vegetables. What difficulty is there for the vegetable cutter? Liu Yang is like a bug in the program. Even the stone tablet probably didn't anticipate that someone would be able to have basic attributes that are more than 10 times that of an ordinary person at the beginning of the apocalypse. This so-called heavenly ranking test was too easy for Liu Yang. He said confidently, "If the number of zombies increases every time I continue to clear the levels, I can easily pass even the 100th level." Half an hour later, Liu Yang chopped off the head of the last level 6 zombie. At the same time, new subtitles appeared on the stone tablet. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 100th level. The heavenly ranking test is over. You have become the first on the heavenly ranking and received the reward, Dark Cloak." Liu Yang was stunned. "Huh? It's over? I haven't had enough fun yet." To be honest, Liu Yang didn't find it difficult at all until he reached level 100. Instead, he became more and more excited. Now that he had received the notification that the game was over, he still felt a little unsatisfied. After all, when others only had twice the attributes of ordinary people, Lu Yang had already reached 16.5 times. This dimensionality reduction attack made his test 10 points easier. He quickly checked the attributes of the reward. Dark Cloak. This equipment allows you to have a short-term flying ability, which lasts for 5 minutes and has a cooldown of 1 hour. The flying speed is twice your movement speed. Lu Yang was completely surprised when he saw this attribute. Just this small cape can actually give you the ability to fly. This is so cool. It's worthy of being the reward for being the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Flying is the dream of many men. Walking in the air is something that only immortals can do. Nowadays, a cloak can give you the ability to fly, which is simply awesome. Although Lu Yang's current speed has reached 16.5 times that of an ordinary person, if the flying speed is doubled, it will be 33 times. The maximum speed of an average person is about 8 to 9 meters per second. Then Lu Yang's speed is 9 times 33 is equal to 297 meters per second. This is close to the speed of sound. Flying at the speed of sound with human flesh. Absolutely no one can achieve it. This equipment is awesome. Also, don't worry about how much the ability to fly can enhance your life, the main thing is that he is handsome. In order to match this dark cloak, Lu Yang took out the clothes collected from the supermarket from his dark space, selected a black outfit, and matched it with the dark cloak. He instantly had the feeling of a lone ranger. Looking at his handsome outfit, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to walk in the air and show my power in front of others. Otherwise, wouldn't my flying ability of the dark cloak be wasted? Thinking of this, Lu Yang left the stone tablet space. The next second, he appeared outside the stone tablet. At this time, Scar Rat, White Fox and others were still waiting outside. Seeing Lu Yang coming out, the White Fox was surprised. He said in disbelief. So soon? When she was testing her ranking on the yellow list, she had to fight for 3 full days before she could get to level 12. Why does it take so long? Because the mental power of a psychic is limited. After clearing a level, if you use your superpowers, your mental power will be depleted. You must wait until your mental strength is fully restored before you dare to enter the next level, otherwise you will not be able to use your supernatural powers in the next level, and you will definitely fail. Many players use this tactic. You can choose the time to enter the next level, so there is enough time for you to recover your physical and mental strength. Of course, if your physical and mental strength have been fully restored, but you still cannot pass the next level, it means that you have reached the upper limit of your strength. Lu Yang only took half an hour. Doesn't that mean that he has no time to recover his mental strength? If Lu Yang knew about Baihu's idea, he would probably say with disdain, is it necessary to use supernatural powers for a mere clearance test? Why do you need to recover your mental power if there is no loss of mental power? Just when the White Fox was shocked. Scar Rat said at this time. Boss Lu Yang's name did not appear on the Xian ranking. Could it be that the boss's clearance time was too short and he was not on the list? After hearing this, Baihu immediately set his sights on the Earth ranking and quickly checked it out. Although it takes only half an hour to pass the level, ordinary psychics may not even be able to pass the first level, but Lu Yang is different. Although the chance is small, what if he makes it to the Earth list? However, Baihu looked from the 1000th place to the first place, but she still couldn't find Lu Yang's name. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Is it really not possible? Even someone as powerful as Lu Yang would not be able to make the list if he only used half an hour. Maybe it's because Lu Yang used up all his mental energy in the first level, so he just gave up on passing the level. The White Fox felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she should have told Lu Yang in advance that she could complete each level and move on to the next level after her mental strength was fully restored, instead of giving up directly. Just when Baihu was feeling regretful, Wang Feifei's surprised voice came from the side. Hey, look. Look at the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. After hearing this, White Fox and Scar Rat immediately turned their attention to the highest ranking list. When they saw the name of the first place, they were stunned. On every list, the name of number 1 is dozens of times bigger than the name of number 2 and everyone else, and it shines with dazzling golden light. At this moment, the two words Lu Yang were shining at the number 1 position on the heavenly ranking. The white fox was stunned. This. How is it possible? It only took half an hour to get the number 1 name on the heavenly ranking. This is simply unimaginable. All the psychics in this survivor base have tried the test of the stone tablet. And after the test, they will communicate with each other. From the communication, they learned that although everyone's levels were different, the difficulty was basically the same relative to their abilities. In other words, the stone tablet will set levels according to each person's strength. It basically takes about an hour to complete the first level, and the time to complete the second level may even extend to 2 hours. The subsequent levels will become more and more difficult, and the time to clear them will also become longer and longer. In the end, you may not even be able to clear a level in a day. But Lu Yang only took half an hour to become the first place. Who is he? How powerful must his supernatural powers be to be able to perform such a miracle? The white fox couldn't understand. As a person with superpowers who has also undergone the test of the stone tablet, she now understands how difficult it is to become number 1 on the heavenly ranking. But Lu Yang did it in just half an hour. Does this mean that others are ranked first on the heavenly ranking because their strength has reached that level, while Lu Yang is ranked first on the heavenly ranking because that is the highest ranking? If there is another God's list or something like that, as long as he is willing to spend more time, can he still reach the top? After all, half an hour is definitely not Lu Yang's limit. Does this mean that even the test stone tablet cannot test Lu Yang's upper limit? After understanding this, the white fox looked at Lu Yang almost as if he were a god. This man is not a human being. It is no exaggeration to say that he is God. Okay, after you and I will be your follower. The white fox said to Wang Feifei with helplessness on his face. Although she is a noble psychic, she still abides by the principle of accepting defeat. Since I made a bet with Wang Feifei at the beginning, I naturally have to abide by the bet now. Wang Feifei said shyly, "How dare I? Just don't bully me in the future." "Oh, you little girl, how dare you deliberately say that I bullied you? Are you pretending to be pitiful in front of Lu Yang? You are so scheming. I'll pinch you to death." The white fox stretched out his hand and pinched the soft flesh on Wang Feifei's waist. "Ah! Help, help! Look at Lu Yang, she always bullies people." Wang Feifei screamed and ran away, hiding behind Lu Yang's back, grabbing Lu Yang's black cloak with both hands, looking like an eagle catching chickens. After this bet, the relationship between Baihu and Wang Feifei seems to have improved a lot. The two were laughing and joking nearby, but Scar Rat kept all his attention on Lu Yang. "I couldn't help but sigh, boss, you look so handsome, don't you? Especially this cape. The material looks so textured. It doesn't look like it was made by a human. It's so handsome." After hearing what Scar Rat said, Baihu and Wang Feifei came to their senses instantly. At first they were shocked by Lu Yang's ranking and had not noticed the changes in Lu Yang's outfit. Now I come to my senses and take a closer look. It's really stunning. Especially the pitch-black cloak, it was not ordinary darkness, but the pure black, as if all the light was absorbed into it. Wang Feifei couldn't help but pick up a corner of Lu Yang's cape and feel it, and even rubbed it on her tender face. There was an expression of comfort and satisfaction on his face. Then she said to Lu Yang in disbelief, "So soft and comfortable. I've never seen this kind of material before. Lu Yang, where did you get this cloak? Such soft fabric must be very comfortable to wear as underwear." He touched Wang Feifei's head and said, "I wear this dark cloak to look cool, not to show off. This is the reward I got for passing the heavenly ranking test. How is it? Isn't it handsome?" Rewards for the heavenly ranking test. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, their eyes were fixed on the dark cloak. There is envy in everyone's eyes. Scar Rat said, "Since it is a reward obtained from the heavenly ranking test, it must be more than just looking cool, right? It should have other uses, right?" Lu Yang smiled and said, "Of course. How can the reward for winning the first place on the heavenly ranking be just good looking? As for its real function, I will tell you when the time comes. Gather all the survivors in the base later. I have something to say to them. Also, let me ask you, how did this base operate in the past? although Lu Yang also has a safe villa area. But there are very few people living there, only a few beautiful women. Therefore, he is still not very familiar with the operation of the real survivor base. Scar Rat said, the main source of supplies for the survivor base is collected by people. In addition to the superpowers leading the collection, ordinary survivors also need to form a team to collect, and if they want to survive in this base, they need to hand in supplies. The supplies handed in were roughly 1 loaf of bread, or 2 eggs, or useful medicines, or something of similar value, per family every day. If you really have nothing to hand in, you will be kicked out. Therefore, the more civilians a survivor base has, the richer it will actually be. At all times, population is an extremely important resource. On the other hand, the superpowers need to protect the safety of the survivors' base and ensure that civilians in the base will not be threatened by zombies. I see. Lu Yang nodded. The operation of the real survivor base was indeed different from what he had imagined. The villa area where he lived relied on him alone to collect supplies and support so many women. The real survivor base relies on civilians to collect and hand in supplies. Lu Yang said to Scar Rat, okay, I understand. Gather everyone and notify me when you are done. I will start a speech. At the same time, you must also tell everyone in the base that I, Lu Yang, have become the new owner of this survivor base. Okay, boss. I'll go notify everyone now to gather at the gym in the villa area. I'll take you there after everyone is here. Scar Rat nodded quickly, then started to notify people in a hurry. Soon Scar Rat gathered all the survivors in the gymnasium. At this time, Lu Yang also came to the gymnasium with Bai Hu and Wang Feifei. Lu Yang nodded at Scar Rat. Scar Rat understood and dragged out Black Tiger's body and threw it in front of everyone. All the survivors were shocked. Miserable. It's so miserable. It's so horrible. At this time, Black Tiger had become a dead body that could not be deader, and his hands and feet were gone, leaving only 4 bloody cuts. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. The top of his head was blown through and his skull flew away. The inside of his head was empty and his brain was gone. In order to establish his authority with the Black Tiger, Lu Yang deliberately did not blow his face apart. At this time, the Black Tiger's body was covered in blood and its mouth was torn apart. All in all, it's a miserable situation. Seeing that the once high and mighty Black Tiger had now turned into such a miserable corpse, the survivors looked at each other in dismay, not daring to make a sound. They don't know what will happen next. I can only wait nervously and quietly for the judgment of fate. At this time, Lu Yang, dressed in a handsome black outfit, stepped forward and said to everyone, "My name is Lu Yang. I was the one who killed Black Tiger, so from today on, I am the boss of this survivor base. Who agrees and who disagrees?" The survivors looked at each other. Be opposed to. The arrogant Black Tiger had been killed, so how could these civilians dare to object? Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Yang continued. "Since no one objects, I will have the final say in this surviving base from now on. If anyone dares to disobey me and do something behind my back, then there will only be one fate for him, which is the same fate as Black Tiger." The second half of Lu Yang's sentence had an extremely cold and oppressive tone. The survivors were frightened and their backs were soaked with cold sweat without them noticing. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Lu Yang took one step at a time and walked directly into the air. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. How did he do that? He can actually walk on air. Is he a man or a god? Lu Yang in midair looked down at the people below. His black cloak fluttered in the sky, like the black wings of the god of war. Everyone looked up at Lu Yang as if they were looking at a god high above them. Even their eyes couldn't help but reveal piety. Bang! One of the survivors was overwhelmed by Lu Yang's pressure, his knees went weak and he couldn't help but kneel down on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the other survivors also knelt on the ground. Even Scar Rat, who was standing next to him, almost couldn't hold back and was about to kneel down. "Brother Lu Yang, this is so handsome." He also thought of it at this time. This is probably the ability of Lu Yang's black cloak. Walking in the air. Hovering in the air, like a god. So cool. As everyone knelt down, Lu Yang slowly spoke, From today on, the materials you hand in every day will be reduced by half. At the same time, I can lend each of you 50 kilograms of potatoes, which you can use for planting. The villa area is vast and sparsely populated, and you can reclaim the football fields, green belts, and lawns into fields for planting. But, after 1 year you need to return me 200 kilograms of potatoes. Furthermore, from now on, all crops grown in the villa area will need to be handed over 20%. After saying that, Lu Yang began to scatter potatoes from the dark space. It seemed as if potatoes were raining from the sky. The open space under Lu Yang's feet had begun to slowly pile up into a small hill. Seeing this scene, all the survivors were stunned. So many potatoes appeared out of thin air. Doesn't that mean he is not just like God, but a true God? God said, "Let there be seed." Then, seeds began to rain from the sky. This is simply a miracle. Black Tiger, that country bumpkin, only knows how to exploit ordinary survivors like them. Compared with this godlike Lu Yang, he is just a piece of trash. Look at him, he's so handsome. All the real faces showed expressions of admiration. At the same time, there is some happiness in worship. Because of Lu Yang's arrival, the amount of supplies they had to hand in every day was reduced by half. This would make their lives much easier in the future as they wouldn't have to risk going out every day to look for supplies. What's more important is that Lu Yang also lent them potato seeds for planting. So, will we no longer need to collect supplies and be completely self-sufficient? Thinking of this, all the survivors were moved to tears. These ordinary survivors are always worried when they go out to look for supplies every day. Even an ordinary zombie can pose a great threat to them. If you encounter groups of zombies, there will be nowhere to run. They once watched their relatives and friends being devoured by zombies. But if you don't search for supplies, you can't stay in the safety of the survivor base. In the survivor base, you can also form a team to search for supplies without worrying about your own safety. If you stay outside alone, your chances of survival will be even lower. And you will be worried every day, afraid of being found by zombies. Even getting a good night's sleep is impossible. So in order to continue staying in the base, they would venture out every few days to search for supplies. But if we can solve the problem of food by planting, we will never have to search for supplies again. They can stay in a safe base every day and survive on crops. Isn't that no different from peacetime? And the person who gave them hope of returning to a peaceful era was Lu Yang in the sky. He was a godlike man. A little girl couldn't help but point at Lu Yang and said, "Mom, why is he flying in the sky? Why does he have so much food? Is he the savior sent by God?" The woman next to her quickly held the girl's hand and said nervously, "Keep your head down and don't point. When you see God, you must bow your head." From then on, the little girl remembered this sentence. Remember it for a lifetime. The black figure in the sky became the lifelong light in the little girl's heart. After Lu Yang finished all this, he slowly fell to the ground from the sky. Then Lu Yang said to Scar Rat, "Each person can get 50 kilograms of potatoes. You need to register them. After 1 year, they will be asked to return 200 kilograms. In addition, they will have to hand over 20% of their crop yields." "Okay, boss. Leave it to me." Scar Rat nodded quickly. It's not that he can't see that everything Lu Yang did was real measures to benefit the people. This is a huge benefit for ordinary survivors. After the apocalypse, food is very precious. Being willing to lend you food as seeds is simply a huge act of kindness. It is no exaggeration to say that in the end times, 50 kilograms of potatoes can even be exchanged for 5 beautiful girls. But Lu Yang lent out these most precious supplies without hesitation. Once the planting is successful, their harvest becomes stable and they no longer have to take risks to search for supplies. And the more supplies are collected, the less they are. There will always be a day when they run out. But planting can be endless. Even the more you plant, the more you grow. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Yang is the savior of all ordinary survivors in this base. Unlike Heihu, he was not only thinking about how to deprive the survivors of their material things, but he was thinking about how to enable the survivors to develop better and sustainably. The mindsets of the two people are worlds apart. A survivor base leader like Lu Yang is the real leader. The other survivors also showed happy smiles on their faces and lined up one by one to receive 50 kilograms of potatoes. A couple brought a little girl to Scar Rat. This little girl was the one Scar Rat gave candy to. The little girl jumped over and hugged Scar Rat with a happy face. She raised her head, opened her pair of innocent eyes, and asked Scar Rat, Master Rat, is this the savior you found?" "Yes. I found the savior," Scar Rat said proudly and affirmatively. "Yeah. Mr. Rat is indeed the most handsome in this base." The little girl was very happy. The other adult survivors behind her began to laugh, too. Seeing everyone so happy, Scar Rat was also very happy. Because in the past all the superpowers looked down on him, only these ordinary survivors looked up to him. Now that Scar Rat sees these ordinary survivors being able to obtain so many supplies, he is very happy for them. After planting 50 kilograms of potatoes, it only takes 4 to 5 months to increase 10 times, which means a harvest of 500 kilograms. Even if I return 200 kilograms to Lu Yang, there will still be 300 kilograms left. If 300 kilograms are continued to be used for planting, it can become 3,000 kilograms. This is an explosion of resources. The agricultural age was an important era in human development, as it allowed humans to survive well without having to take risks in hunting. And now, this survivor base seems to be beginning to replicate this great era. Lu Yang left the gymnasium with the two beautiful girls. The task of distributing supplies here was given to Scar Rat. On the way, Baihu asked Lu Yang, "You were so handsome just now. Even I almost knelt down." After hearing what Baihu said, Lu Yang showed a wicked smile. "Don't kneel now, kneel down when we get to my room later." The white fox licked her red lips and swallowed. Very much looking forward to what happens next. Wang Feifei, who was standing next to her, blushed as she heard this. Of course she understood what Lu Yang meant. Because that's what she did in the room just now. It still makes me blush when I think about it now. It's so embarrassing that these two people started talking about this kind of thing in broad daylight. Just when Lu Yang was preparing to find a room to have a good discussion with Bai Ling and let her see his golden Luohem king. Little did he know that the news of him getting first place in the heavenly ranking test had already spread all over the world. The information on all the stone tablets is shared. When Lu Yang became number 1, the name of the number 1 on all the stone tablets in the world became Lu Yang's name. In the White Eagle Empire, in a safe haven more than 50 meters underground, the president's secretary ran over in a panic and said to the president, Mr. President, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking has been replaced." "Oh. Was it General Bob who pinned down Yamada that day?" A happy expression appeared on the face of the president of the White Eagle Empire. "The first place on the heavenly ranking is Rishang Yamada from the Little Sun Empire, the second place is Bob from the White Eagle Empire, the third place is Zhou Xingchen from the Dragon Empire, and the fourth place is Makachev from the Barbarian Bear Empire. In fact, none of the top 4 is willing to give in to the other. Although Higami Yamada is ranked first, the 3 behind him are also constantly testing and catching up, hoping to move up the rankings. After all, whoever gets first place will be the most powerful psychic. The game between major powers is not only in peacetime, even in the end times, they still want to prove that they are the strongest and can dominate the world. And getting the first place on the heavenly ranking is the best proof. Therefore, as soon as I heard the name of the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, I noticed a change. The first reaction of the president of the White Eagle Empire was that General Bob moved from second place to first place. The secretary shook his head. "No, it's not General Bob, it's a newcomer named Lu Yang. Judging from the name, he should be from the Dragon Empire." "What?" The 80-year-old president of the White Eagle Empire suddenly had a cruel look on his originally kind face. The Dragon Empire actually suppressed the Sun Empire. In this case, wouldn't there be 2 people from the Dragon Empire in the top 5 of the heavenly ranking? He made a decision immediately, ordered General Bob to continue the test. "I want him to get the first place within 10 days. In addition, send a team of psychics into the Dragon Empire to find this guy named Lu Yang. I want to know all the information about him within a month. Also, what about the biotransformation troops and the mechanical transformation troops? What about the aliens in District 9? This was the first time he saw such an expression on the president's face since the end of the world. The secretary was sweating profusely. He said nervously, "They are still in the experimental stage and have not yet been put into use. They cannot meet the actual combat standards. As for the 9th District, the alien weapons are still being tested." The 80-year-old president said decisively, "Complete the experiment within 3 days and send these 2 troops into actual combat. Actual combat is the best test. At the same time, order the scientists in District 9 to speed up the progress." "Yes, sir." The secretary stood up straight, saluted, then left the president's office and began to distribute the orders given by the president. Little Japanese Empire. In the Prime Minister's office, a secretary ran in a panic, shouting, "Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. Prime Minister, something terrible has happened." "Baka. How can you be so flustered?" The Prime Minister of the Japanese Empire had an unhappy expression on his face and scolded his secretary. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from his head and said quickly, "Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. The number 1 on the heavenly ranking is no longer General Rishang. Instead, he has become a new name." "What?" The Prime Minister of the Little Sun Empire showed an incredible expression on his face. "How is this possible? General Rishang is extremely talented and unmatched. How could he be surpassed by others? Call General Rishang over, I have something to tell him." The secretary said, "General Rishang found out that his ranking had been taken by someone else, and he was very angry. He has now entered the stone tablet to start testing." "Yeah. Okay." The Prime Minister nodded. Originally, he wanted to order Rishang to continue testing, but he didn't expect that the other party had already gone in. It seems that General Rishang takes his honor very seriously. "Who replaced General Rishang's rank?" the Prime Minister continued to ask. The secretary said, "It's a man named Liu Yang. Judging from the name, he should be from the Shenlong Empire." Bang. Prime Minister Xiao Ri slapped the table with his hand, and an even angrier expression appeared on his face. "It's the Dragon Empire. Damn it. Pass my order. Immediately send the most elite team of psychics into the Dragon Empire, find this man named Liu Yang, and kill him at all costs. Also, what's going on with the ninja village now?" The secretary wiped his sweat and said, "The Deputy Prime Minister is still in urgent communication. The Little Japanese Empire is already at the brink of life and death, and this group of people from the ninja village are just sitting there and doing nothing. Are they still from the Little Japanese Empire? Damn it. Give the Deputy Prime Minister an order to hurry up and communicate. No matter what, he must invite the elites of the ninja village to come out." The Prime Minister of the Little Japanese Empire issued the final death order. "Hi." The secretary bowed and then left the Prime Minister's office. The Barbarian Bear Empire. Inside the presidential palace, the secretary rushed in a hurry, "Mr. President. The number 1 on the heavenly ranking has been replaced. His name is Liu Yang, and he should be a supernatural being from the Dragon Empire." The president of the Barbarian Bear Empire had a solemn expression on his serious face. "Oh. The Dragon Empire can actually produce such a talent. It seems that we have to hurry up. How is the research on the superpower enhancer going?" The secretary said nervously, "It's still in the animal experiment stage." The president of the Barbarian Bear Empire began to issue orders, start human experiments within 3 days and restart the Poseidon project. In addition, order General Makachev to enter the heavenly ranking test immediately. At the same time, 3 days later, a team of psychics was sent into the Dragon Empire to find out who this Liu Yang was. Order the agents who have infiltrated the Little Sun Empire to go into silence and from now on, focus all their attention on the Dragon Empire. Mr. President. The Poseidon project was a project that was stopped in the pre-Confederate era. If it is restarted now, I'm afraid. Do as I say. A determined expression appeared on the face of the president of the Barbarian Bear Empire. Yes. Mr. President. The Dragon Empire. In the underground shelter. The secretary's face showed an extremely excited expression. Commander Wang, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking has been replaced. His name is Liu Yang. Judging from the name, he should be from our Shenlong Empire. Oh. Commander Wang also had some surprise on his face, and couldn't help laughing, ha 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 ha. Good, 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 that's great. Now, the Japanese Empire won't dare to be so arrogant anymore, right? Our Dragon Empire has finally gained honor. Pass on my order, our Qianlong troops will immediately send everyone to find this superpower named Liu Yang, and absorb him into our Qianlong troops at all costs. We must find Liu Yang before the Flying Eagle troops. Qianlong and Feiying are two superpower troops of the Dragon Empire. Although they cooperate with each other, they also compete with each other and no one is willing to give in to the other. This Commander Wang is the commander of the Qianlong force. On the other side, Commander Zhang of the Flying Eagle force also received the news and immediately issued an order. Everyone, the first priority is to find Liu Yang. At all costs, get him to join our Flying Eagle force. I don't care what method you use. Intimidation, inducement, or even seduction will do. In short, within a month, I want to see this Liu Yang come to me. I have to do it before Lao Wang. Originally, they were Qianlong, with Zhou Xingqian, the third on the heavenly ranking, and now they had the upper hand. If they get Liu Yang, the first on the heavenly ranking, our Flying Eagles would never be able to make a breakthrough. Yes. Commander Zhang. Seeing his men leave the office, Commander Zhang showed a solemn expression on his face. He muttered to himself. Where do these guys in the army train every day? They train every day, take tests every day, but they can't get the first place on the heavenly ranking. This Liu Yang is a name I've never heard of. He's probably just a civilian psychic, but he can get the first place directly. The young are really formidable, and they are gifted. I guess Liu Yang is also training hard right now, right? White Fox reference picture. Liu Yang was indeed very busy at this time. But he was not busy with training, but was busy having in-depth communication with Baihu, the peerless beauty. Click to generate power for love, and you can view the hidden content of 10,000 words. A few hours later, Liu Yang received a system prompt, "Congratulations host, you have successfully made the other party volunteer to be your girlfriend. The level of your freezing ability has been increased by 1 level. Another freezing ability." Liu Yang was a little surprised. The freezing ability is his main offensive ability. At the same time, the improvement achieved with each level up is also the greatest. Each upgrade strengthens his attack range and amount of control. Now that he saw that his freezing skill had been upgraded by another level, which was 2 levels higher than his other abilities, he was of course very happy. Baihu lay beside Liu Yang, looking at him with eyes full of love and admiration, almost tearing her hair out. She couldn't help but say. Liu Yang looked at the red plum blossom on the white bed sheet and was a little surprised. "You are so open-minded, but you have never had a boyfriend before." "The first time the white fox saw me, he said he wanted to sleep with me." Liu Yang thought she was a very open-minded woman, but he didn't expect that she had never experienced the world of romance. The white fox said, "Of course I have had boyfriends before, but unfortunately ordinary men are not in my eyes. I like to play with them instead of letting them play with me. I prefer to make them kneel down and look down at them. When I am with ordinary men, I am more like a man and they are women. Only a man as strong as you can make me climb into bed willingly. Besides, even if I had a boyfriend, it wouldn't have any impact," the white fox said as he pulled out a dagger. "A stroke on your hand." In an instant, a bloody cut appeared on her hand. However, before the blood had time to flow out, it began to coagulate slowly, and then the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, even Liu Yang's eyes widened. Looking at Liu Yang's surprised expression, the white fox smiled complacently and said, "This is my special ability. I have a healing ability that surpasses that of ordinary people and a strong resistance. Even the virus from ordinary zombies cannot infect me. They all say I'm a crazy woman, but they don't know that I have the capital to be crazy. With this power, I can heal myself no matter how serious the injury is. So everything you did to me just now has come back to normal again." Liu Yang was stunned. "Doesn't that mean that every day is your first time?" The white fox nodded. "Awesome." Liu Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The next day, Liu Yang woke up refreshed. Liu Yang showed mercy by not exhausting her to death. Liu Yang stretched his dog waist. At this time, the white fox heard the noise and slowly opened its eyes. Her face, which was extremely cold to others, showed a sweet smile to Lu Yang. "You're up so early, what are your plans for today?" Lu Yang replied. "I'm going back to my villa area. But before that, I want to pick some young and beautiful girls from this survivor base and take them back with me." The white fox said, "In their eyes, you are like a savior now. As long as you say a word, all the women will follow you." "That's true." Lu Yang nodded. Yesterday he showed off his power in front of everyone and put on a great show just to achieve this effect. We need to make all the survivors think that they are godlike beings, so as to intimidate them directly and make them dare not betray or do bad things. After Lu Yang washed up, he had breakfast, got dressed, and took a walk around the area where the ordinary survivors were. When he came back, 15 beautiful girls were following him. The eyes of every one of those beautiful girls looking at Lu Yang revealed admiration, gratitude, and even piety. They were filled with surprise and joy at being chosen by Lu Yang. He even thought that he was chosen by God. Bai Hu looked at the beautiful girls Lu Yang had selected and could not help but nodded, saying, "Not bad, they are all beauties with good figures." Lu Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. Although they all have better figures than you, you are still cute even though you are small." "Ah. Hateful." Bai Hu couldn't help but reveal a blush on her cold face, and she raised her little pink fist to hit Lu Yang's arm. She knew she was indeed not very big, probably only grade B. But it's not yet to the point where it's so small and cute. It's not a pair of a. Snort. This guy Lu Yang is really too much. So Lu Yang took Wang Feifei, Bai Hu, and the 15 beautiful girls he had selected and started heading towards his own villa area. As for this survivor base, he handed it over to Scar Rat to take care of. You just need to come back occasionally to take a look, and show yourself in front of people from time to time. When Lu Yang brought Bai Hu, Wang Feifei, and 15 other beautiful female survivors back to his own villa, it was almost dark. Those 15 beautiful girls were civilians and walked very slowly. So it took me a few hours to get back. When He Yushur and others saw Lu Yang coming back, happy expressions instantly appeared on their faces. Although they had only not seen each other for one night, their longing for Lu Yang was as strong as a surging river. After all, the end of the world is full of uncertainty and dangers everywhere. Although Lu Yang was very strong, they were still very worried about his safety. Now that they saw Lu Yang coming back safely, they finally put their minds at ease. Chen Dan also left, and came over and said with a smile, "Lu Yang, you haven't eaten yet. I'll go cook now." "Wow, there are so many more sisters. It seems that I have to cook more today." Tang Mengting said quickly, "I'll go help." Zhao Lina also said, "I'll help too." Me too, me too." Big Star Su Shao, Zhou Kiki, Zhang Jingyu and others also rushed into the kitchen and everyone started to get busy. The new survivors showed some restrained looks on their faces. They originally admired Lu Yang very much and regarded him as a godlike figure. Now, when they saw the women next to Lu Yang, they were naturally very respectful and a little nervous. Seeing how restrained they were, Lu Yang said to them, "Don't be nervous. We are all very easy to get along with. Go find a place to stay nearby. The entire villa area is safe. Don't be afraid. Then go take a shower. Take the food and distribute it among yourselves." After saying that, Lu Yang took out a lot of packaged food, fresh rice, flour, vegetables, etc. from the dark space. All were given to these 15 girls. "Oh, okay, okay. Let's go now," the girls said quickly. Then they took the food and walked towards the villa next door. Bai Hu and Wang Feifei lived directly on the upper floor of the villa. Lu Yang returned to his room and prepared to take a shower. Seeing that everyone had gone upstairs, the girls in the kitchen began to discuss. He Yushur said, "I didn't expect that Lu Yang would find so many survivors after just one day of not seeing him. It seems that our competitiveness will become stronger and stronger in the future." The most nervous person next to them was Zhou Kiki. Zhou Kiki is the sports goddess that Lu Yang finally rescued. But not long after rescuing Zhou Kiki, Scar Rat came to the door. Lu Yang also left the villa. Therefore, until now, Zhou Kiki has not had any close contact with Lu Yang. After staying in the villa for a day, I became quite familiar with He Yushi and the others. After all, they were the four most beautiful girls in school and they knew each other well. He Yushi is the school beauty who teaches fine arts, Zhao Lina is the school beauty who teaches academic excellence, and Zhou Kiki is the sports goddess. They are all on par with each other. Now that we are in the end times and staying in the same villa, it is natural that feelings are heating up rapidly. Now they are like sisters. Everyone noticed the somewhat abnormal expression on Zhou Kiki's face. Tang Mengting said, "Kiki, Lu Yang originally asked you to go to his room at night, right? Later, because of an accident, Lu Yang left, and now he has brought back so many girls. It's hard to say whether you still have a chance." Zhao Lina also said, Yes, Kiki, you, me and you sure are all one of the four school beauties. We are like sisters. We don't want to see you forgotten by Lu Yang." He Yushi said, "I'll give you an idea. Eat faster and be full first. After eating, go take a shower and then sneak into Lu Yang's room directly. Don't give other women a chance." Zhang Jingyu nodded repeatedly, yeah. I think this method is good too. We don't want you to be outdone by those newcomers. Seeing everyone giving her advice, Zhou Kiki's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she felt shy and touched. At the same time, she was really worried in her heart that Lu Yang would forget her. After chatting with her sisters these days, she also learned how powerful Lu Yang is. Combined with the scene when I was in the supermarket with Lu Yang that day and saw Lu Yang chopping zombies, he was simply like a god of war. Therefore, in her heart, she had already accepted Lu Yang and regarded Lu Yang as the man she would follow for the rest of her life. If I were really forgotten by Lu Yang at this time, it would be a bit uncomfortable. She said shyly, "Is this okay? Will Lu Yang prefer girls who are more reserved and not those who are so proactive?" He Yushi immediately showed a contemptuous expression, "Bullshit. You haven't been to his room, you would know if you went in. Still like to be subtle. Which man doesn't like women to be subtle in front of others, but open in front of him?" The big star Su Xiao also said, "That's right. Just go ahead and be bold. You can't go wrong if you listen to the sisters." Zhou Kiki nodded shyly, Okay, but I'm still a little nervous and a little scared. You said Lu Yang is very strong, how strong is he? Will I be able to withstand it?" After listening to Zhou Kiki's words, Zhao Lina tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "I can only describe Lu Yang in 5 words, level 8 gale." Zhou Kiki was stunned and said, "A force 8 gale? Do you mean that it is as fierce and powerful as a violent storm?" Zhao Lina shook her head and said, "You can also read this sentence backwards." Zhou Kiki was stunned and muttered to herself, "Crazy." When she realized what was happening, her face turned red. A pink fist gently hit Zhao Lina's arm. Zhou Kiki said coquettishly, "Lina. You're so annoying." Seeing this scene, He Yushi and others also laughed. In particular, He Yushi laughed the most exaggeratedly, almost crying, and said, "Ha. You are worthy of being called the top school beauty, Lina, you are really good at it." Tang Mengting complained, "No wonder people say that hooligans are not scary, but hooligans with culture are scary. Lina, you are really a female hooligan." Chen Dan also said, "Young people today are really extraordinary." I didn't react for a moment. What does this mean? It seems that we are old and can't keep up with the times. Lydia Su also nodded, yes, young people nowadays are really playing around. There were cheerful voices coming from the kitchen. Everyone was chatting while cooking, and there was a happy expression on everyone's face. Soon they prepared the meal. At this time, Lu Yang, Bai Hu and others had also finished taking a bath. Started to come downstairs. Smelling the aroma of food downstairs, everyone had an intoxicated expression on their faces. The white fox couldn't help but sigh, "This smells so good. After the apocalypse, I haven't smelled such a delicious aroma of food again." When they were at the Black Tiger base, although they had no worries about food and clothing, they ate packaged food. How could anyone get fresh ingredients to cook? They don't have the spatial ability like Lu Yang that can keep food fresh. It smells so good. My stomach is growling with hunger, I want to eat it so much. Wang Feifei also said. Then come over quickly. I hope the food I cook today will suit your taste. Chen Dan heard what Baihu and the others said and said to everyone with a smile. Lu Yang nodded and said, yes. Let's go to the restaurant and start eating. At the dinner table, Lu Yang introduced to everyone. Let me introduce you. This is Bai Ling, nicknamed White Fox. She is a person with special abilities. This is Wang Feifei. Like you, she is an ordinary person. After hearing Lu Yang's words, everyone showed surprised expressions on their faces. A person with superpowers. This beautiful lady with flowing short white hair is actually a supernatural being. He Yusher and the others immediately cast envious glances at him. In the end times, being able to awaken superpowers is truly enviable. Having superpowers means having the ability to protect yourself. I will definitely not be afraid when facing ordinary zombies or people with special abilities. Then Lu Yang introduced He Yusher and others to Wang Feifei and others. Baihu and Wang Feifei both smiled friendly and said, it's nice to meet you all. We will live together in the future. Please take care of us. Although Baihu is a psychic, he was also very arrogant in the Black Tiger base. But things are different now. Since she has decided to follow Lu Yang, she must also maintain enough respect for the women around Lu Yang. Compared with these women, I came later. But I dare not take the lead. No, there's no such thing as caring about you. You are a person with special abilities, and we are just ordinary people. It would be great if we can get along well with each other in the future. He Yusher and the others said quickly. Of course, I'm easy to get along with. Don't worry, if there is any danger in the villa area in the future, I will protect you, said the White Fox, patting his chest. Hearing this, He showed surprise on their faces and said. That's great. With the protection of a superpower, we can really feel at ease. Zhao Lina, the school beauty, said, it would be best if you could communicate with us and teach us how to awaken our superpowers. We also want to awaken them. Tang Mengting and the others nodded immediately after hearing this, yeah. That's right, it's better to teach us so that we can also awaken our superpowers. Then we will have the ability to protect ourselves. White Fox said, there aren't many techniques for awakening superpowers. It mainly depends on talent and genes. If you really want me to teach you, I can't explain it. But if you want to know about people with special abilities, I can tell you everything. Zhao Lina nodded and said, yeah, that's fine. Tell us about the psychics, and we can study it ourselves to see if we can find the technique to awaken them. Everyone was having a great time while eating and chatting. Only Zhou Kiki seemed not to be interested in the conversation and just kept eating with her bowl in hand. Zhou Kiki put down her bowl halfway through the conversation and said, I'm full. I'm going to go back and take a shower. You guys eat slowly. Lu Yang felt a little strange. He said, hey, why is Zhou Kiki eating so fast? And his face looks a little off, a little flushed. Is he sick and has a fever? He Yusher nodded with a smirk on her face, yes. Her health is a little unwell, you'd better take a look at her. Seeing everyone laughing so happily, Lu Yang looked confused. What's wrong? Anything funny? Why can't I understand their jokes at all? Never mind. Have a meal. Lu Yang didn't understand what these women found funny, so he had to concentrate on eating. After dinner he returned to his house. However, the moment he opened the door, his keen observation enabled him to notice that there was someone in the room. And my nose smells the scent of a woman. Student Union President Chen Hao gave Zhou Kiki gifts worth millions but failed to win her over. In the end, this sports goddess took the initiative to come to Lu Yang's room and wanted to become Lu Yang's woman. If Chen Hao knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would eat 3 chicken legs. Lu Yang asked Zhou Kiki, do you agree to be my woman? Zhou Kiki nodded, yeah, I do. Lu Yang looked at his system prompts. It is detected that the other party has agreed to be your woman deep in her heart. Reward the host to increase all basic attributes to 1,000 points. Lu Yang was very happy to receive this reminder. Wow, all my basic attributes were originally 850 points, but now they have been directly increased to 1,000 points, which is equivalent to an increase of 150 points. Isn't the reward this time too great? 1,000 basic attributes, 20 times that of ordinary people. When the power was originally 16.5 times, Liu Yang could chop down level 6 zombies in the steel test as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Now that it has been increased 20 times, doesn't it mean it will be invincible? In Liu Yang's current view, an ordinary psychic is no different from an ant. So cool. Liu Yang felt a little swell. With such a powerful attribute, you should be able to say, I don't eat beef, right? Liu Yang checked his panel properties. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 1,000. Speed, 1,000. Physical strength, 1,000. Spirit, 1,000. Possessing special powers. 1. Future deduction level 4. 2. Virus immunity level 4. 3. Freeze control level 6. 4. Dark space level 5. 5. Zombie control, level 2. Own equipment, dark cloak, black light sword. Possessing a special gift, genetic enhancement. Looking at this panel, Liu Yang was very happy. Not to mention that he has 5 superpowers, and his main attack skill, freezing, has been upgraded to level 6. His ice needles are now almost inexhaustible. He can even use ice to create a shield, or create frozen armor to cover his entire body. Just this 20 times normal basic attribute is enough to kill many psychics instantly. Because the basic attributes of an ordinary first-level psychic are only about 100 points. Liu Yang's basic attributes are 10 times that of an ordinary first-level psychic. Such attributes are enough to kill the opponent instantly before he can react. After having fun, Liu Yang got up, washed and prepared to start today's actions. Today's action is to collect more food. Basically all the potatoes collected in the supermarket have been handed over to Scar Rat for distribution. Now what is left in Liu Yang's dark space are other foods such as rice and sweet potatoes. Although there is still a lot left, Liu Yang is a person with a sense of crisis. He felt that in the future there would be more and more survivors in his base, and no matter how much food there was, it would not be enough. And before the planting system is fully formed, the survivors still have to rely on gathering the food they need. As for crops, even if they are planted now, it will take several months to harvest. Therefore, we have to rely on the existing supplies to get through these few months. Once the crops grown by the later survivors are on track, there will be no need to collect food. Because 20% of the profits earned by the survivors must be turned over, the more survivors there are, the richer Liu Yang will be. At that time, he only needs to build the survivor base better and attract more survivors to join him. Several large supermarkets within 5 kilometers were completely ransacked by Liu Yang last time. Liu Yang decided to expand the range to 20 kilometers. All supermarkets, kiosks, convenience stores, etc. within 20 kilometers will be taken away. At the same time, Liu Yang remembered that there was a wholesale market 15 kilometers away. He was very poor before, and in order to buy things cheaply, he would go to the wholesale market. That wholesale market sells all kinds of items wholesale. In addition to daily necessities, there are staple foods such as rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, wheat, and flour. There are also cooking oils, various salts, MSG, and other seasonings. There is even cat food, dog food, chicken feed, etc. Liu Yang also decided to search them all today. Liu Yang no longer has to worry about the situation inside the community. Not only is there a level 2 zombie guarding the gate under his control, but he can also share vision and see the situation at the gate at any time. He originally controlled 2 level 2 zombies, and now he placed one in this community and the other in the survivor base of Scar Rat. This way, he can keep track of the situation in both places at any time. And there is also a supernatural person named Baihu in the villa. The White Fox's special ability is infinite healing. Even among people with special abilities, this is a relatively strong ability. The powers awakened by so-called psychics are not all combat powers. Very few people can awaken combat abilities. For example, Yellow Dog and Scar Rat, the superpowers they awakened are all useless. One strengthens the nose, the other strengthens the piercing ability. Only their basic attributes are twice that of ordinary people, and their superpowers are basically useless in battle, making them no different from super soldiers. Therefore, it may not be so easy to encounter a psychic who is stronger than the White Fox. With her in charge of the villa area, basically no one dares to mess with her. So Lu Yang started off directly. Although his target was the wholesale market more than 10 kilometers away, he did not let go of some small shops, supermarkets, and convenience stores he encountered on the road. After all, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Even a small convenience store contains a lot of drinks, snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, and other items. Anyway, Lu Yang's dark space is very large now. You can stuff anything in there, whether useful or not. And when he took things out, he didn't have to look for them one by one. If he wanted to take something, he just had to think about it in his mind, and the things inside would fall out by themselves. So Lu Yang never considers whether something is useful now when he collects it. He collects anything that may be useful in the future. When Lu Yang was collecting supplies at a convenience store 10 kilometers away from the villa area, he suddenly heard a noise coming from outside the convenience store. He looked out through the window and found 3 burly men with backpacks approaching. The 3 strong men were tall and sturdy. They walked steadily and quickly. It was obvious that they were well trained and at least at the level of retired Special Forces soldiers. Lu Yang immediately became alert. Soon, the 3 men killed several zombies that blocked their way and entered the convenience store. As soon as they entered the convenience store, the 3 strong men were stunned. Because the convenience stores are empty. Everything disappeared. There was only one more young man in black. They immediately turned their attention to Lu Yang. The burly man in the lead said maliciously, "Boy, what have you done? Did you take everything here? Tell me where you hid the things. Hand them over and I'll spare your life." They determined that it was Lu Yang who had cleared out all the things here. However, Lu Yang had a pitch-black sword in his hand, so they did not dare to act rashly. Even if they could use threats to make Lu Yang surrender, they would not be willing to do so. After all, although the other person looks young, he has a strange temperament that makes people feel a little scared. Especially those cold eyes. It seemed as if he had a depth that was not appropriate for his age. Lu Yang smiled at what the sturdy man said. "Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me like this?" Lu Yang had just finished speaking, with that cold smile still on his face. Bang. A crisp sound. The burly man in the lead had his head exploded. The explosion created a bloody mist all over the ground. The other 2 people nearby were immediately frightened. Boss. How did you get shot in the head? What's going on? Why did your head explode all of a sudden? Who are you? What did you do?" The 2 men looked at Lu Yang with fear in their eyes. They could never have imagined that Lu Yang could blow their boss head off with just a glance. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Then you better watch carefully, I will do it again." Bang. Another strongman fell to the ground with a headshot. Ah. Oh. Brother, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. The last strongman fell to his knees in an instant and collapsed. In his opinion, Lu Yang was so powerful that he was like the god of death. He could blow someone's head off with just a glance. His crotch was already wet. "I was scared to death." Lu Yang sneered and said. "Just now you asked me to take you to where the food is hidden, right? You thought I hid food, which means you have food reserves, so you think I am the same as you. Take me to where you hide the food, otherwise they will end up like you." "Yes. Big brother, I'll take you there right away," said the sturdy man as he tried to get up from the ground, but his legs were as soft as noodles and he couldn't stand up straight. Lu Yang kicked the other person in the butt. The strongman then shook his body and stood up. "Take Lu Yang to their shelter." Lu Yang followed and soon arrived at a luxurious villa. He didn't expect that these strong men actually knew how to enjoy themselves. They found such a luxurious villa, which is even more luxurious than the villa where Lu Yang lives. Obviously, the housing prices in this villa area must be more expensive than Lu Yang's villa area. The people living there are definitely wealthy people. It's a pity that these rich people are now either dead or turned into zombies. After entering the luxurious villa, Lu Yang discovered that the wall of the villa was 6 meters high. Moreover, his wall was not an ordinary steel hollow wall but a real solid wall, and the situation inside could not be observed from the outside. It is enough to show that the owner of this villa attaches great importance to his privacy. He doesn't even care if it affects the beauty of the villa for the sake of privacy. When Lu Yang entered the villa, he was surprised by the luxurious decoration inside. There was actually a helicopter pad in the yard, with an orange private helicopter parked on it. The decoration of the villa is actually several levels higher than the villa area where Lu Yang lives. The window glass inside is even made of bulletproof glass. This villa is worth at least tens of billions. When I walked into the hall, I found a lot of packaged food piled up inside. If the 3 strong men ate it, it would be enough for them to eat for at least a week. But for Lu Yang, the food was still too little. Compared with what was in his dark space, it was nothing. The sturdy man smiled ingratiatingly and said to Lu Yang, "Brother, we collected all this food a few days ago. We're giving it all to you. Take it." Lu Yang said coldly, "That's all." "That's all." The sturdy man was frightened again when he heard Lu Yang's cold voice and almost peed again. Lu Yang is a killing god who would shoot people in the head at any time. If he is not careful, he might die. Now it was as if there was a knife hanging on his neck, which could fall at any time, making him tremble with fear. Lu Yang complained, "You 3 strong men have collected such a small amount of food in so many days. You are such a waste." Seeing Lu Yang's dissatisfied expression, the sturdy man said tentatively, "The owner of this villa also built a safe room in the basement. He has a lot of food piled up in it, but we can't open it." Lu Yang instantly perked up after hearing this and said, "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? The owner of this villa must be a survivalist in peacetime." Not only was the villa's wall built so high and even solid, but a safe house was also built in the basement of the villa. Could it be that he had already anticipated the disaster? These rich people are indeed the most afraid of death. Moreover, this kind of safe house is usually only available to important leaders at the level of the president of a country. This rich man actually built one for himself. It seems that he is indeed very rich. And I'm always worried about my safety. He is a cautious and death-fearing wealthy person. Under the guidance of the sturdy man, Lu Yang came to the basement and saw a safe house as expected. The safe house is not big. It doesn't look like a house, but more like a steel box. The rectangular box is made of stainless steel that is more than 10 centimeters thick, and its length, width, and height are approximately 5 meters times 5 meters times 3 meters. There is a square glass observation hole on the door with a side length of about 20 centimeters. It is made of bulletproof glass that is more than 10 centimeters thick. Lu Yang looked inside through the 20-centimeter observation hole. I found that there were indeed a lot of food such as compressed biscuits piled up inside, and there was even a beautiful girl in the safe house. Lu Yang asked the burly man next to him, "What's the situation with the woman inside?" "Ah, she is this," the sturdy man said hesitantly. "Hurry up and tell me, or I'll chop you down right away." Lu Yang drew out his black sword. The strongman was startled and said very quickly, "She is the daughter of the original owner of this villa. The 3 of us are the bodyguards of the rich man in the villa. When the apocalypse broke out, we killed the rich man and wanted to take the villa for ourselves and rape his daughter. His daughter hid in the safe house and we couldn't do anything to her." He said this in one breath without pausing, and after he finished, he gasped for breath. After hearing what the sturdy man said, Lu Yang suddenly realized, "You 3 are really amazing. You are bodyguards, and when you encountered the end of the world, you actually killed the owner of someone's villa, occupied his villa, and even wanted to sleep with his daughter. You are even more stupid than me." Lu Yang thought. It was because Zhao Ming turned into a zombie that he killed Zhao Ming, occupied his villa, and slept with his girlfriend. These 3 security guards were even more incompetent than himself, and the owner of the villa was killed before he turned into a zombie. Hee, there's nothing I can do. Her daughter is so beautiful." The sturdy man showed an embarrassed look on his face. Lu Yang sighed in his heart. The owner of this villa is also unlucky. In peacetime, he was a survivalist. Not only did he build a safe house, he also stockpiled a lot of supplies in it in advance. Who knew that when the disaster happened, it turned out that the bodyguard had fallen in love with his own daughter and killed him. This rich man died in a miserable way. I guess he never expected that he would die because of his daughter. The saying, "Beauty is a disaster," is indeed true. And there is a saying that goes, "Others store food, I store guns, and my neighbors are my granaries." In the end times, if you don't have strength, no matter how many resources you have, it will be useless because you won't be able to defend them. After sighing in his heart, Liu Yang asked the sturdy man, "Is there anything else?" "No, no. Can you let me go now?" "I will get out of here right now and promise that I will never be around here again," said the sturdy man, shaking his head. His eyes were full of desire and pleading. "Of course. And I'll give you a ride," Liu Yang said coldly, and then, brush. He swung his knife, and the sturdy man's head fell to the ground instantly. Liu Yang didn't dare to keep the employer's bodyguard, who was killed directly when the apocalypse broke out. Moreover, the reason for killing the employer was to sleep with his daughter, which was a bit far-fetched. If the situation is life-threatening, killing the employer is justifiable. After hacking the sturdy man to death, Liu Yang began to observe this safe house. The bulletproof glass window on the door was too small to see the entire room. It is impossible to see clearly how beautiful the woman inside is, but judging from the performance of these strong men, the woman is definitely a beauty picked out of a million. Because not only did they kill their employer for this woman, but even after the other party entered the safe house, they tried every possible way to destroy the safe house. Liu Yang saw various traces of cutting with a knife, drilling with an electric drill, and burning with fire on the door of the safe house. But I have to say that this rich man is indeed rich. I don't know what kind of stainless steel this door is made of. Even if it was burned by fire, drilled by an electric drill, and burned by fire, it only left some slight marks. There was no damage at all. The bodyguards were probably so angry and humiliated that they even welded the gaps in the door shut. In other words, even if the woman inside wanted to open the door now, she absolutely couldn't. You will only be trapped and die in the safe house. If Liu Yang hadn't met him, no one would have discovered the person who died in there. Liu Yang picked up his black sword and stabbed it into the door. Brush. The sword instantly stabbed into the door, going in directly like tofu. It was so easy that even Liu Yang was surprised. Fuck, this knife is too powerful. Stainless steel that's more than 10 centimeters thick was pierced through like tofu. He knew the knife was sharp, but he didn't expect it to be so sharp. Produced by Sherbet, it is indeed a fine product. Liu Yang held the hilt of the sword with both hands and casually slashed the indestructible iron door a few times. A big hole was instantly cut out and the woman inside let out a scream. Ah! She never imagined that the impregnable safe house would be broken into. When the end of the world just came, her father told her that the safe house could even withstand missile bombing. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to break through. The special stainless steel plate is more than 10 centimeters thick and cannot be penetrated even by a 100 millimeters armor-piercing missile. But now it was cut open by a knife. Wang Siki curled up into a ball, trembling all over. She understood that this was definitely not something those bodyguards could do. The person who came in must be more powerful than those bodyguards. When Liu Yang, dressed in black and looking handsome and cool, walked into the safe house, Wang Siki's eyes widened. This guy is so handsome. The black clothes show his cool temperament, and the cloak behind him adds a bit of domineering. He is tall and strong, and although his muscles don't look very strong, he gives people a sense of powerful aura. He just walked in calmly, but the sense of oppression made Wang Siki's heart tremble. After seeing Liu Yang's face clearly, Wang Siki became even more confused. Why does this person look familiar? Liu Yang saw the beauty curled up in the corner and had the same thought in his mind. Why does this beauty look familiar? Then the two looked at each other and said in unison. Ah, you are Liu Yang. I've seen your photo on the school forum. You are very famous. You are Wang Siki. One of the 4 most beautiful girls in school, and the richest one. People in school used to say that if I could be your boyfriend, I could work 50 years less. After seeing Liu Yang's appearance clearly and recognizing him, Wang Siqi's face showed an expression of surprise and happiness. Originally, she thought that if an extremely powerful person who could break into the safe house came in, the consequences for her would be absolutely disastrous. Those 3 bodyguards were so weak, yet they dared to kill their employer directly and even wanted to rape him. If a super powerful person really came, wouldn't I be beaten to death? By that time, you might not even be able to commit suicide. After all, this safe house is like her last resort. Just like a snail's shell, once it is broken, the softest part inside will be exposed. Completely exposed to the enemy. At this time, Wang Siqi was completely exposed in front of Liu Yang. Fortunately, Liu Yang was an acquaintance. They used to go to the same school. They had even heard of each other's names and knew each other's appearances, so it was much easier to talk. It's a blessing in disguise. Liu Yang was also a little surprised at this moment. He never thought that he would meet 3 bodyguards when he went to a convenience store to search for supplies, and he never thought that he would follow the bodyguard back and find the rich second-generation school beauty in the safe house. This really surprised Liu Yang. Now he has found all 4 beauties in the school. They are the school beauty He Yushi, who is an art school, the school beauty Zhao Lina, the sports goddess Zhou Qiki, and the rich school beauty Wang Siqi. Each one is a goddess among goddesses. Not only is she very delicate and beautiful, but she also has a perfect figure. Each has its own characteristics and beauty. At this moment, Liu Yang was as happy as if he had collected all the cards. Who could have imagined that the 4 most powerful school beauties would all be accepted by Liu Yang? If those rich second generations who have been chasing these school beauties for years but still failed knew about this, they would be so angry that they would wake up even if they were bitten to death by zombies. What about the 3 bodyguards? At this time, Wang Siqi asked Liu Yang first. Liu Yang waved the knife in his hand and replied casually, I have killed him. You are safe now. I will take you to a safe place. You have been trapped in this safe house for so long. I think you must be bored to death, right? Wang Siqi nodded without hesitation, yeah. Although there are food in this safe house, there are no entertainment facilities. Every day I face a solid wall and stare at them in a daze. If I continue to stay like this, I feel I will get depression. Liu Yang stretched out his hand to the other party, so, follow me. Wang Siqi showed hesitation on her face. Although he had heard of Liu Yang's name and had seen Liu Yang's photo on the forum, the two had never spoken a word to each other at school. To be honest, they only knew that they were from the same school and were not very familiar with each other. Moreover, he is a man and I am a weak woman. If I follow him, will the consequences be disastrous? Liu Yang saw the other party's hesitation. He sneered and said, haha, you don't think you have a choice. The moment I entered the security department, you no longer had the right to choose. No matter who comes in here, you can only bear it silently, and you are lucky that it is me who comes in. Come with me, He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhou Qiki are waiting for you. Wang Siqi's eyes widened instantly after hearing what Liu Yang said. What? The other 3 school beauties? Have you found them too? Liu Yang smiled proudly and said, of course, I'm just waiting for you to go back and play mahjong with them. After hearing what Liu Yang said, Wang Siqi finally let down her guard a little and slowly walked out from the corner. Liu Yang waved his hand and packed all the supplies in the safe house into the dark space and took them away. Then, with Wang Siqi's dumbfounded expression, he pulled her out of the villa. Then he hugged Wang Siqi, then took off into the air and flew at a high speed. In less than 3 minutes they flew back to the villa. After landing, Wang Siqi felt a little dizzy. She looked at Liu Yang in disbelief and said in surprise, how can you fly? This is amazing. At this moment, Liu Yang was like a Superman. It's an amazing feeling to fly in the sky. At that time, Wang Siqi was nervous, excited and scared. I couldn't help but hug Liu Yang tightly. Now that I have landed, that feeling of excitement has not yet subsided. Liu Yang smiled proudly, then reached out and pinched Wang Siqi's fair, tender, and delicate face. It's just a flying ability, what's so strange about it? Go take a shower quickly, and then wait for me in my room tonight. Then I will let you fly to the sky again, and you won't be able to stop. Wang Siqi couldn't help but blush when she heard what Liu Yang said, and lowered her head. Lu Yang said, "Come in, He Yushur and the others are waiting for you in the villa." As he said that, he took Wang Siki directly into the villa. When He Yushur and the others saw Wang Siki, they all showed shocked expressions on their faces. "Wang Siki. It's actually Wang Siki. Oh my God. Even a top-tier rich second generation like you is having such a hard time in the end times. I heard that your family is very rich, the richest in the province. Even a wealthy family like yours can't resist the end of the world." Wang Siki nodded and said helplessly, "It's hard to predict the world." The moment she saw Wang Siki, Tang Mingting's expression became a little complicated. Originally, Tang Mingting could be said to have the best family background among all the people here. She herself is a rich girl. His family conditions are not even inferior to the rich second-generation Zhao Ming. This is also the reason why Zhao Ming couldn't get her by force. Because her family conditions are good, Tang Mingting has always had a sense of superiority in her heart. I think this is what makes her better than other women. But now, the appearance of Wang Siki instantly wiped out Tang Mingting's sense of superiority. Because Wang Siki's family conditions are hundreds of times better than Tang Mingting's. You, Wang Siki, are so miserable now in the end times, so what does my family conditions matter? She looked at Wang Siki with a complicated expression, feeling mixed emotions. Lu Yang left the villa only after he saw Wang Siki was chatting with everyone else. After all, finding Wang Siki was just a small episode on the road. Lu Yang's main purpose is to collect all supplies within a radius of 20 kilometers. And today's target is the wholesale market 15 kilometers away. So after settling Wang Siki down, he immediately rushed to the wholesale market. Lu Yang jumped into the sky and started to soar into the air, flying rapidly. Originally, his basic attributes were 20 times that of an ordinary person. The maximum speed of an ordinary person was only 8 to 9 meters per second, while Lu Yang's maximum speed could reach nearly 190 meters per second. The flying speed of the dark cloak is twice as fast as Lu Yang's running speed. That is a speed of 380 per second. It has surpassed the speed of sound of 340 meters per second. Lu Yang didn't know how to write the word invincible, but he felt that at this moment Lu Yang's two words meant that no one could defeat him. Although the flight lasts only 5 minutes, 5 minutes is enough. Because 5 minutes is enough for him to fly 300 times 380 is equal to 114,000 meters. In other words, he can fly 114 kilometers at full speed. To the wholesale market 15 kilometers away, he only needs 15,000 divided by 380 is equal to 39.5 seconds. The reason why it took him 2 minutes to return to the villa was because he was afraid that Wang Siki could not withstand such a fast flying speed. Lu Yang's basic attributes are 20 times that of ordinary people, so he can definitely withstand such a speed. At this time, Lu Yang not only has physical attributes like his fellow countrymen, but his flying speed is probably no different from that of his fellow countrymen. When Lu Yang landed in the wholesale market, there happened to be a few survivors collecting food in the wholesale market nearby. When they saw Lu Yang falling from the sky, they were instantly frightened. At the same time, looking at Lu Yang, who was dressed in black and holding a black sword, fear appeared on their faces. This guy can fly. He is wearing such a handsome outfit and has such a cool weapon. The strength is absolutely unfathomable. Definitely a super powerful psychic. Several people quickly hid behind a strong man. The sturdy man was the only one with superpowers among the survivors and also the strongest one. However, even though he was a person with special abilities, the moment the sturdy man saw Lu Yang, his body trembled and he was completely frightened. The sturdy man looked at Lu Yang with a vigilant look in his eyes. He spoke carefully in a slightly trembling voice. "Big brother, are you here looking for food too? You can take whatever food you want here. We'll go to other places to collect some and leave. We can keep to ourselves. What do you think?" The wholesale market is a long street with wholesale stores on both sides. Now the people in the stores have long turned into zombies or been bitten to death by zombies, and the whole street is empty. Since Lu Yang is here, these survivors were going to go to other places to collect resources. After all, the whole street was so big, it was impossible for Lu Yang to collect everything by himself, right? Lu Yang listened to the strong man and nodded, okay, no problem. But you can speed up the collection. When these people saw him falling from the sky, they were filled with fear and spoke to him with enough respect. Of course, Lu Yang would not kill them. After all, after the end of the world, there are not many survivors. These people are all resources. It would be best to attract them to your own survivor base. Only when the population in their survivor base is large enough will they hand over more resources. Thank you. Then we will go to the end of the street to collect it. After hearing Lu Yang's answer, the survivors showed happy expressions on their faces. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. I can finally put my heart at ease. So they carried their backpacks and ran quickly towards the end. Although the street location mainly wholesales food such as rice, wheat, flour, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. But seeing that Lu Yang was so powerful that he could fly in the sky, they certainly didn't dare to compete with the rumors anymore and could only go to the end of the street. Lu Yang watched these survivors leave and start walking into each store. Oh my goodness, this is a rice wholesale store. There are at least thousands of bags of rice. Take them all away. Flour wholesale department, thousands of bags of flour. Take them all. A warehouse of potatoes. At least dozens of tons. Take them away. A warehouse full of sweet potatoes. Take them away. Noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles, sausages. Take them all away. Is this the milk powder wholesale department? Take it away, take it away, take it all away. This stuff is very useful. Thanks to the genetic enhancement blessed by the system, Lu Yang can successfully multiply his genes every time. 10 months later he at least had a kid on the soccer team. Milk powder is very useful. Lu Yang continued to collect. He even took over the clothing wholesale department, snack wholesale department, daily necessities wholesale department, and toy wholesale department. There are also a lot of fruits in the fruit wholesale department, but unfortunately most of them are now rotten. The only fruits left that haven't gone bad are some that have been stored for a long time, such as apples, pears, grapefruits, sugar cane, etc. As for fruits that are easy to spoil, such as bananas, peaches, and mangoes, they have long been inedible. Lu Yang put all the good fruits into the dark space. A total of dozens of tons were collected. Things in the dark space will not rot. These fruits can be kept in it for a long time. Lu Yang put the things into his own dark space and started walking inside. Before long, all the shops behind him were closed by him, and he had reached the end of the street. In a wholesale store at the end, the sturdy men with a few survivors were constantly stuffing things into his backpack, which was only half full at this moment. When they saw Lu Yang coming, they were surprised and expressions of fear appeared on their faces again. The strongman asked Lu Yang with gritted teeth. "Big brother, do you have any instructions?" Lu Yang shook his head, "No. I just received it here." The survivors all had puzzled expressions on their faces. What does it mean? Got this? Could it be that this big brother doesn't want the things from the shop in front of the street, but directly wants the things from the shop at the end of the street behind? I'm afraid it's just an excuse. The streets are all good for shopping. There are some grocery and fruit wholesale stores at the end of the street, and it is not easy to find high-calorie staple foods. When they saw Lu Yang chasing after them, they easily thought that Lu Yang didn't want to collect food for them. The strongman had no choice but to say cautiously, "Brother, why don't we leave now? You can take whatever you want from here. We don't want any of them. Don't talk as if I'm bullying you. I told you to take things quickly, but you were slow. Can you blame me?" Lu Yang said as he walked over and waved his hand, taking away everything in the store. The survivors were stunned when they saw Lu Yang's actions. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Where are the things? Why are they all gone? Disappeared out of thin air? Ah. Is this a ghost? They originally thought that Lu Yang didn't want to collect things for them, so he came from the beginning to the end of the street. Now after seeing Lu Yang's actions, they instantly understood. Lu Yang has already taken away all the items from other shops, and this is the last shop. But they really couldn't imagine how Lu Yang did it. There were at least thousands of tons of supplies on this wholesale street. All of them disappeared in just a few minutes. Lu Yang said to the crowd, "I'm sorry. You are still a little too slow. You haven't even filled your backpacks yet. I have taken away all the supplies on this street. Go search somewhere else." One of the survivors showed a frustrated expression on his face. "This wholesale market has the most supplies nearby. We have already searched all other places. Without this wholesale market, how are more than 100 of US survivors going to survive?" After the apocalypse broke out, the survivors nearby united together and formed a gathering place of more than 100 survivors. They were led by the strongmen with superpowers. I believe it won't be long before they can develop a survivor base around this wholesale market. It's a pity that all the food in the wholesale market has been collected. For more than 100 people, it is still a problem where to find food, let alone form a base. Another survivor also said, yeah, it looks like we're going to starve to death. Among the more than 100 of us, only Brother Wang is a superpower, and he's relatively strong. The others are basically old, weak, sick, and disabled, and they're no match for the zombies. We're done. This wholesale market is the only one with the most food and few zombies in the area of more than 10 kilometers. It took us several days to clear out all the zombies here. Other supermarkets are too crowded with people, and there must be many zombies now. We don't dare to go in with our strength. Another survivor said helplessly. They cleared out all the zombies on this wholesale street, and lost a lot of their companions during this period. But I didn't expect that Lu Yang would come here and take away all the food directly. He was simply reaping the benefits. Unfortunately, Lu Yang was too powerful, and all of them dared to be angry but not to speak out. I can only complain here. The sturdy man named Brother Wang said to the crowd, "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame us for being slow, not others. Stop talking nonsense." It's not that he doesn't understand the gap between himself and Lu Yang. As a person with superpowers, he knows even better how strong Lu Yang is. Just the feeling of oppression on one's body is enough to make people terrified. I'm afraid that the other party can kill everyone here with just a flick of his finger. These people actually dare to complain. They are simply courting death. Moreover, in the end times, there are no rules. When it comes to food, whoever is stronger gets more. They have the ability to take away all the food, so of course they will take as much as they can. Put yourself in their shoes. If you had the ability, wouldn't you want to take away all the food on the street? Are you still thinking of leaving it to others? Unless you have a bump on your head. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to leave food for others. So this strongman understands the current situation very well. There was no trace of anger on his face. There is only an expression of resignation. Lu Yang listened to what everyone said, thought for a moment, and said to them, "There are more than 100 survivors in your gathering place." "Yes." The sturdy man quickly replied respectfully. Lu Yang said to them, "Well, you should have heard of the Jinqiu Garden Villa district about 20 kilometers away from here, right? That is my survivor base. You can go there for shelter. As long as you are inside, food will not be a problem." The sturdy man's eyes lit up after hearing what Lu Yang said. Jinqiu Garden Villa district. "I know, I used to be a taxi driver. I've been there, it's a rich area." Lu Yang said, "That's right. Now it has become a survivor base, it's very safe, no zombies can break through there. And I am the master there, and I make you a promise that any survivor you lead can get 10 kilograms of food for free. You can promote the survivor base in this area and on the way there. The more people you bring, the more rewards I will give you. For every person you bring, I will give you 1 kilogram of rice. If you can bring 1,000 people, I will give you 1,000 kilograms." After hearing what Lu Yang said, the sturdy man immediately showed an expression of surprise on his face. At this moment, there were already more than 100 survivors in their gathering place. If we bring all these 100+ survivors to Lu Yang's base, wouldn't we be able to get more than 100 kilograms of rice directly? In the end times, these more than 100 kilograms of rice are enough for a person to survive for 3 months. This is not a small amount of money. It took them several days to clear out the zombies from the wholesale market, and they finally cleared it out today. So they started to collect supplies for the first time. They had only collected half of the backpack when Lu Yang came and looted it all. So far, None of them has found 100 kilograms of rice. The sturdy man showed a surprised expression on his face and asked Liu Yang, "Is everything you said true?" Liu Yang said, "Of course it's true. You should have seen my strength. Now all the things on this whole wholesale street have been taken away by me. Don't you think I can't give you that little reward?" The strongman listened to Liu Yang's words and nodded. That's right. For a powerful psychic like Liu Yang who can even fly, his speed in searching for food can be said to be tens of thousands times faster than theirs. Even if it was a level 2 zombie, it probably wouldn't have any effect on the other party. He probably didn't need to clear out the zombies to collect food. No matter how many zombies there were nearby, he probably could just grab some food. Not to mention how much he had collected before, there are probably hundreds of tons of rice in this wholesale street alone. After thinking for a while, the strongman nodded. He said, "Okay, it's a deal. I used to be a taxi driver nearby, and I'm very familiar with this route. I have been searching for supplies in this area for the past few days. I have visited many places and found several gathering places of survivors. I am sure I can convince them and bring at least 1,000 people to your base. The end of the world breaks out." The survivors who were displaced outside began to gather together. Many gathering places of varying sizes have been formed. This strongman is very familiar with this area, and after awakening his special powers, he no longer has to be afraid of ordinary zombies, so during this period of time, he has been to many places to search for food. Know the locations of many gathering places. There are dozens to hundreds of people in these gathering places. The maximum number of people will not exceed 200. They are scattered all over the place like a pile of loose sand, but there is no leader who can bring them together to form a surviving base. The appearance of Liu Yang is a good opportunity. The strongman is confident that he can convince all these people to join Liu Yang's survivor base. By then, the heads he captured would be able to provide himself with more than 1,000 kilograms of food. If he is alone, and eats sparingly, this food can last at least 2 years. Very good, then I'll wait for your good news. Liu Yang nodded, and then left the wholesale street that he had plundered completely. He began to search for food elsewhere. At the same time, Liu Yang also understood that only by storing all the food nearby in his dark space, these survivors would be desperate and would join his survivor base without hesitation. Now we use 10 kilograms of rice to attract them to join the base. After a year, they will contribute at least several hundred kilograms of potatoes to the base. The resources outside will eventually run out. Only if the survivors grow and produce their own food can there be an endless supply. And 20% of all the food produced in the survivor base needs to be handed over to Liu Yang, so the more people there are, the richer Liu Yang will be. After Liu Yang left, the survivors began to discuss. One of the survivors asked the burly man, "Brother Wang, are you really going to do what he said? Is the base he mentioned really that good? Are you trying to trick us into going there to have our kidneys cut off?" "Yes, yes. Brother Wang, why do I feel it's so fake? There is no zombie threat in this base, and even everyone who goes there can get 10 kilograms of food. He is the savior, so why is he giving away food for free?" Another survivor also said, "How about we go back and discuss it?" The strongman shook his head and said, "You know nothing. I am a superpower, and you know my strength. All of you combined are no match for me. But if my combat power is 100, the opponent's combat power is at least 5,000. Do you know what this concept is? Even if there are 1,000 of me, I am still no match for him. If he wants to kill us, he can do it with just a flick of his finger. Why would he need to lie to us? Don't use your dirty thoughts to guess the thinking of a strong person. Because your strength is not at that level, you cannot think about problems from his level. So, just do what they say. This is a great opportunity to get close to someone, don't miss out on it." The survivors had never seen the strongman with such a serious expression. I also realized the seriousness of the matter. I could only nod and say, "Okay, since Brother Wang has said so, then we will listen to Brother Wang. Yes, yes, thanks to Brother Wang, we have been able to live safely until now. Since Brother Wang said that he wants to join the survivor base, let's go together." After Liu Yang came out of that wholesale street, he took over 2 large supermarkets. At this moment, 1/4 of the supplies have been piled up in his 50 by 50 by 50 meter dark space. With so many supplies, Liu Yang found it difficult to calculate the exact number, but judging from the looks of it, even if it was a base for the 5,000 survivors, they would have no problem feeding them for dozens or even hundreds of years. Coming out of the empty supermarket, Liu Yang saw a hospital. This is the best tertiary hospital in the city. The hospital is full of patients, and the chance of being infected with the virus is probably higher, so it must be full of zombies now. Liu Yang thought for a moment and said, "In the end times, medicine is also very important, otherwise a fever could kill someone. Although my strength has been enhanced, my basic attributes are 20 times that of an ordinary person, and I will never get sick. But the people in my survivor base and the women around me don't have such strong resistance. So medicine is still necessary." So Liu Yang decided to go in and search. After entering the hospital, he found that there were indeed a lot of zombies wandering around inside. As soon as he saw Liu Yang coming, he immediately rushed towards Liu Yang with bared fangs and claws. Liu Yang waved his hand and countless ice needles were fired out, hitting each zombie directly in the head. Now Liu Yang's mental power has reached 20 times that of ordinary people, and the number of ice needles is no longer limited. The attack distance even reaches thousands of meters. Compared to chopping with a knife, Liu Yang prefers to kill the opponent with a wave of his hand. He doesn't need to engage in close combat with the opponent, and thus won't be stained with the opponent's blood. And the way he could resolve the battle with just a wave of his hand was very elegant. He liked this elegant feeling. Because elegance never goes out of style. As Liu Yang walked deeper into the hospital, zombies kept falling around him. There was even a level 2 zombie among them, which was shot in the head before it could get close to Liu Yang. Liu Yang looked at these dead zombies with a thoughtful expression on his face. The proportion of level 2 zombies is increasing. In the past, it was rare to find a level 2 zombie among 1,000 zombies. But now, I have killed no less than 5 level 2 zombies on the first floor of this hospital alone. Maybe level 3 zombies will appear later. The basic attributes of a level 2 zombie are about twice that of an ordinary person. Unless they are people with special powers, ordinary people cannot even escape from the level 2 zombies they encounter, let alone fight. The basic attributes of a level 3 zombie are 6 times that of an ordinary person. If an ordinary person encounters a level 3 zombie, he will be killed at the first sight. The strongest zombie Liu Yang encountered during the steel test was a level 6 zombie. The basic attributes of a level 6 zombie are 12 times that of an ordinary person. Even if a first-level psychic encounters this, he will be killed instantly. It seems that as time goes by, the chances of ordinary people surviving the apocalypse will become smaller and smaller. Entering the survivor base is the only way. Moreover, if there are not enough people with special abilities in the survivor base, it may still be breached by zombies. Therefore, the competition between the mutants and zombies will not stop, and whoever evolves faster will have the chance to win. So it doesn't mean you can sit back and relax just because you have awakened your superpowers. The zombies are also getting stronger. Liu Yang followed the hospital signs and continued walking towards the pharmacy. There are fewer and fewer zombies on the road. This made Liu Yang alert. Because although the sound made by him exploding the zombies' heads was not very loud, it could still penetrate far away in the quiet hospital. Logically speaking, more zombies should be attracted here. Unless all the zombies were killed by the experts, but the probability of this happening was low because the zombies at the door were not dead, and it was impossible for anyone to directly bypass the zombies at the door and kill the zombies deep inside the hospital. Then there is only one other possibility. There is a leader among the zombies who restrains their behavior. That's why they suppress their instinctive hunting desire. Sure enough, as Liu Yang continued to go deeper, he saw a group of zombies sitting at the door of the pharmacy, as if they were in a meeting. Liu Yang was a little surprised when he saw this scene. What's going on? Even zombies can hold a meeting. The leader was a zombie in a white coat, who must have been a doctor in his lifetime. Although he looked pale, he did not look sloppy, grinning, or drooling. Just like a normal person. It's just that the pupils are still white. He sat at the front and seemed to be saying something to the other zombies. Zombies that can already talk. Liu Yang recognized it at a glance. This is definitely a level 3 zombie. Moreover, This was the first time that Lu Yang saw a level 3 zombie somewhere other than the stone tablet. The basic attributes of a level 3 zombie are 6 times that of an ordinary person. Even a yellow list expert with special abilities like Baihu would probably be killed instantly if he came here. If you want to deal with level 3 zombies, you need at least a level 2 psychic. The basic attributes of a level 2 psychic are 4 times that of an ordinary person, although it is still twice less than that of a level 3 zombie. However, zombies only have ordinary attacks, and psychics, with the blessing of their superpowers, will not necessarily lose. At this time, the zombies also discovered Lu Yang, and they stood up instantly. There are 2 level 2 zombies standing next to the level 3 zombie, and there are dozens of ordinary zombies surrounding them. With such a powerful configuration, it would probably take less than 10 minutes to break through a gathering place of survivors like the one led by taxi driver Lao Wang. Even at the survivor base where Scar Rat is now, with just those people, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the 3rd-level zombies. At this moment, the ordinary zombies looked at Lu Yang with eyes full of desire to attack. However, without the orders from the 3rd-level zombies, they suppressed this desire and did not act rashly. The 3rd-level zombie said in a stuttering tone, "Humans, delicious, meat, you, surround them." Swish. All the zombies moved instantly. The 2 level 2 zombies divided the other ordinary zombies into 2 teams and surrounded Lu Yang from the front and back. The 3rd-level zombie stood in place, observing everything, ready to command the battle at any time. Watching the actions of these zombies, Lu Yang felt they looked very familiar. It's actually the same as in the stone tablet test. The 3rd-level zombies command the battle, and the other zombies act according to the command of the 3rd-level zombies, becoming an organized, premeditated, and tactical zombie army. So, catch the leader first. Bang. The level 3 zombie in the distance was already alert enough, but the next second he was shot in the head. He had no idea it happened. When the other zombies saw their leader killed instantly, they also lost their backbone instantly. Without any organization or discipline, they rushed directly towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang waved his hand. All zombies' heads explode instantly. Looking at the corpse of the 3rd-level zombie lying on the ground, Lu Yang felt a little sorry. My zombie control has only been upgraded to level 2, and I can only control 2 level 2 zombies at most. If it is upgraded to level 3, I should be able to control this level 3 zombie, and I won't have to kill it. Lu Yang shook his head. Looks like I have to work overtime tonight to have sex with the 4th rich school beauty and try to raise my zombie control level by 1 level. After killing these zombies, Lu Yang finally walked into the pharmacy as he wished. He started ransacking the pharmacy. He put all the medicines into his dark space, even some gauze tape, syringes, saline solution, glucose injection, and various medical equipment. After doing all this, Lu Yang started walking out of the hospital. Just as Lu Yang passed by a ward, suddenly a subtle sound was heard from inside. Lu Yang stopped vigilantly. Then, the door of the ward opened a crack. And I peered out from the crack in the door. After seeing Lu Yang outside, the fear in his eyes instantly turned into surprise. The door of the ward was opened. A surprised voice also came from inside. "Ah. It's a human. Woohoo. This is great. I didn't expect there would be human survivors." Lu Yang looked carefully and found that there was a young female doctor and a young female nurse hiding in the ward. The female doctor looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. The female nurse looked younger, probably in her early 20s. Both of them were very beautiful, and although their faces looked a little weak, pale, and thin, it still couldn't hide the beauty revealed by their delicate features. At the same time, there was a zombie corpse on the bed. Lu Yang reacted and realized that it was probably when the zombie outbreak occurred. The female doctor and the female nurse were treating the patients in the beds, but they didn't expect to see that half of the people in the beds turned into zombies. But they were lucky. This patient had just had both his legs broken in a car accident and had just undergone surgery not long ago. Even after turning into a zombie, he was unable to stand up and attack them, and was instead killed by the 2 women. I guess this zombie is the most frustrated one among all the zombies. Lu Yang asked, "Are you doctors and nurses in this hospital?" "Yeah." The 2 nodded quickly, and then said with tears in their eyes, We have been trapped in this ward for more than 10 days. We are almost starving to death. Fortunately, the patient's family brought 2 cartons of milk to drink, so we can hold on until now. Otherwise, we would have died long ago. By the way, is the disaster outside over? Are all the zombies dead? Lu Yang shook his head, no. Not only did they not die, but they evolved into level 2 and 3 zombies. They are 100 times more terrifying than ordinary zombies. Ah. The 2 girls were startled and their faces turned pale. When the apocalypse broke out, they saw the horror of zombies. Now, the 2nd and 3rd level zombies have evolved into something 100 times more terrifying. Help! How can these weak women survive? It's over, it's over. It looks like we're dead. The female doctor showed a look of despair on her face. The female nurse did the same, she covered her face and started crying. At this time, Lu Yang said, "Don't be too sad. Although the 2nd and 3rd level zombies are very strong, I can take you to a safe place." After hearing what Lu Yang said, the 2 showed an expression of disbelief. Can you take us to a safe place? Is there any safe place in this world? Of course, where I am is a safe place. Lu Yang said confidently. The 2 women asked, but didn't you say that the zombies have evolved to level 2 and 3, and are 100 times more terrifying than ordinary zombies? Lu Yang said, but my strength is 10,000 times theirs. Let's go, you will understand then. When they saw Lu Yang extending his hand towards them, the female doctor and the female nurse still showed hesitant expressions on their faces. Although they really want to be rescued in the end times, it still feels very dangerous if a random stranger follows them. What if the other party has any ill intentions? How could these 2 weak women possibly resist each other? Seeing the other party's hesitation, Lu Yang continued, even if I really want to do something bad to you too, can't I just execute you here? Do I have to trick you away? The moment you opened the door and appeared in front of me, you had no choice. After listening to Lu Yang's words, the female doctor finally gritted her teeth, as if she had made a difficult decision in her heart. She nodded and said, "Okay, you are right. We will go with you." The apocalypse has already happened for so long, and they have been trapped in the ward these days, thinking and discussing for a long time. They understand that it is not easy to survive in the end times, and they also know what it means when a man takes you away in the end times. They just hope that Lu Yang is not a pervert. Very good. Let's go. Lu Yang nodded and said. He took the 2 women and started walking out of the hospital. Along the way, the 2 women saw the zombies killed by Lu Yang, and they were terrified. Every zombie died from their heads exploding. From where they fell and the postures they took, one could even tell that they died while running. No one even fought with Lu Yang. Does that mean this man is so powerful that even zombies can't get close to him? After seeing Lu Yang kill the zombies, the 2 women seemed somewhat relieved. It seems that Lu Yang is really as powerful as he said, so if we follow him, the chances of survival will be very high. As long as I can survive. Even if the other person wants you to marry him, her, it's no big deal, as long as the request is not too abnormal. After arriving outside the hospital, Lu Yang began to pour gasoline on several flammable corners of the hospital, and then set the hospital on fire. At this point, there are already level 3 zombies in the hospital. If we continue to leave them alone, maybe level 4 or 5 zombies will appear. Although Lu Yang is not afraid of these zombies, for ordinary people with special abilities, these mutated zombies are a real disaster. After doing all this, Lu Yang said to the 2 women, "You are too slow. My villa area is more than 10 kilometers away from here. If you walk back, it will take at least several hours. So come here and I will take you flying." Take us flying. What does that mean? The 2 beauties showed puzzled expressions on their faces. It means exactly what it says. Lu Yang stretched out his arms and embraced both sides, instantly hugging the 2 women's slender waists. Ah, the 2 women moaned, with shy expressions on their faces. Hold on to me, I'm going to fly. As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, he took off into the air in an instant. Ah! The 2 women screamed, but in order not to attract zombies, they quickly covered their mouths with their hands. But there was still excitement and fear in his eyes. This is much more exciting than riding a roller coaster. They were now flying at an altitude of 100 meters, and the scenery on the ground was constantly shrinking. At the same time they moved forward at a very fast speed. Both women were terrified. Oh my God! It's actually flying in the sky. Who is this guy? How can he fly? At this moment, Lu Yang seemed to have become a godlike figure in their hearts. Lu Yang brought the female doctor and the female nurse into the villa. He Yushir and the others looked happy when they saw Lu Yang coming back, especially Wang Siki, the super-rich second-generation school beauty who had just been rescued. After chatting with Yushir, Zhao Lina, Zhou Kiki, and others for a few hours, Wang Siki began to understand the situation here at the moment. It turns out that all of them here are Lu Yang's women. As they chatted, they even talked about how powerful Lu Yang was. Everyone here is fucked by Lu Yang. What each one said was more outrageous than the other. Some people even say that Lu Yang is a one-in-a-million humanoid machine, and that Lu Yang is even more powerful in bed than when he is chopping zombies. Wang Siki remained skeptical. Although she is a super-rich girl and has strict family education, she has never had a boyfriend. Those rich second generations in school didn't dare to pursue me, because in terms of family wealth, those rich second generations couldn't even compare to my family. The only thing the rich second generation can boast is that their families are wealthy. But in front of Wang Siki, their advantage had long since disappeared. Therefore, they didn't even have the courage to pursue Wang Siki. Every rich second generation would behave respectfully when they met her and call her Miss Wang from a distance. After all, the businesses of those rich second-generation families are more or less related to Wang Siki's Wang family. How dare they offend Wang Siki? So far, not only has Wang Siki never been in a relationship, she has even rarely had contact with men, because those men are very inferior in front of Wang Siki. Just imagine, a goddess who is super beautiful and from a rich second-generation family. Who has the courage to pursue her? She was very curious about Lu Yang. At the same time, she has accepted her fate. The other three school beauties have already become Lu Yang's women, how could I be an exception? And according to other people's description of Lu Yang is very powerful, and he is also very good to his women and will never skimp on food or clothing. In this safe villa area, they go to the swimming pool outside to swim every day, play ball, run, or play cards together. They live a vacation-like life, not at all like the end of the world. Only Lu Yang can maintain such a leisurely life in this villa area. If it were someone else, no matter how beautiful you are, you would have to go out and search for food. There is no need to keep idle people in the last days. It's no use just being beautiful. Besides, if Lu Yang hadn't appeared, he might have been trapped in the safe house or captured by the three bodyguards. After all, Lu Yang is his savior. Therefore, Wang Siki does not have any psychological pressure. So, after several hours of thinking, Wang Siki had completely surrendered. She had already made preparations and planned to climb into Lu Yang's bed tonight. But now seeing Lu Yang bringing back a beautiful doctor and a beautiful nurse, Wang Siki felt a little lost again. It seems that it may not be that easy to climb into Lu Yang's bed, and you may even have to queue up. He Yushir, Zhao Lina, Tang Mengting, Chen Dan, Su Xiao, Bai Hu, Wang Feifei, and others came out to greet them. As soon as he saw Lu Yang, he said happily, "Lu Yang, you're back. Wow, we brought back 2 more sisters. Our team has grown again. Look at the way these 2 sisters are dressed, they look like a doctor and a nurse. Then if we get sick in the future, we'll have to rely on you 2 sisters." Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojing, who were brought back, felt a little embarrassed when they saw how enthusiastic everyone was. Especially when I saw everyone surrounding Lu Yang, chirping and laughing, like the moon surrounded by stars, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, what is the charm of this man? How could so many women gather together around him, and even live in harmony without any conflicts? If Su Xiao and Tang Mengting knew what the 2 women were thinking, they would definitely say, "We did have some objections at first, but Lu Yang's slap was not to be trifled with, woo-woo." Lu Yang walked into the villa with Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojin, and then said to them, "You 2 should find a room to stay in and take a shower first. It's not time for dinner yet, but there's a lot of food in the refrigerator in the restaurant on the 1st floor. You can eat some after taking a shower to fill your stomach. Yeah, okay, thank you. The two of them thanked him quickly and then walked upstairs to the villa. Liu Yang's villa is divided into 4 floors, with 10 rooms on each floor. There is also a living room, kitchen, and dining room on the first floor. There is also a gym and study on the second floor. There is also a swimming pool and sauna on the third floor. There is also a private cinema and private KTV on the 4th floor. It can be said that the facilities in the entire villa are very complete. There are 40 rooms in total, which can accommodate at least 40 people. At this moment, there are only Tang Mengting, He Yushi, Su Xiao, Zhao Lina, Chen Dan, Bai Hu, Wang Feifei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kiki, Zhao Yuding, Zhou Qiuping, Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojin living here, a total of only 13 people. It's still far from enough. As for the 15 girls brought back by the survivor base, they lived in the villa next door. Liu Yang gave them a lot of food. Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojin went upstairs, and everyone began to gather around Liu Yang and ask, "Liu Yang, where did you go exploring today?" Tang Mengting said, "You received a lot of supplies again, right?" Zhao Lina said, "You were able to meet doctors and nurses, which means you went to the hospital, right?" Liu Yang smiled, pinched Zhao Lina's smooth face, and said, "The school bell is still smart. Yes, I went to the hospital and collected a lot of medicines. I also went to the wholesale market and collected a lot of food, even milk powder. After all, we are here to continue human civilization, so we must be prepared in advance." Liu Yang really thinks far ahead. Liu Yang had already thought of it when he collected the milk powder. Because of the system's blessing, his genetic genes were strengthened, and he could successfully branch out every time. It can be said that he never missed a beat. This resulted in Liu Yang's children being born very close together. That's why he went to the hospital to find medicine. After all, pregnant women and children are very prone to illness. And it would be even better if you could find a doctor or a nurse while looking for medicine. Because a doctor or nurse can deliver the baby. Liu Yang didn't expect that he could find both the doctor and the nurse at once. That's great. You don't have to worry about having children anymore. This is also the reason why Liu Yang did not hint to Huang Xiuxia and Chen Xiaojin to come to the room to find him. He didn't want the doctor and nurse to be about to give birth when they were needed to deliver the baby. At least we have to stagger the time. The girls knew that Liu Yang was very busy, so after talking to him for a while, they stopped bothering him. Liu Yang went back to his room to rest, and the girls started to get busy in the kitchen, preparing to make lunch for today. After Liu Yang returned to the room, he took a shower and lay on the bed to rest. Recalling today's gains. Not only did they plunder a wholesale market, they also collected several convenience stores and 3 large supermarkets, and at the same time looted all the medicines in a large hospital. Even brought back a gorgeous surgeon and a gorgeous nurse. It can be said that it was a fruitful harvest. At the same time, Liu Yang also found level 3 zombies in the hospital. He was a little shocked at how fast the zombies were evolving. I didn't expect that a level 3 zombie would appear so soon. The level 3 zombie is very powerful. An ordinary level 1 psychic is no match for him. It takes at least a level 2 psychic. Liu Yang has the support of the system, and his level of superpowers is different from that of ordinary people. His highest level of supernatural power, the freezing power, has reached level 6, but his lowest level of zombie control is only level 2. Liu Yang didn't know whether he should be called a 6th level psychic or a 2nd level psychic. But if we calculate it by basic attributes, his basic attributes are 20 times that of an ordinary person, so he should be considered a level 10 psychic. But in any case, so far, Liu Yang has not seen any other psychics reach level 2. Of course, this does not mean that there are no psychics who can reach level 2, but there is no such strong person around Liu Yang. But a level 3 zombie had already appeared beside him. In other words, the zombies evolve faster than the mutants. Ordinary survivors are dangerous, even ordinary psychics are dangerous. For example, the survivor base where Scar Rat is located. Once a level 3 zombie leads the zombies to attack, Scar Rat is the only psychic there, and they will be unable to resist at all. Maybe the entire base will be wiped out. It seems that we must accept more psychics into the base. Liu Yang made up his mind. When we go to search for food farther away tomorrow, if we find a person with special abilities, we must try our best to bring him into our base. Only in this way can your base become bigger and stronger and not be afraid of the attacks of zombies. Just as Liu Yang was thinking, he suddenly received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host, you have killed 2,000 zombies and gained 200 attribute points. Liu Yang was stunned. Then he reacted. He set fire to the hospital, and it seemed that the fire had killed all the zombies in the hospital. However, this number is indeed a bit wrong. That hospital was the largest hospital in the city, with 3 inpatient buildings alone. There were at least 5,000 zombies in the entire hospital. Now I have only received 2,000 reminders. Does this mean that the remaining zombies, led by the 2nd or 3rd level zombies, all escaped from the hospital and were not burned to death? It seems that as the zombies' intelligence improves, it is difficult to burn all the zombies to death by just setting fire to the building. He distributed the 200 attribute points evenly. All basic attributes have reached 1050 points. The other side is in the survivor base 20 kilometers away. Scar Rat, at this moment, was leading a team of strong men in the base to search for food. Since he was the only psychic left in the base at this moment, their options for finding food became small convenience stores and small supermarkets. Unlike before, a team of psychics can now enter a large supermarket and search. Now he leads a team of ordinary people and can only survive cautiously in the cracks. Scar Rat never expected that he, who was the weakest among the psychics before, would now become the strongest one in the base. This feeling of shouldering the entire responsibility alone made him feel very stressed. After all, now the entire base depends on Scar Rat alone. The potatoes that Liu Yang lent to the survivors have been cut into pieces and planted in the ground. But in the months before the potatoes grow, they still rely on foraging for food. So Scar Rat could only take the strong men out to find food, and let the women take care of the crops in the survivor base. At this moment, a survivor said to Scar Rat, "Master Rat, there are 4 zombies on the road ahead, wandering on the road in front of the convenience store. We can't get through." Although Scar Rat was short, less than 1.6 meters tall, and very young, only in his 20s, the strong survivors next to him still maintained absolute respect for Scar Rat. After all, among all the people here, only Scar Rat is a person with superpowers. Although he is short in stature, his basic attributes are twice that of ordinary people. No one here can beat him. Moreover, Scar Rat is a big shot in front of God Lu. How could these ordinary survivors dare to disrespect Scar Rat? Therefore, everyone respectfully calls Scar Rat Master Rat, and the first thing they do when they find a zombie is to report it to Scar Rat. After hearing what the men said, Scar Rat stood on tiptoe and looked forward, and sure enough, he found 4 zombies wandering around in front of him. There are only 4 zombies. If it were in the past, when the survivors' base was strong and well equipped, they would have just rushed over and killed the zombies. But that's not the case now. Scar Rat became the mainstay of the base, and he was the only person with superpowers in the entire base. Faced with the survivors' reports, Scar Rat began to think. That convenience store is their target today. If we are persuaded to retreat by these 4 zombies, we will return empty-handed. If we return empty-handed, there won't be much food left in the surviving base. Scar Rat gritted his teeth and said, "Wait here for me, I'll go kill them." "Master Rat, there are 4 zombies there, and you are alone." "Master Rat, although we know you are a superpower, it may not be easy for you to face 4 zombies alone. How about we go and help?" "Yes, Master Rat, now the entire survivor base depends on you. If you are in danger, we will all be finished. Although we are ordinary people, there are only 4 zombies on the other side, so we can help." The others showed worried expressions and spoke to Scar Rat. Because they all understood that Scar Rat's awakened ability was the ability to dig holes, not the ability to fight. Moreover, Scar Rats are not immune to the zombie virus. Any injury will lead to infection. If something goes wrong, the only psychic in the base will be gone. No need for that. If too many people go over there, the noise will be even louder, and it might attract more zombies to attack. Don't worry, even though I didn't awaken a combat ability, I'm not a loser. Scar Rat said this with a serious expression, and then he immediately burrowed into the ground. Under everyone's gaze, a zombie in the distance suddenly sank into the ground. The entire zombie was stuck in the ground, with only the top of its head exposed. The other 3 zombies saw their companion stuck underground. They didn't know what was happening and just stood there stupidly. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Less than 10 seconds. All 4 zombies were stuck on the ground. At this time, Scar Rat came out from another hole. He pulled out his big machete and chopped at each of their heads. 4 zombies were eliminated instantly. The 4 zombies didn't even know what was happening and died without even seeing what the enemy looked like. When everyone saw this, they hurried over. I couldn't help but give Scar Rat a thumbs up. Master Rat is awesome. I didn't expect Master Rat has this trick of whack-a-mole. As expected of Master Rat. Scar Rat also showed a somewhat smug expression on his face. His skill is indeed not a combat skill, but a hole-digging skill. However, he is short, so if he doesn't want others to enter the hole he dug, then others can't get in. The same goes for zombies. You just need to dig a hole that a normal person can't enter under the zombie's feet, and then pull the zombie down, and you can trap the zombie in the hole. The zombies who can't move can only be slaughtered at will. This is a method of fighting the enemy that Scar Rat thought about for a long time before finding. It can not only be used on zombies, but even on human mutants. Even if someone has special abilities, once he is dragged underground by the Scar Rat and cannot move in the narrow tunnel, he will probably be no match for the Scar Rat. Scar Rat said to everyone, "Everyone be careful, start entering the convenience store and load supplies as quickly as possible. Once everyone's backpack is full, we will quickly retreat to the base." After everyone saw Scar Rat kill 4 zombies in an instant, everyone admired him very much, so they nodded and said, "Okay, Master Rat. We will definitely be careful." Following Lord Rat out to look for food is reassuring. Yeah. If we came out by ourselves and saw zombies, we definitely wouldn't dare to come over. After everyone finished talking, they carefully opened the door and entered the convenience store. However, the scene in the convenience store shocked them. There were 3 zombies in total in the convenience store. 2 of them were lying on the ground with most of their bodies eaten, but they were still roaring with their eyes open and their teeth bared. There is another zombie that looks several times stronger than the zombies on the ground. The zombie's muscles were bulging, even to the point of breaking through the skin and being exposed to the air. The blood-red muscles were covered in sticky liquid. The blood vessels on the muscles are very thick and intricately covered with muscles. It looks as if countless snakes are constantly wriggling, which is extremely disgusting. When the survivors entered the convenience store, this strong, muscular zombie was actually eating the flesh of 2 other zombies. Zombies eating zombies. This discovery shocked everyone. Logically speaking, zombies will not eat their own kind, they will only eat humans or other non-mutated animals. But what on earth is this zombie with exploding muscles? Could it be a super mutant zombie? It even spared no one of its own kind. Scar Rat was stunned. At the same time, he also sensed the danger, so he immediately became alert and said to everyone, "Run." The other survivors reacted instantly after hearing Scar Rat's words and immediately left the convenience store. However, it was too late. The zombie had already discovered them and rushed over at the fastest speed. What a fast speed! Scar Rat was surprised. The 2 men who were running slowly were slapped away by the zombie's claw and hit the wall hard, losing consciousness. When Scar Rat saw this scene, he had to grit his teeth and stop. If he continued like this, except for himself, all the ordinary survivors would die. I must cover the rear. He turned around and gave the zombie a flying kick. However, when he kicked the opponent did not move at all, but Scar Rat flew backwards several meters away. This is terrible. The opponent is at least twice as strong and fast as me. This mutant zombie is much stronger than an ordinary level 2 zombie. The fallen Scar Rat had a solemn look on his face. The zombie was kicked by Scar Rat. Although he was not injured, he was irritated and pounced on Scar Rat in an instant. However, Scar Rat burrowed into the ground and disappeared, leaving only a dark hole that the mutant zombies could not get into. Roar! The mutant zombie let out an angry roar and kept digging at the entrance of the hole with his hands, as if trying to dig out the Scar Rat. However, Just as the zombie was digging the hole, its feet suddenly sank and it was pulled into another hole. It turned out that Scar Rat had used the same old trick again and dug a hole under the zombie's feet, intending to trap the mutated zombie to death in the hole he dug. However, the power of this mutant zombie was too strong. It pulled the Scar Rat out of the hole with just a simple move. Exclamation point. Scar Rat exclaimed. He immediately let go of the zombie's feet and dug another hole the moment he landed on the ground, disappearing into the ground. At this time, the survivors had already run out of the mutant zombie's field of vision. Scar Rat thought that he was no match for this mutant zombie, so he stopped pestering it and simply dug a hole to escape. However, the mutant zombie continued to attack the hole left by Scar Rat. Not far away, Scar Rat showed his head again, secretly observing the crazy zombie. He was breathing heavily. The battle just now caused his adrenaline to secrete rapidly, and he was still excited. The feeling of tension made him feel like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. This was his first time fighting against such a powerful zombie. If there had been any mistake just now, he might have died on the spot. Watching the zombies in the distance still attacking the cave entrance, Scar Rat came to a conclusion in his mind. Although this mutant zombie is very strong and fast, its IQ is not as high as that of a level 2 zombie. So it's just that his body has been strengthened. But even if this zombie has no intelligence, it is still very powerful. Once it finds the survivor's base, it will be like a wolf among a flock of sheep. No one can stop it. This zombie alone is enough to sweep the entire survival base. No. We must report this to Brother Liu Yang immediately. Otherwise, once this zombie finds the location of the survivor's base, we're doomed. After making up his mind, Scar Rat burrowed into the ground again. This time he personally led the team to search for supplies, but they found nothing and instead lost 2 strong survivors. Scar Rat felt very guilty. He must tell Liu Yang about this as soon as possible and get rid of this mutated zombie.